Hey, we had in Germany, this Krefeld ground, it brought the runs, didn't it, in the end? Over 300 runs in a last match thrill and outside for day 4. And the teams from Cologne are here. We've got the Challengers and CC to start us off with the derby, but 5 matches on the way. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Germany Krefeld, and it starts right now. Good morning to you, good morning wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day 4 here in the European Cricket Series Germany. We're into our 3rd week of our German adventure. Of course, we had the 2 weeks in Dresden. Now we are in Krefeld, which is just outside Düsseldorf in the west of the country. So we are starting the day with match number 16. It's the teams from Cologne. Well, Cologne, probably how we'd say it in English. In German, it's a bit more like Köln, and it's going to be the Köln Challengers taking on Köln CC in the first match of the day. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. We've got Tyrone Peters. He's back from his little adventure yesterday. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Köln CC to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Oh, right there. It's tails.
We'd like to bat.
They're going to bat.
Köln Challengers win the toss and they've elected to bat first, so kind of bucking the trend with the first game of the day. Most teams have wanted to field, although I won't say it's particularly easy to do anything first game of the day because of the dew and the moisture on this field. We know that does hold a lot of water, but it also drains really well. So I think most of the surface water just kind of making the ball a bit greasy can make it a bit tough to hit further, but they're not too worried. The ball has been flying actually this year in ECN in slightly greasy conditions. For both of these teams, though, they'll be wanting to improve on last year's performance. They both finished 4th in their group. But what I will say is it's the first time they've actually played each other, I think, for a while on the network, because last year they were in separate groups. Now, the other thing about these two teams, they both have played already in the tournament, the Challengers. They absolutely rocked in match 1, a pretty entertaining game where they were able to hold on by taking all 10 wickets, and they followed up with another win against former champions, the Bonn Blue Stars. As far as the Köln CC team, they're 1 and 2. They started with a strong win over Ryan Ruhrsports, the debutants, but then they lost their next 2 games. So they're 1 and 2. There's slightly different situations for these two teams coming in. Remember, only the top 4 teams of 11 will make it through to finals next Friday. Let's talk about the conditions today. Well, I'm being blinded at the moment, which is a good thing because we didn't see a lot of sunshine yesterday, but today the sun's out, not a cloud in the sky. So I'm really liking that, expecting a maximum temperature of 19 degrees. Currently it's about 13, so a little bit chilly to get started, but still I think we're in for quite a nice day, maybe a slight chance of a shower way towards the end of the day, but hopefully that stays away. And this pitch, we know it does kind of handle the wet pretty well. I think it's kind of a bouncy pitch, but it's kind of a slow bounce. So I think the bowlers have to be really careful not to get too short. Well, here's a man that I've really enjoyed spending a little bit of time with because we don't get to spend too much time together these days with a hectic schedule. But Rico Full will take it to the first ball. News from the toss, Rico, in match number 16. It's the Challengers. They've won the toss and they're going to bat first. What do you think about that? Let's get ready for the start of day 4.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. Well, what I think about that, I think is a good shot. More on that a little bit later. Welcome, everyone, to what promises to be another fantastic day, the start of day 4. And we're going to start with a derby where we're going to see the two teams from Cologne, Köln, as they say out here, the Köln Challengers taking on Cologne CC. I think we're going to get a good start to the day. I think there's going to be a bit of a tussle out there, a bit of a tug of war. But before we focus on that, let's take a look back to what we saw on day 3. It started off with a bit of a surprise, didn't it? With the VfB Glenzenkirchen taking on the Bavaria Spartans. And, of course, we know the Spartans are the reigning champions, but they went down. And they had the match in the bag, but then after a 5-wicket spell from Mohamed Awais, who, of course, was the player of the match, the Bavaria Spartans 87 all out, losing the first match by 18 runs. That was a big surprise, but what a start it was for the Glenzenkirchen. The question was, could they do it also against the Düsseldorf Black Caps? The thing is, though, we would never know, because that match number 12 was reduced to a 6-over-a-side match. And after the Black Caps in their 6 overs pounded 99 on the board, Jamshid Khan 66, not out of 21. Remember that name, by the way. But that match, unfortunately, getting abandoned with just 2 overs completed off of Glenzenkirchen's innings when they were on 27. So that was unfortunate. Weather did play a part, a big part yesterday, as you heard Mr. Maximo mention. And the next match, match number 13, was also affected by the rain, but it was we did complete it. It was a 8-over-a-side match with the Aachen Rising Stars back in action. They were trying to get a win after not a good first day from them. They posted 95 for 6. Zain Al Hussain made 38 off 16, but it was Shazib Khan of the Bavaria Spartans who brought the reigning champions back into this competition. Great bowling from him, 3 for 2 of just 1 over, and then he blasted 36 off 17, helping his team to a victory by 7 wickets. So well played by him, and he certainly was in great form yesterday. I mean, earlier in the day, he scored 37, 36 in that one, and he'd be in the runs again a bit later. Match number 14, Aachen Rising Stars desperately needed a win here. They couldn't to really find a way through past the Düsseldorf Black Caps. The Black Caps would have been disappointed with the earlier game of theirs being abandoned, and they came back with a bang. The Rising Stars 89 for 5. Ijaz Hashmi was sort of their player of the match. He made 41 of 18 and bowled pretty well as well. But it was Udit Mehta who was the player of the match. He made 44 of just 21, and he blasted the ball all over the place. And the Black Caps won that one by 7 wickets. And then the match everybody wanted to see. And what a spectacular end we had to today. Match number 15, we saw the Bavaria Spartans, the reigning champions, post 155. Waqas Fatmi, who had an interesting day, 52-26. Shazib Khan once again in the runs, 53 not out. And important runs for Taha Hassan, 28 of not out of 16. His big hitting would prove vital because Düsseldorf Black Caps, they got within 6 runs, 149 for 8. Jamshid Khan once again sensational, 86 of 23 deliveries, well, he hit 11 sixes and 4 fours in that inning, but they fell 9 runs short, needing 6 runs short, needing 9 off the last. They couldn't get there, and Bavaria Spartans got the victory. That left the table looking like this. The Boosters staying on top because of that net run rate. And as we often say, usually when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, net run rate can be very important, and I think it could be the same this time round as well. So our focus on today, day 4. This is the first match that we're going to see, and it is the Köln Derby. Köln Challengers taking on Köln CC. Looking forward to this one. Big day for the Challengers. They have got 3 matches in the day. And also another team that's got a big day, Golden Star Bonn. Yes, the Golden Boys will be back in action as well. They got 3 matches as well. I think we're going to have a fantastic day. The news on the forecast is that for most of the day we should be good. This has a chance of a shower later on in the day, but we're starting off to beautiful sunshine, I have to say. We're squinting in our cube at the moment. The sides have come off. The sun is out, the breeze is appreciated. Is that dew on the ground? So Vinny asked me the question, what did I think about what happened at the coin toss? And well done, of course, to Tyrone Peters, who's back from his little adventure yesterday, the tournament referee. So the Köln Challengers selected back. I think it's a good call. I think there's a lot of dew in the mornings, and I think you've got to back your batters. So put the pressure on the bowlers. The bowlers have to struggle with the wet ball. So let's see how the bowler goes about things here. Is going to be Dani, and there's the struggle. It's going to be a wide first up. So Akshay Dani goes for a full delivery, and he gets it wrong. Yeah, we have seen bowlers struggle in the morning, not just with the ball being wet, with their footing, as you're going from the wet and moist grass onto the artificial. So there could be a few issues there. So I think it's a good call to bat first. Darnay again. And now he goes down the leg side. I'm guessing there may have been a little bit of pad on this one. So he gets away with what would have been a wide. I want to say very good morning to a very active chat first thing. I think even Corey Ruckers was on there at one point. Tia Maria, good morning to you. Lincoln Beggs as well. Jules has been saying morning to everyone. Rob Thompson. And even Maya is on there as well, bright and early. Hello to you, Maya. And a lot of people on the chat looking forward to the action today. And, well, that's the start we wanted to see. This one will go all the way to the boundary. Cuatro carreras. The first runs off the bat. And it's Narayanan that gets them. Rohit, the captain, gets the boundary. Cuatro carreras. And I'll say good morning also to Sadadarji. Sasri Akal, Kidda, Tik Taka, Swere, Apare Pronte Khade ke nahi. And to Sivam as well. Yeah, a lot of people on the chat. And even Vinny Sandu saying good morning to everybody. Vinny, of course, will join me in the cube shortly. After he came back from his break yesterday, and he told us about the wonderful day he had at Hornchurch. Well, this one, I mean, you're going to have a look at this. I mean, it's pretty high. Wide is being called here. Of course, let's have a look at the height here, because the height would take precedent on this. Ooh, I think that could be a no ball, you know. I think looking at the height at that, I think that's pretty high. A no ball, of course, is the bigger advantage to the batting side. I wonder if we see this again. I mean, that is quite high. And looks like they're happy to stick to the wide. It gets played out nicely. The batters, they'll take the single. That's the other thing about the weather. When it's dewy like that, I think batters can run with confidence, because especially your singles, put the pressure on the field, because fielders, you think about it, it's a wet surface. You're having to manage that, running in, stay on your feet, pick up a wet ball, get the frame straight away. So I think you've got to take the fielders on. Rohit Narayanan back on strike, and he gets another full delivery. This one's one. Oh, he hasn't dealt with this well at all as the fielder. And he's saying that the sun is in his eyes. Well, we can see the ball through the trees. And, well, he needs to deal with this. I mean, the sun might have been in his eyes when the ball was in the air, but certainly not when it bounces. And that's 4 runs. Not the best bit of fielding from the man who's out there. You've got to have your best fielders in these boundary positions. So that's a bonus boundary there. Should have just been a 1. Akshay Darnay, the bowler, not too happy about it. And now is going in the same direction again. And this time no issues. He gets down and makes a stop. And the fielder, Deepak Demiwal, now he runs over to another fielder. That's a Sangaria Safi, and says, give me your cap. And he gets it as well. Well, I'll tell you what, it's quite weird. Yesterday was overcast. It was raining. There was hardly any sunshine, and all the players seem to have shades. Today, it's a sunny day. The sun is shining, and I don't see anybody with any shades. It's a funny old thing, isn't it? It's a funny old thing. That is the end of the over. And it finishes with a single, and 14 come off it, off Akshay Darnay. So a positive start here from the challengers, winning the toss and having a bat first. And the man who made that decision is out there at the moment, Rohit Narayan, the captain, and he wants to make sure that it's a good decision. The challengers are looking to get a good start here. Remember, they won versus the Achin Rising Stars and the Blue Star Bond, so they've had a brilliant start to this year's campaign. And Amir Potale has been in great form. And with the ball, don't forget Nikhil Patel with those 6 for 13. So keep an eye on him a little bit later. But they've got some good players. But I think at the moment you can see why the captain knows this has to be a big moment, because Amir Potale missing from the side, that could be big, because he's been in good form. Swing and a miss. And this is the first delivery from Vinay Kashyap. That's dot to start off with. So nice positive start. Now this is high up in the air. Is it catchable? He has to cap. No, it makes no difference. And the ball, I don't think it's gone to the boundary. You know, it stops just short. I'm pretty sure this is fine. Well, he did nab the cap off Safi, did the fielder, but it hasn't served him well. Deepak still can't see the ball. He needs the shades. Well, one man who might have the shades for him joins me in the commentary box now. Vinny Sandin. Vinny, what's going on? Yesterday was a no shades day.
That's perfect.
Today
They
is.
moved the rope, and it went in the groove of yesterday's rope.
It doesn't. Well,
So it's got like a little kind of...
a little divot.
The thing is, every day they move the rope slightly, so because the grass
doesn't
grows so
sink,
quickly.
yeah.
But I often think you should move it in, because otherwise you create a groove like that, and it actually created a bit of a speed up for the ball to get over, and that was quite funny. Good morning, everyone. Nice to have you. Bit of action straight away, and you're totally right about the sunglasses. I need some right now. Kashyap bowling here in the second, gets this one past Aravind. Got to say, these two teams, I've seen a fair bit of them on the European Cricket Network over the last couple of years, but I've never seen them play each other. They've always been in opposite groups to each other. Two teams that have promised a lot, but not quite made it to the final stages of the tournament. There's obviously a healthy rivalry between the two. And the other thing is, how about the challenges with their start on Monday morning?
Superstar.
They won game 1 and game 2, both very, very good wins. We haven't seen them since. And CC, they had a good win to start, but then they lost their second and third matches on day 2.
Just gets dragged out onto the onside. They will take the run. That's good running. I think you got to take on the fielders. Yeah, one man they're going to miss, though, Vinny. I was making reference to that to Amir Patali. He made a fantastic start. He batted really well for them.
Yeah.
Not in the side
He's a
for
good
this
player.
match.
Yeah,
And so they miss him, and I think that's why the captain is taking a little bit of the ownership here with by opening the batting.
Yeah, that's true. I can't wait to see Patil, what he brings to the table, because we know that he took 6 for the other day, and basically 6.5 for, because he also executed a run out, pre-delivery run out, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
As we get to the end of the over, and at the moment you can see it's a little bit of a even contest, I think. 17 without loss after 2. Looking at the table, Cologne CC, like we said, they won their first game, they lost the next 2, so they find themselves in the bottom 3 at the moment. Cologne Challengers, well, they're one of only 4 undefeated teams at the moment, so it's early days. Remember, the top 4 of those 11 will make it through to finals Friday. So I want to say hello to everyone in the chat as well, including Corey. Looks like Corey's tuned in for a little bit of cricket this morning. I know he's back in the Netherlands. Also, I want to say hello to JJ Van Rensburg. Hello to Jules Udebridge as well. Always nice to see you. To Sundori, to Maya, to Rob, and to Clever. Anyone I might have missed. Dave B, of course. Sivagam Selapan is in there. To Kroom, good morning to you. To Sadaji as well. And if I have missed you, throw in another message. Hello to Di Maria. Let's go with over number 3, and it's launched high and far. Well, Aravind has been a little bit quiet so far. Nothing quiet about that. Maximo! 6 runs to the challengers.
Yeah, well, Ahmad Likon gets onto bowl, and he gets licked. This one will go big. It's a nice shot. And that last over was a nice one. Only 3 runs came off it, so they want to go back to hitting because it's the last one in the power play. And he gets it right out of the middle. Good hit. Boom. Shakalagia. And, well, Likon has got things to think about.
Batters that have been successful, they have hit pretty straight and kind of through the line of the ball, not really taking the bait and hacking across it unless the line warrants it. And I just think that's a really good shot. Likon, unfortunately, doesn't quite get it in the right spot first up. I think you've got to go wider and a little bit fuller. And he tries. This one is dragged, and it's dragged pretty hard. And that's another one that is going to find the boundary. Cuatro carreras más, and the Challengers swinging it in the power play. I like the decision to bat first as well. I think often we see teams in slightly damp conditions wanting to field, but if you want to go on the science of what we've seen this year, when it has been a bit damp, it's favoured the batters.
Yeah, I think you got to put the pressure on the bowling side, and this is what they're trying to do here. Arvind, that's good. 6 and 4, and we know what that means. He's hungry for more, and he is, but he might have got greedy. This is up in the air. Keeper should be taking it. He doesn't want to, but the fielder holds on to it. So well done. Catch taken. Arvind is delighted with the outcome. Of course he is. He just got blasted for 2 boundaries. That will be the end of the batter. Arvind will go. Likon says, yeah, I got me, man.
Yeah, I think it was a keeper's catch, though. Dwarak basically backed out of the call. I suppose it was heading towards that fielder, whereas the keeper was having to kind of go with the flight a little bit. But you normally like to see the keeper taking those. But the most important thing is it was caught, and that is the first wicket of the day. But a handy little cameo there from Aravind, who got swinging in the third. He goes for 15 off 10, and the score 27 for 1.
Yeah, catch taken. I always say the first thing in the morning as well, especially when that ball is a little bit wet because of the dew. It's not easy to take the catches, so Omkar does very well. Omkar Shishkar taking the catch.
Yeah, so Likon has had an interesting start, hasn't he? He's gone 6-4 wicket. And so, yeah, keep up right up to the stumps now as well as Hasenrat comes out, and that's great keeping. It's going to be called a wide. But I've got to say, yeah, it's a Saker for a ball. For a guy that didn't just go up to that ball, this is actually a lot more complex. Having to deal with a genuine bouncer. But one thing about this pitch is it does bounce pretty predictably. So you don't get a lot of bad bounces. It's just so hard. It's so consistent. So it makes it a bit easier to keep up. Now this is a thick outside edge. It's going to fly away, and that's going to be 4. So Hasenrat off the mark, and Likon can't really be too pleased with that, but he will go for another 4 runs.
Yeah, well, that's the danger, really. If you're going to bowl it a little bit shorter and wider, well, batters are going to have a swing at it. You got your third who's up, so it's going to go down to the boundary. And we know that that part of the ground, third and also down fine, when the ball gets there, it goes pretty quickly.
It's a famine or a feast, though, as far as the sunshine, isn't it? I mean, today we're staring straight into the sun, and we never even really saw the sun yesterday at all, maybe for about 5 minutes at the end of the day. Oh, this is hit back at the bowler hard. He knocks it down partially. It'll just be a single. So I think this power play, it's pretty even, like I said. I think, you know, one for something in the 30s. I think both teams have something to build on. I think it'll probably the middle overs will determine which way this innings goes.
Yeah, I think a ball to go. Get a boundary here. They'll be obviously quite happy with the outcome. And, well, it might just be a boundary. I think he gets a little bit of something on this, though, the fielder, who gets down. And now it's a chase hard after it. Gets the throw in.
It's good running, actually, as they get back for 2. It's 35 for 1 after 3. Speaking of good running, I think there's a couple of things about to hit our social media today that may go viral, including the all-run 4, last ball of the innings. Classic ECN, running till you're out or almost out, or until the ball's at the stumps. That was yesterday one of the highlights. And yeah, Wakas Fatmi also from the Spartans may have an interesting day in social media because he got nailed in the shoulder by a teammate. That's another one that could go viral.
Yeah, I wonder how he is this morning. Hello,
that'll be sore.
If you are tuning in, let us know. Have you got a bit of a bruise by any chance on the back of? Well, it was right behind his shoulder, wasn't it? But at one point, I know you thought he got clocked on the head.
I thought
that would have been nasty.
It wasn't the ambulance. You might be taking him straight to the morgue if they hit him in the back of their head. Anyway, this is Sangaria Safi to bowl over number 4. With some leg spin. First one's a good one.
Good start.
I've got to say, I really respect people that can bowl leg spin in slightly greasy conditions because it's already such an unnatural thing to bowl over the wrist. Gets this one just right. I like his action. Kind of busy, bustles in. Okay, that's really good bowling. It's probably too high, but it's very good length again. And so Hasenrat doesn't really know whether he wants to come forward or back to this. We can't really go back any further because he's so deep in his crease. Excellent start for Safi. Well, and I've jinxed him because there's a hanging full toss. That'll be a no ball. Plus, it'll be a Maximo. And, well, he's deep in his crease, and that was an easy call, wasn't it? There's Hasenrat. Third time lucky for him. And that's the danger of being a wrist spin, I think, at any time, but particularly first game of the morning. And does all his good work there, Safi, and now has to face a free hit.
Yeah, I mean, you jinxed him big. Bowls the gundy ball, gets whacked, 7 up. Hello to Maya. And also Twilight, they're having a bit of a chat, and Twilight just talking about the Autobahn here. Can I just say, yeah, it's amazing. I drove from Dresden to here, and hitting the Autobahn was fun, as this one is fun. And, well, I was flying just like the Grizzlies are this morning. Well, that's 2 6s on the spin. Well, that's how to deal with the free hit. He clubs it away, goes all the way. Let's maybe just checking the height on this one as well. I think this one may be okay. The batter's a fair way out. The ball may be dipping, but it gets clonked for another biggie.
Well, 13 off that ball. So he was ... 13 essentially. And that is trouble. That's how quick things can change. Changes on a dime, doesn't it? Safi, let's see if he can get it back under control, get it bouncing. Yeah, better again. And they decide against the run in the end. Look at Maya says, I think she just might have bought a new car or something and saying it's quite futuristic. Just trying to catch up on the chat here.
Yeah, there was a bit of talk on cars. I think Maya was talking about. I just had it a minute ago. The car that she had, the Seat Cupra. Seat Cupra.
Yeah, it's well bowled. It's been the ultimate mixed bag this over. I mean, apart from 2 balls, it's been absolutely spot on, but those 2 balls essentially went for 13. Yeah, I mean, cars are quite amazing these days, saying that it automatically brakes. I'd love to see some shoes like that, so when you're running between the wickets, if your partner isn't running as well, it automatically stops you and turns you around.
Yeah, well, I was saying that she normally drives about 120, 130 on the Autobahn.
That's pretty slow here.
That's enough for her. I've got to admit. Yeah,
This
that
is
is.
a great shot.
This is the sort of speed I go at. I don't go slow. I go big, and that's called big as well. That goes all the way. Volley, lovely shot. Yeah, you're right. This over's had a bit of everything, and now, well, I think it finishes on 19. It's a lovely hit. Well, 20 it is, so it does go magical.
It's a crazy magical over, really, because it wasn't a bad over, except for some clear exceptions. And that last ball wasn't a bad ball either. And if you're going to drive, you can drive fast, but you're not like that about that. He also drove straight, and he gets 6. And so that is the end of the over. 55 for 1 brings up the 50 as well, and the challengers are out of the box now. That 4th over, changing the narrative, and it's going to be Kashyap now to bowl his 2nd. So they're sticking with the slow bowling attack. I mean, as simple as this, when they've bowled well, they've had good results. When they haven't, they haven't. That's the story of the 4 overs so far. Hasimrat, 18 off 8, faces up. This one just floats a long way wide of the crease and will be called.
Take the single. Once again, good running. That's good from the non-striker. It gets to the other end quickly, does the captain, Rohit. So come on, what's the fastest you've been on a road time?
On the Autobahn?
Yeah, of course, doing it all legally.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't driving, but the fastest I have been driven.
Yeah.
This is up, it's in the air, and the fielder can't get there. Maximo! It's a little slice, but there's nothing little about it as it carries the fielder. It's quite a remarkable shot to get enough bat on this and get the power to get it over cover. A little bit of a flourish there, 6 runs.
Yeah, I like the way that right at the last moment as he gets right under it, you get the shoulders and you get the uplift on the shot. Gets enough of it, gets it over the fielder. Lovely shot. 6 more, and the acceleration is right on here now. So they were going maybe earlier, sort of around about the 150, 120 pace. And now, well, look at that. Keep going like this, you're going to hit 150.
To answer your question, the fastest I've been driven was actually by a co-commentator. It was my co-commentator from the ECL in 19, Phil Buckstadt.
Okay.
Between cities in Germany on the Autobahn.
Uh-huh.
I'll let you have a guess. I mean, it's not outrageous. All right, in the air, and this is in the gap, and so it'll be 4, 1 bounce, and that was all about the placement that time. Narayanan getting moving. Kashyap goes up for another boundary.
Yeah, they seem to be going with the same old line, and the problem is the batters are liking it, and they're putting it away. Okay, I'm going to say, because I've been on it, I know the sort of speeds and the feeling of it. 180?
About 260.
260?
At the top.
What were you driving?
I wasn't driving, and for me, it was just how casual he was about it. And the thing is, after a few minutes, I was pretty used to it. Anyway, this is up, and it's going to be 4 more. This time a little bit short from Kashyap. So another boundary. The raining boundaries at the moment. Challengers, I think, justifying their decision to bat first.
Yeah, very much so. This one's too short. Tries to get it, change the line slightly. Well, it's more at the stumps, but it's short. And this one gets worked away as well. Well, what a good over this is so far. Started with the 2 wides. Now it's boundary times. 3 on the spin. 6, 4, 4. 16 off 3 deliveries.
Yeah, this 4th and 5th over. I mean, we said the power play was about a draw. Certainly the challengers have had the better of overs 4 and 5. It's pretty good bowling, actually. Draws them into a big drive, and it's just a single. I want to say good morning to Ramesh Satheesan as well. He's saying good morning. I might say to you, Bună dimineața in Romanian, because, of course, Ramesh is the Romanian captain.
Yeah, bună dimineața, ce faci? Are you well? Hope you are.
So, I guess that's the top speed.
That's
For
a lot.
most of the time, it was kind of low 200s.
I mean, I hit 200, okay, coming here, and I thought that was enough.
Yeah,
200.
I mean, we were
it
going
depends
kind
on
of
the car you got,
yeah,
of course.
true. But, you know, it's when you start going those speeds and then you go back to, say, like 120, 130, seems like you're crawling. You know, that's the thing. Anyway, I suppose they have different rules, different countries. Have your opinions as to what's safer than what. I suppose modern cars, though, speed limits haven't changed a lot in the last 20, 30 years, but there have been a lot of advancements, haven't there, in technology.
Yeah.
As we get to the end of the 5th over, and the challengers, they are motoring. It is 73 for 1. I want to say a quick hello to everyone, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo here. I've got Rico Full with me, and you can see we are right in the sun. There you go. You can see us down here. We are here, okay? But this is a good problem to have, Rico, because we didn't have a good day with the weather yesterday, did we?
Yeah, it's much better. And you can see I've done away with the jacket. I don't know how you stand there with yours.
I
It
think
is
it's
hot
going to
in
go.
here at the moment.
Are we
It is
taking it
really-
off? I'm
Yeah,
very
take it off.
I'm very Dutch
Take it
today.
off. You've still got the same
Go on.
colours. Yeah, you know. You
If you
don't
want-
need your jacket on. I've got the blue, you've got
Okay.
the orange.
Yeah, I didn't realise we were matching. So, yeah, got the challengers orange, but also a little bit of the Cohen CC blue as well. Good morning to all of you guys. Why don't you drop us a message, ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. Ask us any questions you like and put your comments in there. We've got a great community, don't we? It's growing all the time.
Fantastic. Growing all the time. I think while you were away, we hit 361,000. I think we're very close to the 62,000. And you put a shout out yesterday. You want to try to see if
I
you can get
haven't-
to about
well, look,
400,000.
We've got the
400,000.
ECC coming up, right? And so
Yeah.
with the ECC, we do reach around 50 or 60 million viewers a day. Okay, not all on YouTube, obviously, but if we can get a few of them subscribing, then maybe we can hit the 400,000 sooner rather than later. It's an ambitious target, but you know, you never know. And I remember when we hit 300, it was only a year ago.
Yeah.
Right? It was a year ago in July 2022, and I remember because we got dunked.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah,
And it was
ice
great
bucket.
because it was about 40 degrees. It was the best thing ever. There was the ice bucket challenge.
I know, it was horrible. It was horrible. Don't tell
Yeah,
everybody
that's
that.
right,
It was
awful.
horrible. We really had to take one for
If
the
we get to
team.
400, maybe you should punish us by, I don't know, sending us to the Maldives. We could do something like that.
Jagdeep Singh into the bowl. He's been pretty successful, actually. I'm surprised that he comes on the bowl a little bit lower down because he's normally pretty effective. Let's see how he gets on here. And asking the question, I suspect it's going down the leg side by a fair way, actually. So I think if the batter has left this and only, probably would have got a wide. It would have been a difficult take for the keeper as well. Let's have a look again.
Yeah, I mean, it does get a long way across, but I think that certainly is heading down by a stump or two.
Yeah, good length, though. Better length than what the other bowlers have been bowling. So, yeah, fair play.
How about that match one, though, on Monday morning? Why don't you take everyone through that result? Because, yeah, the challengers won a game they kind of had no right to win. It's just be a wide down the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, the challengers, they made an incredible start against, of course, it was the
Arkin
Edge and Rising Stars.
Yeah.
And the Rising Stars were, I mean, 104 was posted by the challengers, and the Rising Stars was 70-odd for 3. They were cruising. They really were. And then came Nikhil Patil to bowl.
Yeah.
And his first over was okay, took a couple of wickets, but still they were well in front. And then it was the run out created by the bowler. Chance first. Let's talk about this. That's a really good catch taken by Akshay Jani. Nicely held, and they needed that breakthrough big time, didn't they? And it's Hasimat that will go. But what a good catch this is. And he's hit this well out of the middle. And he's going for 6, but just there behind the trees, you can see that the catch has been taken. So Hasimat will have to go, but he plays a good part in that partnership, a good partnership. And he leaving his team in a good position.
Yeah, it's actually hit it too well, hasn't he, really? He's just kind of clipped that, and it stayed in the air long enough. Nicely taken. And I think it's the captain. In fact, no, it's Dhani that takes the catch in the end. Akshay Dhani. Sanka, of course, captaining the side. But, yeah, they'll take the wicket, that's for sure, at this stage. Because overs 4 and 5 haven't been too kind to Cologne CC. Yeah, but there, the run out backing up. See, I think if Patil's bowling, you're on notice already as a batter. You know, you talk about like warning a batter.
Yeah.
I think, you know, the
warning's
there. Pre-done.
It's
You've
already
been
done.
warned.
Yeah, and it was quite amazing. So he gets the run out. Of course, it was previously known as man-can. We still refer to it as man-can.
Yeah,
but
it's just a nickname.
yeah, basically he runs out the non-striker, who was the batter that was in form. He was smashing the ball everywhere. So you got the key wicket. It was Abdeeb Askar, who was on 29 at 10 at the moment. He gets man-can when the score was on 72. Then after that, well, wickets tumbled like anything. And, well, they lost 5 wickets for 1 run and ended up being bowled out for 94.
Crazy. And the thing is, I remember the 9th wicket was down and they still needed about 30, but then there was a bit of a partnership, right? There was about a partnership of 20 or so.
About 19-run partnership.
Yeah, and they had two separate chances to win the game, didn't they, the challenges? They had a drop catch. There was also a Nathan Lyon-style run-out fumble at the bowler's end. But then third time lucky, they held it, and they held on to the points. So what a difference that makes, winning your first game versus losing it, especially in such a tense game like that. Well, last ball of the over. He leans back on this, and he gets plenty of height, and I think he's got the distance as well. Or does he? Yes, I think he has. Maximo Narayanan with the 6 to close out the over. 6 overs down now. It's 84 for 2.
Yeah, not a bad over there from Jagandeep Singh. He does break the partnership, does get a wicket. He'd be disappointed that the last ball gets swallowed away for 6 runs, because if it weren't for that, he was only on 4. 10 come off the over, picks up the wicket. And I think now, in terms of where the challengers can finish here, a lot depends on the captain, Rohit Narayanan. He's on 38 of, just 38 of just 13 deliveries. That's quite a good strike rate.
I want to say a big hello to everyone in the chat, including Jordan Stevens. He had a question: are the challengers their first team or their second team? But he's thinking they're the same club. No, these are different clubs. So you've got Cologne CC and you've got the Cologne Challengers. They are different clubs. So they're both. It's not two teams from the same club, which I know we do get sometimes.
Yeah.
But this isn't one of those situations. So you've got just good old genuine derby, as we have a big bit of spin here from Panwar. Spins it too much first up, and that'll be a wide. Yeah, so Jordan, hopefully you're enjoying the action so far. Ramesh said it was nice to hear a bit of Romanian from us. Well, Muchamesk to you, Ramesh. That's good length, isn't it, again, for that leg spinner. That time he gets it a bit more online and turns it past the bat.
Yeah, nicely done. This guy it's a good all-rounder. He had a mixed day with the ball when we saw him last, but with the bat he was pretty handy as well. So I think if Manav Panwar has a good day, then he should be getting some positive results as well. Look, we talked about that a crazy win for the challengers in the first match. Don't forget the second, as this one is blasted away and will be 4 runs. Another nice shot. So Gunta now in on the act. Nagagunta gets his first boundary.
And you're talking about match 2 against Bond Blue Stars, which almost resulted in a golden ball.
It was so close. They needed 10 of the last, and they got there. Of course, the scores there was the Bond Blue Star got 108 for 8, and then the Kern Challengers 109 for 5, winning off the last ball, and it was Amir Patale who was the player of the match with 38 of 25 for the ball. What a match.
Let me tell you what I was doing on Monday. I was at Hornchurch CC in England as a special guest of their club over the bank holiday weekend. This one just loses the battle with the wide line. And we were talking about you, and a lot of, I was actually, it was the under-13 semi-final. They just finished, and they were asking about you. And I said, well, Rico, you can listen to Rico right now. Yeah. And I flicked on the broadcast, and I think it was 108 with 1 ball to go. And that was a great time to tune in. As this is in the air, hasn't really got it. Bit of work for the fielder to come in, and he will take it. It's another upwards drop, and it's Dhani that takes the catch. This time he had to hit it full steam ahead, but he did. Gunter goes for 5, and the Challengers 90 for 3.
Another good catch from Dhani. He's on the boundary. The reason why he's there, I said this earlier this morning, you've got to get your best guys in the right positions. Look at the way he comes in, and he literally throws himself upwards at this ball, which creates it to be popping up. And he's able to take it on the second attempt. So well done, 90 for 3. So Dhani picks up another catch, and Gunter departs for 5. And that's what they need to do here, pick up wickets. And, well, that's nice one. Nice one for Panwar first thing in the morning.
Yeah, so the Challengers, like you said, they've been bringing the drama so far. We've had runs, we've had wickets so far in this innings. We've had catches. Corey's piped in with a very early random question, but I'll take it. Just spotted it in the chat. Well bowled by Panwar, by the way. I've liked his length. Again, that one I think, caught a wide. I don't know about this one. Again, we're looking straight into the sun, but where does it pass the crease is my question. Touch and go. I like his tactics, though, here, Panwar. This is hit pretty hard, but straight at the sweeper. That'll just be 1. So Corey says, would you rather wear size 5 shoes? Oh, no. Would you rather wear shoes 5 sizes too big for the rest of your life or always be wet? How does your mind work?
That's a very strange question.
I thought he said size 5 shoes, so I thought it was like you're jamming your feet in there when I first read it. Get pitched up. I like this, taking the pace right off and gives it a rip, doesn't he, Panwar? Gets a lot of side spin on the ball.
A bigger shoes, easy. I hate
bigger shoes.
Being wet all the time. Nah.
Would be pretty annoying walking around. But I suppose you could wear them. You could kind of modify them. You could put something in the toes.
But if you're always wet, your skin gets funny. You know, if you sit in the
There's
bath
times
too
I think-
long,
Like,
you know what happens?
I
You
don't get sick
shrivels
of
up,
being
everything-
wet.
Your skin all shrivels up.
All right, this is an edge. It's probably flying away. It'll test the outfield. It's going, and it is
Gone.
just going to reach the rope. Yeah, 4 runs. Donty, not convincing, but they'll take it. Challengers, end of the 7th. They're 97 for 3.
Yeah, 97 for 3. And, well, they've got, got to be looking at a 130 plus score here for sure. 3 overs to go. They've got wickets in hand. You've got an established batter out there now in their captain, Rohit Narayan. He's on 39 of 14. Hasn't had a lot of the strike. When you think about it, he opened the batting.
Yeah, you're
He's
right.
faced only 14 balls.
Yeah, you're right. 14 out of 42, so a third. He's
Yeah.
faced 2 balls and over. Let's have a look at the ECC groups, of course, that's coming up, and we are now 25 days away from the start of the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Okay, Corey is in the chat right now. He's also the Spanish coach. For how long? I don't know. He's actually lasted longer than he lasts in most countries.
Oi, that's not nice.
So
Yeah.
he
Corey,
will
I'll
be,
give him a thump for you. Just now.
he'll be in Group
There,
A.
I gave him one, Corey. That
Oh,
was for
well,
you.
that one might actually land in Spain because that's gone a long way. It's into the car park, I think. Maximo. Well, Narayanan may have not faced too much, but when he has, he's been pretty good. He moves up into the 40s.
Yeah, good hit, cracking shot. And the problem with Jagadeep has been, he's been pretty tight. He only went for 10 of his first over. He was hit for a big 6 though off the last ball of that, and now he starts with a big one. He's drifting down towards the leg stump. He's got to get the same length but outside the off.
Oh, gets it wrong again. Oh, this hits something on the way through. I think it might have been the pad. Narayanan, he's kicking himself. He's missed out on this. I thought for a second it might have flicked his glove, but it was probably pad. Let's have a look on the replay. Yeah, just flicks the top of the pad.
Missed opportunity though, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it really was.
Can Singh get it outside the off?
Yeah, he needs to sort out his line pretty quickly here.
That's
better.
okay. That's
Yeah,
good.
I mean,
That's a dot.
If you're going to err on the side of full. So, yeah, Julian saying, Derek always has wet feet, I imagine. Hello to Lance Vance and friends watching from Australia saying, let's go, Mr. Maximo time, yours truly. Well, that's very kind of you guys. Hopefully you're well. I'm guessing, what is it? It's Thursday night. I was going to say it's Friday night, but it's not. It's New Month Eve. So everyone, get it. We should make that a thing. It's 31st of August today. New Month Eve. Go and have some fun. This...
There's some noise.
Yeah, I thought I heard something as well,
There's
actually.
definitely some noise here.
Yeah, it's weird. If I was to hear an appeal here, oh, it looks really close.
Yeah.
But the keeper just didn't believe it.
Yeah, the bowler's up, but there's definitely some noise. I'm looking at this again. Well, what else could it be?
Normal, yeah. Nah, he's missed it.
Yeah,
It's just a
Yeah.
noise of something else. Well, this time he bounces it again, and it won't bounce on the field again. Maximo as Narayanan brings up his 50 off 19 balls. He's brought up the 100 during the over as well, and he's put the challengers in a very good position here in match 16.
Yeah, well batted indeed to the skip. He gets his half-century ball, Padanya Felicidades. And up in 50, Puri Kalli. And there's been a fantastic knock as well. It really has. Remember, and he will know it, of course, being the captain. He's about as short here with no Batale playing. So he's had to bat sensibly, but he's also had to score the runs, and he's done both so well. He's got his team now to a really good position with the ball to go in this, the 8th over. They've already got the 109 on the board, so they're well on course to go beyond that 130 score. Something in the region of 140 maybe,
Yeah.
140, 150 even.
Wait for this last ball, the over, which will be a dot. So it's a good finish. I think he had a bit of a journey, didn't he, over those 2 overs, Jagandeep Singh. After 8 overs, the score is 109 for 3. Tell you one thing I like about this competition. You kind of feel like any chase is possible, but any score is defendable to an extent. So we almost saw 156 chase down, 155 chase down last night. That was a crazy one. But then also, we have seen scores around the 100 defended at times as well, just like in match number 1. So if you're going to win, you've got to play well, and you kind of got to play well on both facets of the game. Corey liked my little joke, saying that he's lasted a long time as the Spanish head coach. And I think Mosa asking when is the full competition. I think you're talking about the Euros of cricket, which is the ECC. It starts on September 25. And I put that in the chat as well. And Corey says he wants to coach you and me full time. Well, I'll tell you what, you'd have a very short tenure doing that. Here's Sankar, the skip up to bowl over number 9. He'll just bowl the one over. This is called wide. They've been super tight on the wide. Now, how they normally umpire is if the ball must be completely inside the line. See, that one for me is probably a good call because it's not completely inside the line. It's mostly inside the line. But that's the kind of consistency that you're looking for in white calls in such a short match.
Yes, so Sanka.
Brings it back a little bit, but he'll pay the price. Maximo! And Donty goes donk. Take that. Into the bushes, 6 runs.
Nice stuff. And this is what they've got to do here. Remember, so many wickets in hand. If he's not hitting the boundary, then he's got to give the strike back to his captain, Rohit Narayanan, who's been in splendid form this morning. Okay, Sanka, what can he do about the last one? Well, this is what he can do. He can go full, and he hits the stumps. A dot ball, and that's a bonus. There's a Donty, just tries to give himself a little bit of room by moving towards the leg side, but he leaves the void, and the bowler gets through it, knocks him over, juggling with this style, and a good wicket to get because the new batter will have to be on strike.
Yeah, you're right. And I suppose, does the right thing, swings the bat. They've got wickets in hand. He's just come off a 6. Donty, that's the end of him for now. 116 for 4, 10 balls remaining. This will bring Sanjay Nanda to the crease at number 6.
Yes, Sanjay Nanda. Yeah, Donty does okay. Look, he scores 11 off 3 balls before ball number 4 gets him. And that's what you want the batters to be doing here now. Not hanging around, no dot balls, just getting on with it. Let's see what Sanjay Nanda can do.
Yeah, so it's a race to the finish now. At 139 pace at the moment. That'd take some chasing, but Sanka's trying to change the narrative. Interesting, he's only giving himself the 1 over in this game as well. And he's very focused on staying outside the off stump. This one's just dabbed away, and it's going to go for 4. Well, remarkable timing from Nanda, given the circumstances. I think Sanka, he's been bowling mostly Yorkers. This one's not quite one, but a nice bit of, watching the ball, nice bit of placement from the batter there.
Yeah, beautiful shot. It just goes to show what we always say. Yeah, clubbing the ball and hitting it hard. Yeah, that works, but timing it and caressing it like that as well, and using the timing and precision, that works pretty well as well. That's effective as well. That's a lovely shot. 120 on the board, Vinny.
Now this is slashed away as well. They've got a bit more protection down there, but it's not going to matter. He's going to overrun the ball, and it's going to be 4. Once again, there's more turn, I think, on the outfield than the pitch sometimes here in Krefeld, and that one has completely diddled the deep third fielder.
Look at the way he's saying, well, what do you want me to do? That ball, idhar chal gayi. And he says it a few times as well.
Problem is, if you play for now, fielding there can be difficult. If you play for that spin, then you can bet it'll just skid off straight, and then you won't field it anyway. So you kind of got to make a decision. I think this one's going to be a wide as well. Now, there's a lot of chat about, the wides being harsh, and all you're looking for is consistency. Yeah. Now, I know there probably have been 1 or 2 that I think has been called that haven't been, but that's an example. In ECN cricket, if you touch that wide line at all, you're going to get called for a wide. So it doesn't matter if it's 1% of the ball, it's going to be, the idea is it's going to be consistent. You've got to get the whole ball inside the tram line when the ball passes the crease. So now in a lot of T20 cricket, there'll be a bit more friendly to the bowlers and give them the line. But because this is such a short game, you don't want to encourage overly defensive bowling out there either.
You don't want it to become negative.
Yeah.
Right, ball to go from Sanka. 1 ball between the 2 captains. Let's see. Oh, it's a Gundy. And that's a shocking delivery. The attempted slower ball, well, he gets hit for 4. It's going to be a minimal because this will be a no ball. Well, he tries to be clever, doesn't he, Sanka, and says he's not expecting a slower one. Well, he probably wasn't expecting a Gunda full toss like that, but he gets put away and they have to bowl another. Yeah,
I mean, that's shoulder height. Sanka's been pretty good with his control, but this one just completely loses the plot, really. 3 hits come Narayana to 55, and he's thinking large again. And he'll smack it. Oh, stand and deliver job from Narayanan, who's really come out of the box here. End of the 9th, all happening in the 9th and the challenges. 137 for 4 after 9.
Yeah, so as we said, they'll be wanting 140 plus, and they're there. And they're going to be there, aren't they? Well, that was a top shot, wasn't it? But, well, Sanka is probably regretting the option to go for the slow one. Gets it completely wrong and gets smashed away. Hey, question for you. We're going to see another 5 today? Me, I'll tell you what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's going to be batters there. I think a batter is going to go on and score big runs.
Yeah, but we haven't seen a century yet, have we?
No,
in Krefeld, and maybe today's the day. We have seen the 6-6s before. It was Aritharan Vasikaran back in 2021.
Hey, is it right that the guy who bowled the ball, isn't he now an umpire, never played cricket again?
I don't want to embarrass him, but let's just say he was very upset.
Yeah, but it's true, right?
Yeah.
Is he here?
not going to talk anymore about it.
Okay.
Here's the 10th over. Yeah, it's a good ball first up. Darnie coming back.
You haven't seen too many. I mean, even yesterday we saw that almost an incredible run chase, but bowlers are not bowling this length. They're not getting the length right. They're not getting the ball in the blocker. When you bowl a ball like that, you're not going to hammer it to the boundary.
Yorkers are the superfood of short form cricket. You know, I know if you miss them, it can be trouble, but I just think that kind of ball there, what are you meant to do with it? Can you do it again? See? Again, pretty close. It almost hits the sawdust. That would have been amazing. Now they want to, and it should be a run out. I think it will be a run out.
Oh, well, it's going to be a wipe out.
It's a run out and a wipe out, you're right. But that's all about getting Narayanan back on strike. I thought maybe they could have gone keeper's end and tried to nail him down. That's really good unselfish stuff by Nanda, who reads the situation. He knows he's dispensable and says, look, yeah, come on, come back. I've got you covered. And yeah, he's run out by a fair bit. And actually talked about the Autobahn. I think he was speeding there, wasn't he, Nanda? Who can't quite handle it.
It's a good job the sawdust was there. Otherwise, he would have come all the way into us, I think.
Yeah, it was a nice grippy fall for him. It was 139 for 5. And that was all about Narayanan getting back on strike. But also pretty good bowling from Darnie, I think. Again, pretty much a Yorker. Probably a very low full toss, but that's where you want to be.
The batter makes his way out there. And, well, it's Kushuk. We saw him batting higher up the order when we saw him last. The wicketkeeper batter. Oh, well, this is why he wanted to get on strike. And this one belongs to the man who gets one out. This 6 belongs to Nanda because he was the unselfish batter who knew it was the right thing to do. We don't see a lot of that, even though we should. He sacrifices his wicket so Narayana can smash the next ball for a big 6.
Well, Narayanan should give half those runs to Nanda because he created that situation. Good team play. 68 and counting, 3 to come now. And Darnie gets driven again, just misses York and gets blasted through the gap. So he's just missed his spots a couple of times with devastating consequences, hasn't he, Darnie? As Narayanan races into the 70s.
That's a beautiful shot. It's been a really good, classy innings. I mean, we both said it and we clocked it. He didn't have a lot of the strike early on, but once he's on strike, when he gets on strike, as he managed to get on strike here, thanks to Nanda, this is what he does. 72 of just 25 deliveries. Now they're a couple of... a run away with 2 balls to go from the 150.
That should bring it up. This is going to be straight, and it's going to be 1 bounce 4. So Narayanan moves to 76. Again, you go back about 3 minutes, and Nanda basically running himself out to get Narayanan off strike. It's paid dividends since then. We've gone 6-4-4. Challenges.
Well, that was the last ball. I thought there was 1 still to go, but there is 1 still to go because now they're walking back.
It's not over yet.
Okay, we're starting the next innings, the second innings now. Okay, there was 1 ball to go. Well, maybe they think they're so confident they think it's enough. They wanted to declare, maybe. So can't be doing that. Not allowed. All right, 1 ball to go. He'll be hitting this to the boundary as well. That's the idea.
He's helping getting his gloves back on. How tight are these inners?
Hey, look at these spiders. Be careful of the spiders today, by the way. They are
I've already
everywhere.
felt a couple.
Have you seen the bite Housey's got?
Yeah, Housey's got a nasty one. I think he's almost lost a finger.
His hand is twice the size.
Yeah, they tend to like my glasses. I've got to be careful. All right. So
you need to get those wipers that that Wakas has ordered.
All right, here we go. Time to go for broke. And they won't advance the score. So Narayanan will finish not out on 76. Kind of caught up, didn't he? Because he didn't have any of the strike early on. I had about 2 balls and over, but he got most of it late in the piece. And he's the architect of this very healthy score. 155 for 3 for the challengers in the first innings of the day. 154 for Colne CC. To chase in the derby, it was a similar chase to last night. We know that turned out to be a very entertaining match.
Yeah, and I think this one could be as well. But it was all about the 2 openers early on, wasn't it? I think Noel Odvin, he played some lovely shots as well. But Rohit Narayan, from the moment he got out there, his timing was perfect. He was hitting the ball. And if you're going to have a look at his wagon wheel, you'll see that he hit the balls all over the park. That was the early wicket. That was the Shinka taking a good catch to give Likon a wicket. That was the end of Adavin. But then we saw Hasimrat come out, and he played a very good innings as well. And that's what happened. All the batters that came in made small contributions, but quick contributions, while Rohit Narayan, the captain, went on and put the big score on the board. Another good catch there from Darnie coming in from the boundary. Nicely taken. So, but like I say, one wicket goes, another guy comes out and does the same thing, just hits boundary straight away, and that was a way to do it. So Jagandeep was a little bit too short and a little bit leg-side-ish really, and that's why batters were able to get him away. And that was a nice one, a nice delivery.
Just,
get a wicket nice full and straight.
I was going to say with Narayana, I mean, congratulations to him. It's actually his first 50 on the network. I was a bit surprised to see that, but in his 18th match, he brings up his first 50, and he certainly looks like he could get a few more in this series. He looked very organised, didn't he? Now, this was critical. I think this actually got them about 12 runs net just by getting Narayana back on strike, because then he goes 6-4-4 over the next 3 balls. And yeah, if you don't do that, then maybe you cost yourself more opportunities to get boundaries. So yeah, well done to Rohit with his maiden ECN 50. And you don't often see the 150 odds chased down, although we have seen it a few times this year. Narayana, the architect, like I said, 76 off 27 with 7 Maximos and 7 4s in there, with some good support from Hasimrat 20 and Aravind 15 early in the piece, and a couple of quick little cameos from Donti and Nanda too. Yeah,
that was the key thing when you look at the balls faced. I mean, those guys there, look, 4 balls, but they made them count, and also they made sure that the key man, the captain, Rohit Narayan, got on strike as well. So well played to them. Have a look at the bowling figures. I think with the exception of 1 or 2 bowlers, they just didn't bowl the right length. They didn't bowl the right length, and they got carted away.
Yeah, let's get ready then for the second innings. We'll be back in just a few minutes, and it'll be 154 for Clone CC in the derby to pull off a dramatic victory. Well, it has been bringing the drama so far, Krefeld. Join us to see if they can pull it off after this break. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We'll see you very shortly for more European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Krefeld, just outside of Düsseldorf in Germany. It's day 4 of this European Cricket Series, and so far we've had a lot of action already on today's broadcast with 153 runs scored by the Cologne Challengers in the Cologne Derby. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Rico Full with me, and 154 will be the target for Cologne CC. They're going to have to bat pretty well, but as we saw last night, I mean, these chases are possible on this ground.
Well, let me tell you this. The first time we saw Cologne CC this year, they won their first match against Ryan Ruhr Sports. How many did they score? 153.
Yeah. Well,
so
if they get 153 now,
that will be handy. We go to a golden ball. But then after that, unfortunately, they then lost to the Boosters, who were in great form. Looking forward to seeing them again. And then they also lost to this team that made a debut, PSV Aachen, and we're going to see them again today as well. So we're going to see both those sides, but really, they can do this. We know that it can, but I think they've got to have the key players. They've got to perform. And I've got to say that one man that they really are going to miss, and probably the reason he's not playing, he picked up a bit of an injury last time around, was Mohammed Shafiqullah Kadeem. He batted beautifully, made a 70 himself.
He batted so well, didn't he?
But he picked up that injury when he was bowling, so he's obviously got an injury to his ankle, not in the side in this one, so they're going to miss him.
We have these two teams, both from Cologne, of course, which is around about an hour and a half away from where we are right now. But it's the first time they've actually met in the European Cricket Series in their 3rd year, as they were in the separate groups the last 2 years. Here's Donthi to get us going. And his chases a wide one first up, and he's going to get 4. So, yeah, slashing. Bit of luck for Dani, but he is off the mark.
Yeah, he's off the mark. And that's what they've got to do here. They've got to be positive, try and get themselves a good power play. You got the captain, Sasanka Sanka, who's at the non-strikers. And he played a good innings as well last time we saw them. And first time we saw him, he was sort of very much a runnable. I think he made a runnable 14 or something, and he didn't look very dangerous or aggressive. But the next time, well, he was blasting the ball pretty well. So he's somebody that can turn it on as well.
And these two guys can both smash it, no doubt about it. It's straight, looks a bit high to me, climbing over the top, I think. So could come back from the bowler.
I got Shabash, it will come. That's what they're saying there. So maybe it will. Yeah, just need to have a good start here. Power play is important.
This is going to be called a wide. There's been a discussion about this before. Again, you know, the wide rules are harsh, but they're normally consistent. So does this grab a little bit of that wide line, swings late, and yeah, it does. That's a good call. It's a really good call. About half the ball was on the line when it passed the crease. So just swinging a bit too much there from Donthi. Well, this one doesn't swing at all. It's a tough one for the keeper because all the others did swing. This one doesn't. It's going to be 5 wides and a bonus for Cologne CC.
Yeah, it's going to be a minimal. That's what you need. So you need something. You need things to go your way. That'll do nicely. 5 from nothing, and you get an extra ball as well. Yeah, Sasanka Sanka made 59 of 19 deliveries. He was the only batter really to get going in that defeat to PSV Aachen. So he can do it. And well, he's going to have to do the same way that Rohit did as well for the opposition. Going to need to play a captain's innings.
Flying power play will make all the difference as well. If they can get 50 or so in the first 3, get ahead of the rate, and you don't want to be chasing more than the original rate. That's the key in these kind of chases. If you fall behind, it's really tough to catch up, even if you bat really well, like we saw last night. That's well bowled. That one does swing back, straightens down the line. It'll just be a single. This will bring Sasanka Sanka on strike, and he's a player. I've seen him for a little while now. First saw him actually playing for the MTV Stallions. And that was up in Kiel before. Although with Stallions, we have seen round the traps a little bit. Hello to all the Stallions guys.
That's the place I'd like to go back to.
Kiel.
Really, nice. That was a really good venue, wasn't it? And a lovely part of Germany as well.
Real wide again, swinging too much. Yeah, the horses nearby.
Yeah.
We had a really nice time there. Of course, we can't get around everywhere these days. We're doing around about 20 European Cricket Series a year. So about 20 different locations or so. And this is high. It's going to get through everyone. It's a very fine deep third fielder. Go down as a bye, actually. So you can see he's having a bit of a rough one so far. It's Kashik Karanam He's up to the stumps. I do like that attacking move. You know, it keeps the batters honest. There are some negatives about doing it, so I think that's why they've got the fielder there, just patrolling, making sure if it does get past the keeper, it may not go to the boundary. Now this is high in the air, but there's no fine leg, so it'll drop safely. And they will run hard. He's really motoring back there, Darnie. Good to see him running hard, getting 2.
A lot of talk about wet shoes. That's good. Rob Thompson started it off. He's saying spiders are attracted to us wearing wet shoes, so we've got no chance because our shoes are wet.
Yeah.
The only thing we could do, we could get
I've got wet socks. I've definitely got wet socks. And these shoes are normally, they're pretty water repellent, these shiny orange numbers I've got on today, but you know the feeling when you feel your toes.
The water's got through.
Yeah.
You're going to have spiders all over you. So you're going to attract the spiders. I'll just get a towel and stand on that. Keep my shoes dry.
Well, that's the ball that's in the air. It's mishit. And it's a tough catch. They're going back, and they're not going to get there. Never easy running with the flight. And that's Aravind with the Subramanian, who couldn't quite get it. Also, he had another fielder coming towards him. Never looked confident. End of the over. And Clone CC, they get what they need off the first at 16 without loss.
Yeah, he almost gets there, but he can't. You do well with those long names. I tell you what, I reckon we had the longest name ever in Dresden. Did you see that one?
Oh, yeah. Go on, give it to us again.
Now, you could go and find
218
you could
matches.
go and find it. But, yeah, I mean, 218, that's what you're saying.
It wasn't longer than Tarani Tarantana Balasingham, though, was it?
It was, how many letters was it? 17, I think.
A one word is 17.
Yeah, 17 is his surname.
I remember seeing it on the fantasy dashboard. Just
Charlie
squeezing
did
it
very
in.
well with it, I have to say. But yeah, it was a bit of a tongue twister, to say the least. So, okay, well, the man that we just mentioned, Aravind, is going to bowl the next over. So the score 16 of the first. So I suppose you've got to say they're where they need to be at the moment.
Yeah, you're exactly right there. But can they keep going on with it? This is short, not really timed. Darnie won't get a run here. 8 off 6. He's had the strike, hasn't done a lot with it so far. But I mean, you always back a team with 150 plus on the board. You need someone to play a big individual contribution, a bit like Jamshed Khan did last night.
Yeah.
For the Black Caps. Even then it wasn't enough. Some good away movements. Certainly just swinging around a bit.
Yeah, I'm liking the keeping. I mean,
Yeah.
have a look at the keeping of Kushik. I mean, I don't think you've seen him before. He was very tidy behind the stumps. He makes a big difference.
Yeah, and he's had a bit of a tough time so far with one ball going down the leg side, not really reacting how he thought. And then there's another one that bounced a little bit past him. But yeah, I always like to see keepers up to the stump, especially on this. The bounce is really consistent. There's a little edge, though. It's going to get past the keeper. And it's going to be 4 in the end. It's a diving attempt from Nanda down there on the boundary. So, well, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. I think that's the situation here as Colin CC get another 4.
Yeah. I don't think, does he get anything on this or is that wide? See that again. I think that might be wide. Didn't quite see the signal from the umpire, but that's certainly, yeah, it was 5 wides. There's another minimo. So we've had 2 minimos in the innings already. That's 10 runs from nowhere and an extra ball. That certainly helps.
Yeah, it really does.
Now this one's down the leg side. What has the umpire called here? I think it. Well, he's.
Yeah, I thought there was a ledge on that last one. Didn't realise it was 5 wide, so just a lot of movement there.
Yeah, it was big time movement. And that one he gets lucky. He gets a bit of something on this. Maybe the thigh pad, which is sticking out big time. Have a look at the way his thigh pad sticks out. Have a look at this.
I like big
really
thigh pads, and I cannot lie. As this is hit into the gap, that'll be 4. So it certainly is a pretty good start at the moment for Clone CC, isn't it? As they move up to 26 off just an over and a half.
Yeah, don't forget 10 of those have come from 2 sets or 5 wide. So they haven't done themselves any favours here, the challengers at the moment.
Yeah, so just kind of going with the movement. When that swing is kind of from the hand, then as a batter you can start playing for it with a new ball a little bit. So it's sometimes more danger if you swing it later and not as much. It's a more subtle movement. 10 off the first half of this over. Semi-magical. A little bit short and pounded. It's a really good shot. He's all over that like a rash. A little bit short of a length. Maximo! Darnie getting moving.
This is a really good shot, and it sounds epic as well, doesn't it? It's short, and he's onto it so quickly. He picks the length quick, and he hammers this. It's a big hit. And the bowler, well, Advent, is looking around now and saying, well, I don't know. They're making a few changes in the field. It looks like they might be keeping one man out on the leg side boundary. Well, he's coming in at the moment. So, no, they're not. The over 16 have come from it. There's still 2 balls to go. Remember, 16 came with the first, so at the moment they're going well ahead where they need to be.
Exactly right. What a good power play. I mentioned throughout the number about 50. We're on track for that at the moment. Now this is up. It's in the air. Again, it's going to fall safely. Finds a pocket of space. They should get 2. They will get 2. A little bit fortunate that the fielder isn't out there, but I suppose you only have 2 fielders in the outfield in the power play, so it's worth taking your chances. It's hard to believe Sanka's only faced the 1 ball in this game so far, but at the other end, done. He's 20 off 10 now.
Still a ball to go in this one, so at the end, it's not gone the way he's wanted. Can he get a good one in? And
Thick edge, yeah, and that's one that has been fielded in that position. There's a lot of spun past that deep third fielder, haven't they? But that'll be the end of the over, and guess what?
Yeah.
Darnie steals the strike again. He's going to get done for burglary. 35 when that loss after 2.
Captain ain't going to mind. He's going to say, look, if you're going the way you are, keep on going. We don't need to change anything. The team that need to make a change is the Challengers. They want to break this partnership pretty quickly and start getting a few tidy overs in, because they haven't lost a match so far. Won their first 2 matches. They're against Kern CC, on the other hand, won their first and then lost the next 2. They were desperate for this point. But look at that table, Vinny, already. Look how many teams. You've got the 5 teams there and the same number of points at the top of the table. It's getting a little congested up there.
You certainly earn your spot in the finals, I think, in the European Cricket Series in 2023. In the past, sometimes we've had, you know, for example, last time we were here, 8 of the 10 teams get to play in the finals. But those days are over now. We're talking 4 out of 11. So you're really rewarding the teams that have played well over the initial stages, as we have Nikhil Patil bowling. And you know what that means, Rico? I'm on amber alert. I'm not leaving my crease at the non-striker's end, because he isn't afraid to take the bails off. And apart from that, he did take 6 wickets as well in that opening match on Monday morning.
I think it was when I spoke to him afterwards, said, oh, well done, congratulations, took 6. He said, I didn't take 6, I just took 5. And a man cat. I said, no, you took 6. He didn't know himself. Well, that's Gundy.
Well, you know that, you know, you're having a good day as a bowler when you're losing count of how many wickets you've taken. You know you're having a very good day. Yeah,
well, when you think about it, I think he took the 6. He obviously got all the credit for the run out created at the bowler's end. But then he also was involved in another run out where he threw the ball in. So he was involved in 8 of those wickets. Well, this one is going to be 4. It's a good hit and a nice one to be played. It was still in the power play. That's why this is a good shot from Sanka. He just gets it over the infielder. And once that goes over Narendra Jonty, is going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, didn't really time it there, but got enough. This outfield's surprisingly fast. I mean, they're mowing it pretty much constantly.
Yeah.
But it grows back so fast. We see it every day next to the boundary rope. And this is mistimed and right off the end of the bat, I think, from Sanka. So, I mean, it's not easy, because Sanka, this is the 3rd over where if you've still got your openers in, they're normally feeling a bit more confident and they can really attack this 3rd over with just the 2 outfielders out. But Sanka, pretty much he's as fresh as you get, having only faced, I think, 1 ball in the first 2 overs. Now they put the mid-off back as one of the outfielders. So deep cover, long off back. So it goes across the line, it goes well. Maximo! It's got a little bit of length there from Patel, who goes the journey.
Yeah, well, you might as well add a few more to the scoreboard. 6 of them, in fact. That's a nice shot. I like the way he gets his feet involved. He keeps his shape, doesn't he?
Can I tell you something, though?
Go on.
Whenever Patil gets hit for a boundary, I go from amber alert to red alert at the non-strikers end.
Do you think Dante here
because
could
I
be in a bit of
think
danger?
if you hit him for a boundary, it's going to get him a bit more mad.
Yeah. Darnie, watch out. Watch out, Darnie.
Darnie better be paying attention.
Darnie
He's actually not moving.
Look at him. He's not moving. This would be a wide. Yeah. Good take from the wicket keeper.
Yeah, and look at number 3, which is Darnie at the non-strikers end. Now, he's a statue. He had cobwebs growing on him, I think, because he wasn't moving at all. So, I mean, that's the thing. Especially, it's the Cologne derby. They know each other, right? So
They know each other really well. Yeah, Koshik does really well. They're behind the stumps. And now that is into the stumps. Oh, what a great stop.
Great effort.
What a great stop. I mean, once he realizes that the catch isn't on, he says, okay, he's not getting past me, so he puts the legs together and slides in with his feet to stop this ball getting past him. That's good. Great fielding this.
On a ground like this, where, I mean, even if he misses this, it's probably not going for 4 because of how soft the surface is. And you can go for more of those. I think you're not necessarily risking a 4 to go for a catch. So I think that's really good decision making. Last ball, the power play coming up. And they will get the 50 with this, but how many will it be? It'll be 4. So Darnay moves to 26. And Clone CC, they get what they wanted out of the power play. They're 53 without loss.
Yeah, they certainly do. They're up and about. And come on, everybody, bring it on. Looks like we're going to get another spectacular run chase here. And, I mean, let's just focus a little bit what we saw yesterday. Wasn't that last match yesterday? It's the only one that went the 10 overs, and we're glad it did because it was a sensational match.
So the first... Yeah, so at one stage, I think they needed 108 off 5 overs, and we said, good luck, because that's basically 216 pace, right? Yeah. They needed 108 of 5. They ended up with 101. And they should have really done it. They got it down to, I think, 9 off the last over.
They needed 9 of the last, and they had, of course, the key man, Jamshid Khan, who made 86 and 23, and despite ending up in the losing side, still quite rightly was the player of the match. But what an innings it was from him. He hit everything clean. But big shout out to the captain, though, of Spartan, Mohammed Asif. He held his nerve to bowl that last over, and he didn't give the 9 away. They win by 6 runs, so he only gave 3 runs away of the over, and he took 2 wickets.
Yeah, it was an incredible match, and we're going to get plenty more incredible matches, that's for sure. I mean, I think we've gone well over the 1,000 matches for the year now, and we're heading for something like 1,600, 1,700 matches for the year. So ECN, if you just found us, settle in, because we've still got plenty more to come in season 2023. 4 months, 3.5 months at least left in the season as we see this ball get past the outside edge. So 2 dots, and this is Goganeni, who is the new bowler. And Gopi has gotten a couple of dots, which just help bring things back. Sanka again, missing out a couple of times, just trying the dab there. I think he looks very comfortable when the ball's very pitched up. Some of those kind of length balls outside off stump, he's just kind of dabbing at, and he's missed out twice now. Same kind of a ball. You see here, doesn't really want to go through with a shot to that kind of a length, but he does get out the way, so it's back to Darnay.
Darnay now up against Gopi. Goganani, who sets his field. Let's have a look at that field here now. You've got 2 men on the leg side. Got a very wide long on, and also I would say a man who's sort of between square mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's always going to go for that. He's mistimed it. In the end, doesn't even get out of the infield, just a single. So this is really good work from Goganeni so far. But as we saw earlier, for example, with some of the spin, we saw Sangre Safi, for example, bowling mostly a good over, but then it just got away with 1 or 2 balls. So a crucial couple of balls coming up here.
Yeah, Panwar was the same, wasn't he? Bowled pretty nicely, but then did go for a few as well. But this is a nice start at the moment from Goganani.
Short top edge, and this has to be a keeper's catch. Karanam is going back, and he'll drop it. Oh, well, I mean, he made the ground, didn't he? He was on the long march. Yeah. And in the end, I think it actually kind of blows back at him a bit. Might have just got him in the collarbone. That was a definite opportunity to get rid of Sasanka Sanka.
Yeah, because he won't like watching this again because he knows he should have taken it, but he never gets the ball in his gloves, and I think it sort of rolls down his arms into his chest and down it goes. So that's a huge opportunity.
They're not as easy as they look. I mean, you're having to move, your head's moving around. It's a steepler. He did have the gloves, and he knows he should have held on to it. As it is, it'll be a single back to Darnay, who wants to cash in last ball. The over gets a slow ball, deposits it. Maximo! Well, sliding doors, how that might have been different if that had been taken, because it would have meant the new batter was on strike. Instead, it was Darnay who smokes it out of the ground, and that will also take us to the end of the over. 62 without loss.
Yeah, huge moment though. Sanka being dropped there on 12. We know that well, he just started to get going himself, didn't he, when he hit a huge 6. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that one. But yeah, Kushik will be disappointed that he hasn't taken that. And look where they are They are above that red line. And if they stay above that, they win the match, and it ends up being an incredible run chase. I think it'll be another one of this score, 153. Haven't we had? Well, the score that was 154. So of course this is a 154 chase. So this one not the 153 off, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think you're right, exactly right there. As far as that being a popular target.
Dante comes on, and he's going to get hit, but the fielder's got a chance here, and he takes it. They get the breakthrough, so the partnership of 62 comes to an end. And, well, Sanka looks like he's the man that's going to have to depart. And probably to the delight, you'd have to say, of the wicketkeeper, as Kushik now knows that at least that drop only cost just the one run. So it's the end of the captain, who scores 13 of the 10 balls that he faces, but he leaves his team in a very good position.
He does, and you can just tell it wasn't happening for Sanka, was it? Was it really? I mean, he's a very good player, but he didn't really have the fluency that we see from him sometimes. So he does get out the way, and the first wicket falls, 62 for 1. And so yeah, he did go down, he got dropped, but then the very next ball he faces, he provides another opportunity. This is Deepak Demiwal now coming out at number 3. So just keep an eye on that run rate. At the moment, they're 62. They'd want to be kind of high 70s to stay up with the rate at the end of this over. It's the thing with these big run chases. Just have kind of one over where it's quiet, and next minute you're chasing something point and no return or above. I mean, the last over was a pretty good one from Hoganani. Went for 9, but remember 6 of those came off the last ball. So the highest chasers, like we said, come back to that in a second. So this is another ball that's heading down the leg side. That'll just be a single, so Demiwal's off the mark. Yeah, but have a look at those highest chasers, and actually those two are on the graphic together because they both chased in 9.2. Yeah. We've had more chases that were exactly 154, but they weren't achieved quite as quickly as 9.2. So, okay. I mean, it has been done a few times, the 154, but if they can do it here in 9.2 or less, they'll get on the Hall of Fame. I think right now they'd be happy to do it regardless, as this is hit out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. That's in the censored part of the ground. You know, they used to have those magazines, they'd have the sealed section. I mean, do they still have those anymore?
What are you asking me? I wouldn't
like in
know.
Cosmopolitan, they used to have the sealed section.
I would not know. Anyway.
Are there still magazines? Someone tell us in the chat, please. Tell me well.
Get the ball, and this should go all the way. I think it's a case of manos arriba, arbitro. And well, you need manos arriba to get hold of some of those magazines you're talking about, Vinny. I don't know if they still exist.
Do you know the other thing is I used to like in the magazines, sometimes when they had the pages that stuck together, it was the ones where it would be like a fragrance. Do you remember that?
I was just about to say, I wonder why they're stuck together.
No, and it would be like, you know, a perfume commercial, and you could actually smell it.
Yeah.
And
you still get those in the lady magazines. You still get those.
I've got no, we don't have L's anymore. I've got Helena in my ear. She knows. Yeah, she remembers those. She said she remembers them, but she hasn't seen them in quite a while. Another wide down the leg side. Yeah. The conversation that in the background is one that won't be going to air, but I certainly do remember.
You still get them. You still do.
You can. All right. Oh, this is a nice bit of keeping, but I don't think the batter leaves home.
Well, you don't get often these days. You know, when you buy a cologne or something, an aftershave or whatever. Yeah. Before you used to get a few little sample bottles as well, different ones there.
Yeah, that's right.
You don't get that anymore.
Occasionally, if I'm lucky on the plane, they'll give you a few samples.
When you travel back, you know, easier to carry. Yeah, you still definitely get those in the magazines. I know that because obviously in my bar, I put out a selection of magazines for the clients, and the magazines for the women's magazines have those samples in. And I have to say this as well: those magazines are read more by men than they are by women.
Oh yeah, sure. That's how we learn things. As we get to the end of the 5th over, and the score is 72 for 1. So do you remember overs 4 and 5 in the first innings? How they just went out of control.
Yeah.
And the score went from something 30-odd, and it screamed up. I'll give you the exact numbers if you like. In the first innings, over 4 and 5 went for 20 and 18. This 4 and 5 It actually went for a lot less, just 9 and 10.
Thing is, though, as we have a look at our upcoming events, I mean, we are here, of course, in Krefeld. We got, well, this week and one other to do. We also have the ECIs as well. ECIs are going to be amazing. Netherlands and Belgium taking part. Then, of course, you'll go to Rome, won't you? I won't have an Italian adventure this year. I'll have a bit of a break, but you'll see me back for the big one, the Euros of cricket. And talking about big one, that was big as well. That's 6 on the offside. And that's what they need to go back to. They've got wickets in hand. They've got to play the shots. They've got to be brave. And that'll do nicely.
So you need 15 and over in general. We'll come back to that in a second. But yeah, I'm just going to talk a bit about after the ECC. So Croatia for 2 weeks. Malta's now almost 3 weeks. And then we'll have Spain for 3 weeks. And so we've extended those a little bit. So you can have a bit more of a look at those teams. And we'll actually start the Spain adventure with the ECI instead of finishing it. Just something a little bit different. That's on the schedule at the moment. Now, this is a hanging full toss. I think this is a no ball, you know. And it's going to be caught. But I think they'll leg it out. And to be honest, it looked high, didn't it? Anytime you see a batter pulling a full toss.
Well, they're going to have to look at it. I mean, not much pace on it.
The
Is it on
umpire
the
feels
downward?
it's a no ball. He puts his hand out and he kind of says, yeah. See, for me, yeah, it's coming down. He's half a step out of his crease. I think it'll be called because, I mean, the benefit of these ones normally go to the batter. He hits it just above the waist. It might be dripping to the waist, maybe just below, but it's a 50-50. It'll be called.
Yeah.
And that's kind of, it's consistent with how the umpiring's been.
Yeah. I think if you took a step back there, the batter, and you kept the ball at the descending mode that it's in, it still would have been there or thereabouts.
Yeah, I mean,
I think you got to call him.
Might have hit him in the box, which is just below the waist. But I mean, I just think the spirit of that rule is you shouldn't be bowling full tosses that high.
Yeah.
So we got a free hit coming up. And he does hit it, and doesn't get it into the gap though, so it'll just be a single.
Yeah, interesting field set. They're sticking with this field. I would be inclined to put one more in on that leg side, so have a slightly straighter long on, have a orthodox mid wicket in there, because that's where a lot of these.
Yeah,
these
if you can
shots are
find
being
one.
played.
I mean, they've got 2 kind of backward points.
Yeah.
You can maybe sacrifice one of those and have a mid wicket in. But then I suppose then you got 5 on the leg side, and people are saying, hey, you got 5 on the leg side. Where are you trying to bowl? I want to encourage guys to bowl outside the off stump. What I was going to say, though, overs 4 and 5 went for 9 and 10. When you need 15 and over, you've basically lost 10 runs of where you need to be, getting about 10 and over instead of 15. You've got to find those somewhere. So now you're talking about you need your 15 plus an extra 5 and over, or something like that down the stretch. You're kind of banking on getting a magical over, and they're hard to just make happen, aren't they? Demiwal, though, he's looked pretty good. 15 off 7. Goganani, 3 to play here. Gets hit, and it's away from the infield. A long chase there for Donti. And ball pulls up enough. That's good running. They'll get through for 2. I've got to say, the running between the wickets has been pretty good this morning.
Yeah, from all the teams, I have to agree with you there. I think they're understanding the importance of taking those singles as well. And pushing on hard to try and get the 2s. And, well, we know you push hard on the single, 1 could quite easily become 4.
Yeah, you're right.
We saw that yesterday. That's another one that could be going viral.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that one again. And this is a slightly slower ball, I think, from Goganeni. And a valuable dot. And rates gone up to in the 16s now. And as far as that no ball call, I mean, it's a dicey one. It's line ball. I know he comes forward, but basically the reason for that law or the playing condition is it's dangerous to bowl full tosses in an area at pace that it's not covered. So you got your pads on, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, even if you can argue maybe it was below the waist of the crease, but I mean it's creating a dangerous situation. So if there's any doubt at all, they get called no balls. And I don't. Even the fielders, they didn't really appeal because they felt that it was a no ball.
Yeah.
You know, and to be honest, the waist is probably a bit high to judge it. Because, yeah, slightly below the waist, there's some pretty delicate areas as we get to the end of the 6th over. Turns out to be an okay one from Goganani as well. 11 come off that, so good spell from him. 83 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, they, like you said, Vinny, the last 3 overs, they just haven't been hitting the rate that they need to. So that rate now has gone, well, it's close to the 18 mark now, just under it, 17 and a bit. So with these 4 overs to go, they're going to have to go big. They've got to start hitting the boundaries again, but regularly. I mean, 1 boundary in that last one of the very first ball, and then it went quiet. They've got to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Just one final thing about that high full toss playing condition. Slightly different on ECN because if it's waist high, it is called. It doesn't have to be above waist high like most cricket. Anyway, this is Muthu Subramanian. He starts with a dot. Dani, I mean, he's a guy that's striking about 200, but he's going to have to turn it up a notch, isn't he, if they're going to get close to this total?
Yeah, he has, and first ball was a dot as well, so now really pressure is on. And Dani, he's a set batter. He's the one who's really got to go big here.
And he does, and that's going to travel out of the ground. Maximo! Right on cue, Dani moves into the 40s. And Cologne CC, they've just fallen behind in this cricket match. Dani's trying to bring it back.
Yeah, and that'll do nicely, but that's one. One is not good enough. They've done that pretty well in most overs, but what they haven't been able to do is get a string of them. That's what
Nice
they
shot.
need to do here.
That's just really good batting shape there from Dani. He's hit him well today. And tries again, but it's more of a slice. Needs to hustle back for 2 here. If it doesn't go for 4, it will not go for 4, and he will get 2. So slight difference there because it wasn't as easy to drive because it was slightly pulled back in length. But he does get enough bat and gets 2. But that's the problem, is that even a 2, it's not enough to bring the rate back at the moment. You need boundaries.
It's a nice bit of team fielding there. Stronger together. Well, if they can be stronger together, they can make it 3 wins out of 3. The Coon Challengers. That's what they're looking to do here. Arvind just moving his man at third a lot wider.
Big hello to Sajid, who's joined us in the chat. Nice to see you. Full toss. This one isn't quite high enough to be called, I don't think. But they will get a single. Now again, they'll have a look at it. This one for me is a shade lower. Just looking live. We'll check it out on the replay. Thanks to Spring Productions. They're doing a great job as always. Yeah, I think that one's probably just not far below the other one, but maybe just below if you look at where the contact point is.
Yeah, difference here is that ball on the way down and the batter's in the crease, so that one would have been just below the waist. This is high up in the air, opportunity.
Never saw it.
And he puts it down.
That's actually a pretty good effort from Narayanan because he actually definitely doesn't see this. He motioned early. He said, look, I can't see it. Someone else help me. And then everyone said, guess what? You're on your own here. So, yeah, see, he's saying, look, I can't see it. Then he goes late. He spots it. And that's got to be in your head. It gets off the double wrist in the end. It bounces high enough, but he loses his footing. And a bit of luck there for Cologne CC. And now they're going to slice away all the way over point for 6. Maximo! How quick things can change at the end of another over. The 100's up for Cologne CC. It's 100 for 1.
Yeah, they also did take the 2, and you can see straight away when this was smashed that it was Deepak who then holds his head because he knows that it's that batter has now then smashed the 6. That's a better from the batters, the 2 out there, and good hitting from Deepak as well. He needs to play his part in this little partnership. 100 on the board. So you can see that means that a simple equation. Need 54 of 18.
Let's have a look what's coming up. Cologne CC going to go back-to-back this morning, taking on GSB, Golden Star Bond, who are undefeated. And they're a very good cricket team, aren't they, Golden Star Bond? They've got a lot of players to watch. That is coming up in around about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network, the second of 5 matches today.
Good news is, there you go. You knew it was going to happen. Oh, you knew it was going to happen. And this is what he does, Nikhil Patil. He says, well, if you're going to walk out the crease, I'm going to have you.
You know what? It's such lazy batting. I know you can say what you like about this. Where's Demiwal going? Where's he going? You see, he's not watching, and he's gone. And Patil, there's no question that he's going to appeal for this. And the thing with this, he can't pretend to bowl, but he doesn't, right?
Yeah,
he just keeps his arm down. Again, it's lazy non-striking. It's a pre-delivery run out. You can't even say you're not expecting it anymore.
I like the way he reacts. He says, well, what do you mean? This is what I do. If you're going to be out there, you know who I am. You know my reputation. If you walk out, I'm going to get you. And
But see, look, he's not watching. Here's why he's out. Look at his head. His head turns towards where he thinks the ball's going. The number 1 rule of any ball sport is watch the ball. If you watch the ball there, you're not out. And I know people say what they think, but, I mean, the surprise factor's not even there. You see, he says, hold on. And any other sport, you know, you make an error like that, you deserve to be out. I know everyone has different opinions on it, but ultimately you should not bowl. You should not be leaving your crease before the bowler swings his arm over, and that's basically
The more we
the moral of
see
the
it,
story.
the less batters will do it. And remember when he was bowling the first over, both the same batters out there, and they thought, yeah, we know what you do. We're not moving our crease.
We might not have seen the last one either. And this is gone, and just like before, it sparks him into action as he yorks Dhani, and Patel is on fire. There's 3 wickets down now. It's 100 for 3.
Yeah, and he does. Well, look, he celebrates. He's on fire, and he does the old Ronaldo celebration as well. Have a look at him. He's on fire. We've seen him do this before. That's a good delivery. And just watch him here. He said, yeah, it's all me. I thought he was going to do a cartwheel for a minute. And then he says, nah, I'll just do the Ronaldo instead.
Yeah, well, yeah, he knows how to fire himself up, doesn't he? I tell you what, you got to know your opponent. You also just got to know. It shouldn't actually matter that he does it all the time. It's a fundamental of cricket that even if you're not facing, you still need to watch the ball. You need to have the awareness. And obviously, you know, Deepak didn't, and he pays the ultimate price. 2 new batters that haven't faced the ball yet, and this is going to be carved away. It'll just be a single. Jagandeep Singh coming out at number 5.
Yeah. Jagandeep, and now, of course, they've got it all to do because wickets going. You got the set batters both gone. New batters now in, have to get going. I mean, Panwar saw him back pretty well the other day. He got a score in the 30s. He played very handsomely out on the offside, but it's a tall ask now.
Yeah, it sure is. Panwar, though, can he be a hero? To give you an idea, I mean, they needed pretty much 53, or they need 53 from here. Very similar to the power play pace, because they got 53 in the first 3 overs. Now they're trying to get 53 in the last 3. And they'll get some runs here, because this is not a good ball from Patel, and it's going to be whipped away for 4. And if there was a big home crowd here for Cologne CC, I'm sure that Patel would be getting heaps from the crowd as he goes to the boundary.
Well, that guy over there has got the best seat, and hasn't it? He's got the deck chair there. I bet he's got a nice little cool box there, sad as well. And look at that. He's not even getting up to get the ball for us. He said, "Nah, I'm just chilling here.
He's like a pina colada or something, doesn't he?
Yeah,
it's a good spot by you."
Yes, look, he's good. There he is. Look at that. He's enjoying himself, sat there. I wonder what goodies he's got in that bag. I bet he's got some nice cold drinks in there.
Well, he goes straight and he goes well over, long off. Maximo, knock, who's there? That one's hit the production van. Good morning to Helena. 6 runs. Cologne CC staying alive, and Palmer's made a really good start here.
Yeah, Helena's just opening the door and saying, yes, I didn't order any of those today. Well, the Grizzly wants to say hello to Helena. Helena doing a fantastic job here today with Ballantyne. And I know that Marta Maria is feeling a bit under the weather today, so we wish her a speedy recovery. This one is going to go all the way as well. And is this a little bit of the helicopter? Well, manos arriba from the arbitro. Mana Panwar, well, after hitting a lovely shot for 4, he now comes back with this one. What a hit this is. Well, 2 6s and 1 4 to his name already. That was big. 6 runs. And all of a sudden, they're staying in this contest. 117 for 3. And
well, that was a crazy over. I mean,
well, that's probably more to. Is that over or not? Just have to wait on that. See, he's at 117.
Something strange has happened. I think we've broken the system with the pre-delivery run out. And I had a comment in the chat that that he was wondering. See how it's got the over total is 0.5, but he's filed 2. It's something to do with the run out. I think it's made it go
right,
haywire.
The score's correct. As long as the score's correct. So 17 comes off that one. They needed 17, and they still are at 17 required. So this is going to be a crazy finish, people. A crazy finish. We're just waiting, though, on the umpires here, so maybe before they get the system right
I'm
here.
just going to clarify something about the rule of the run out pre-delivery. Yep. So you can't pretend to bowl and then do it. That's not in the spirit of the game.
Yeah.
Definitely not, because you can't pretend to release the ball. So you have to do it before your action. And to be more specific, and you know, we've heard various interpretations. For a while, your arm couldn't go above the perpendicular, so your hand couldn't be above your elbow. But now it's been clarified now that you just need to do it before you reach the highest point of your delivery. I'll go down a bit because I'm too tall. But so we thought it was you had to do it before you reach this point, but actually you can do it any time before you reach this. So you could go like that, stop, and then do it. But the whole point is you're not meant to pretend to bowl, and then the guy leaves, and then you get him. That's what the old rule was, and that's why it's got such a bad reputation. Because it's almost like an exploitable tactic you could pull out any time.
Yeah.
But now you're only doing it if the guy's leaving early. You can actually have a look at it here if you want. You know, he basically says, look, I haven't moved my arm over, so why are you out? And there's a really simple thing you can do as the non-strike in this situation to avoid it, and it is watch the bowler. Yeah. Almost every single time you see it, it's because the batter is just kind of like wandering off to nowhere. If you watch the bowler, have the bat in the correct hand, you'll just sit there and you'll make him look like a goose.
So if you think about it, when most people learn to play cricket, that's one thing you're taught.
Yeah. But not everyone is coached.
You're taught
as
that
a
to
kid.
stay.
I
You
get
can't
that.
be out of that crease. You've got to keep your bat in until the ball's been bowled. So it's part of the game. It's always been part of the game. If you are outside that crease, then the chances are you could be.
And you
running.
are gaining an advantage. That's the thing, whether it's knowingly or not. If you are leaving the crease before the ball would have been bowled. And so when I talk about the inside hand, so if I grab this pen as the bat here, if you're the bowler, so you go and bowl there, right?
Yeah.
And you're bowling this way.
So I'm coming
then
in.
My bat is in my left hand, right?
So I'm here.
I'm watching you.
Yeah, all the way through.
If we were doing this, if you're a left-arm bowler, can you bowl left-handed?
I can bowl
Can you?
left-handed.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then
get me
suddenly,
an arm here, you know.
my bat should be in this hand. So I'm watching you.
Because
if your bat's in the wrong hand, then you naturally your head's kind of just not really facing.
Yeah.
Now we're going to do a bit more of a disco.
Now, aren't you?
This is quite fun.
Yeah.
I actually think maybe over to him with a pen. Nico Fernando's in the chat. I'm wearing some Kent Lanka colours for you here, Nico. He was actually in London on the weekend. We didn't get a chance to catch up because I was in London. He's asking me how my match went.
You missed a lot of your fans.
It was good, but I kept for 30 overs, and I felt like someone had basically attacked me with a pillowcase full of doorknobs the next morning. I was a bit sore. Got a few balls in the body as well, which is kind of natural in this form of the game.
Yeah, but you did it for a good cause, and that's nice. It's good that you were there at Hornchurch, and well done to everybody at Hornchurch
Great
as well.
community. We raised a lot of money for Oddballs as well, which is a men's health charity. So if you want to check them out, you can look them up. Oddballs, and they do some very good things, and they've got some real funky underwear.
I've seen.
Have you seen?
I remember the picture that was
Oddballs?
taken in Cartama. Yeah, that was.
And I was able to auction off
all there with their
auctioned off one of our ECN polos for £200, and that all went to the Oddballs Foundation. So
good job.
So I was really happy about that. Anyway, sorry for the delay again. I think we've broken the software, but the engineers will be working on it pretty well.
That's Patil. We can blame Patil for that again. But,
and you know what? If you're not able to get into the chat, why don't you send me a message at Mr. Maximo? And I know you've got your doctor's coat back on there. We're working on updating that, but I think you're looking pretty cool there. But you can also follow us at European Cricket. And we mentioned yesterday, there's a couple of moments we're sure are going to go viral. You can never really pick it, but for sure there's a couple.
There's a big time. There was, we saw, of course, poor Owaka's Fatmi when he was smacked on the shoulder by the fielder throwing the ball back at him. He was a wicketkeeper, turned his back on the ball and it hit him on the back. And the next ball was pretty good as well because it was raining at the time. He then stopped the ball, hurt his finger and threw his gloves on the floor and said, I can't see it, me glasses, I need wipers. We saw a few people sliding around, and we saw Ahmedzai trying to stop one, and he couldn't stop himself. The ball didn't go over the boundary, but Ahmedzai did, and then he took the ball over himself. That was good. Anyway, looks like we're back to the action. Here we go.
We're back. Wow.
We're back.
Did not expect that. So we're going to have to, for all of that, we've missed the next ball, and we'll see what happens now. But I can tell you there's a boundary.
Yeah.
So we're starting the 9th over now. It's 117 for 3 off 8. They need 37 off 12. Make that 33 off 11, Rico.
This is the ball that we just saw. It was a nice shot. Plays it out nicely. So they've got to keep the scoreboard ticking. And, Jagandeep Singh hits a 4 straight away. So, game on here. Can they do this? They've got the thing here, this over is so important. It's all about keeping it as low as possible in the last. And time-wise, they should just make it.
Yeah, well, they should. Unless we get a whole bunch of extras. That'll be a wide. Right on cue. So, I mean, you're trying to get it down to, like, below 20 last over. You don't want to rely on a magical last. But hitting boundaries is one thing, but when you need boundaries or nothing, when you need boundaries, otherwise you're in trouble, put it that way, then it becomes harder to hit them, I think. Gets in your head a little bit. Anyway, this is going, and it's going right back to the rope. Fielder goes back, and it's a fantastic bit of fielding. I think he's done that clean. How did you see that one, Rico's right in front of us? I felt that he just released before the foot goes down, but we're going to have a look at it.
It's the left foot we need to look at, just the left foot. My initial impression is that he does it okay. But let's just have a look at the left foot here. Let's see.
That's clean.
Let's see where the foot goes down.
That's okay for me. Heels in the air.
Just this bit here. And, well, is there anything on the rope? That is a big one. I wonder if we can, let's see. It's not conclusive, but is any part of that heel on the rope? That's the one thing I wanted to check.
I got to admit that live, I didn't think he touched it. But that, because his heel's in the air.
It's so close.
Yeah, see, I'm not convinced he's touched the rope there.
I think it might be just a shadow. I think he's done okay.
Yeah, I think.
This is, I mean, look at that. I mean, how acrobatic
see how his foot's still in the air?
And then he releases it.
I don't think he touches the rope. And the thing is, if there's doubt, then it's not 6.
Oh, that's brilliant. And that is fantastic work, by the way, from Helena from Spring Productions. That is brilliant work.
Here's the whole thing. Now, we'll have to just kind of judge it based on this. Now, for me, look, see how he doesn't actually touch the rope.
I think this is safe.
When you see it not slowed down, you can actually see that I think he's kept that heel in the air. Anyway, to no avail, because next ball will be 6, no doubt about it. Maximo, brilliant hitting. Got to say, I think everyone did very well on that call.
Yeah.
Because I think if you looked at one frame, then you'd say, oh, look, he's touching the rope. But when you look at the whole thing, he actually keeps the weight on the balls of his feet and keeps his heel in the air as much as possible. Like he didn't have the high-heeled shoes. Meanwhile, the next ball has disappeared, and that will be 6. So 24 off 9. The other thing is that benefit of the doubt on fielding stops goes to the fielder.
Yeah, I think when you look, I mean, great work, I have to say, by Helena there. Superb.
Excellent stuff.
And being able to zoom in. Well, this is good work from the bowler as well, because he gets the wicket for Jagandeep Singh, but more importantly, the ball becomes a dot. So Jagandeep, when he plays his little part in getting his team close, he scores a quick 5-13 of 4 deliveries, but he has to go. The bail gets knocked off by the bowler. So, well, Gunter picks up a big wicket. Jagandeep will now go. But the new batter who comes on strike, he knows he's got to go big straight away. There's no hanging around here.
Yeah, nicely bowled, top of off. Just going to go one more time back to the boundary stop. I think you need to realise also with the camera, with the two-dimensional image, it can make it look like things are touching that aren't touching. Now, we were right behind that, and I got to admit, I never thought that foot touched the rope. I saw him keep his heel in the air, and so I think actually, you know, when you freeze it, then you look at it and you're like, well, obviously his foot looks like it's sitting on the rope. But I don't think it was.
Can I also say that today already we've already seen 2 benefits of that rope just being moved slightly outwards.
That's 100% true.
It's
been moved out about 4 inches.
That's 10 runs. The rope being moved is saved.
Guess what? We've got a clock situation here where he's going to have to bowl a ball that isn't a wide or no ball here, otherwise we're going to have penalty runs. In fact,
it's not rushing.
He's got
Why
10
is not
seconds
rushing?
to
What's
bowl
going
this.
on here?
And now
it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Why are they not rushing? Oh, I don't believe this. Now, this is.
I mean, the batter was looking around there.
Well,
that's going to be 1. I don't know here. I mean, the clock did run out before the ball was bowled, and if you're going to be, and we are technical on this because you got to draw a line somewhere.
For me, that's 5 because I tell you why it's 5. You can't argue that it was the batters or anybody else that's taking time. I think it just basically. They just didn't rush. Now, we're going to have to keep an eye on the umpires. Get rid of this graphic. We don't want to see it at the moment. We want to see the umpire. Let's see the umpire. What's the umpire doing here? All eyes on the umpire.
Yeah.
Oh, here he goes.
Looks like it's coming.
He's
There's
got to
the
do
5
the patting.
runs. Yeah, well, see, and the thing is for that wicket, they don't get the 1 minute because it's only from 6 wickets onwards.
Add 5 onto the score, please. Add 5 onto the score.
He went back and had a look at that. He will not believe it. So that'll make it, carry the 2. That'll make it 142. All right, so they need 13.
140?
Oh, no, hold on.
Hang on.
Where are we?
No.
What's going on?
Well, we're going to have to wait and get
Let's have a look.
Scores clarified.
24, 17 off 6. Yeah, that's what we got. So it was 17 off 6 now. It went from 22 to 17. All right, so here's Vijay Raghavan Murthy to get us going. He slips over and he gets cut away, and they won't get a run here. So Panwar obviously saying, look, I'm the man that's going to have to do it. I don't want the single, I want more. So high drama, but I mean, you might go, well, that's a bit harsh, but you got to draw the line. That's what the line is.
Yeah.
And you might look at the batter taking 2 or 3 seconds to face up, but the point is the fielding team put themselves in that situation in the first place.
Yeah, they did. 17 off 5.
Well, there's a full toss, and that will probably just be one. So Panwa will be kicking himself.
If he stayed in his crease, he puts this away. He charges at it, puts himself in a difficult position, can't get it away. 16 or 4.
What drama. And once again, we're heading towards the 300 runs mark at the moment. We're at 292 for the morning, and most people haven't even finished their breakfast.
It's
Anyway.
the second time that we've seen that, where the bowler's had like 3 minutes to bowl an over and not done it. We saw it in Dresden as well.
I think they'll be okay, though, the way things are going. Yeah, but you've got to realise we've got pretty much 4.5 minutes allocated per over. So when we say 3 minutes, you should be fine. Well, that tells you you've been slow in other overs.
Yeah.
So and people might say, oh, that's a bit harsh or whatever. But you've got to have a line somewhere. And the line is you've got to bowl that last ball before the clock runs out. And they weren't able to. And it's not the batter was deliberately wasting time there. I think he was just doing something quite natural. This is going to be called a wide. It's been that kind of a day.
Takes it to 15 or 3.
I think this does get... Oh, yeah.
But
Maybe a tiny scratch of the ball on the line as it
you
went
can
past.
see why Manap Panwara didn't want to take that single. I mean, he was sort of forced to take it the second time. But he's probably thinking, if I was there, maybe I would have put some of these away.
Clever's got a good point saying the batter was delaying there. And that is true in that 5 or 6 seconds. But I don't think it was a deliberate tactic from the batter. He was doing what he would naturally do.
Yeah.
It's different if the clock's up on the board and everyone can see it. Remember, they can't see the clock.
Yeah.
Well, this is hit high, and it's probably going to plug. I don't think it's going to go all the way. Does plug. And they'll get 2. And that'll basically mean we need 2 sixes for a golden ball, Rico. What a match to start the day. This Clone Derby has brought it. First time these two teams have ever played each other in ECS cricket.
Yeah, well, he goes for it. Doesn't quite get it right. They needed that really to go to the boundary. They get a couple. So this one has to go for 6. It has to go for 6.
Yeah. Maximo or bust, and it's Likon. Oh, it's really well bowled. Can't hit that for 6. They'll get 1, and they'll concede the 1 happily, won't they? Looks like they're going to get over the line. Yeah, Ramesh Satish, and he's made a really good point. The difference in ECS cricket is the fielding side, they're just informed about the clock before the end of the last over. They don't have the live clock like we have at Cartamore Oval, a big clock where they would have been saying, hey, and yelling at the batter. But I mean, the bowler was hardly rushing either, was he?
He wasn't rushing at all.
Towards the end. Anyway, I think this will be done. Legal delivery, so it will be it. Nice finish, though, from Panwa, who launches it, but he'll be frustrated in the end. It'll be 5 runs the margin. Well, we don't get to the 300, but we get pretty close. 299 runs here in match 16. The final score, though, the Challengers win the Derby. They get 153, Clone CC 148.
Yeah, he was forced, really. I can understand it in taking a single off that second ball, but really, Panwa had to stay on strike for me. He had to turn. I think he had to turn down that second single and say, look, I can do it in the balls that I've got. And he doesn't. And then we saw those couple of swings and misses and just a couple there from the other batter. But what a game that we've had. Is a thriller. What I will say this, I'm going to say this here now. So they win this match by how many? By 5 runs? What about that save of the boundary?
Yeah, 100%.
That saves 4.
And our calculations are way off. We did get 300 runs in the end because that was 6, not a 4. So 301 runs in the first game of the day. Bet you're exactly right. And I think, you know, that there were a few kind of flashpoints in this game where some umpiring decisions were 50-50s, but you've got to call them one way or another.
Yeah.
And I think for the most part, the officials did a very good job under pressure. And you'll just have more of these situations in ECN cricket than any other type of cricket in the world. This is one that got lost in the sun, and it had a pretty good game, but he just only able to palm that one up, and he could never get it on the second attempt. But, you know, credit to Clone CC. They knew they had to go at a pretty quick pace, and, well, as sure as the sun coming up in the east, you know Patil's going to try this once a match, and Deepak was caught napping.
Yeah, he was. You saw him there. He just, he's in no man's land. He's probably thinking about getting to the other end, and then Nikhil Patil then knocks the stumps over of Sankar. And then this, I mean, this for me is when the match, that's the match-winning moment.
Yeah,
it
that's
really
a really
is.
good
That's
shot
a
of it.
match-winning
I
moment.
don't think he ever touches the rope. I think
Yeah.
because we slowed it down, we freezed it, it kind of gave the impression his foot was sitting on the rope.
Yeah.
But I think he keeps the heel elevated, and I think it's a very good call and an even better bit of fielding there. And you're right, that could have been the difference in the end with only 5 runs between the two teams, despite some brave late hitting from Panwa. And we had the 5 penalty runs in there for the time, which was only a second or two one way or another. But, I mean, there's the rules, and we have to stick to them, especially in ECN cricket. So 44 from Dhani. He was good, wasn't he? But eventually got rocked by Patil for 44. Demiwal was good before. He was caught asleep in the passenger seat for 25. Panwar 24 off 7, but couldn't quite go at the pace required at the end. Jagadi with 13. 26 extras in factoring in those 5 penalty runs. Still, it's too many wides, I think. Remember the couple of minimos early, which hurt them. 148 for 4. 148 will win you a lot of cricket matches, Rico, but not this one.
Not this one, but what a good start it was. When we were looking forward to seeing the Kern Derby, and we haven't been disappointed. And, well, Kern Challengers, they're not going to be disappointed at all because they made it 3 wins out of 3. Had a quick look at the bowling figures there, and there's some good ones. I think Gopi bowled very well, just 20 off his 2 overs, and 25 coming off Nendra Donti. But Donti, don't forget, he was a man that made that amazing stop on the boundary, and that one could have been crucial to them getting that victory.
Well, we're going to have to stop. We're going to have a deep breath and maybe a quick cup of coffee, because we'll be back in only around about 6 or 7 minutes, taking into the second match of the day. And Clone CC will have their hands full again, taking on GSB. That's Golden Star Bond. We'll see you then. Pretty sound to hear Mr. Maximo alongside Rico Ball. More action to come here in Germany in this European Cricket Series.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back as we get ready for the start of, well, match number 17 on day 4. It's the second of the day, and a team that made a very good start when we saw them a couple of days ago. Golden Star Bond are back in action. Yeah, it's time to see the Golden Boys. Remember, they beat the Archon Rising Stars and the Bond Blue Star. And the player to watch out for has been in good form was Govinda Singh. And also, of course, the bowling of Leela Gurubeli. But another bowler to watch out for is Atta Shahzad as well. And then we got the man with the mucha, the guy who's got the, well, the best tash on the network. Rahib Nawabi will be playing as well. So good team, made a good start. And somebody like, I think, probably Tosh Baragi will be hoping to make a better start this time round as well as Naeem Khan. He's a very talented player. Kern CC, they lost a very tight contest there against, well, the team from the same town, Kern Challengers. So the Derby win went to the Challengers. That make it 3 wins out of 3 for them. Kern CC, though, they need to turn their fortunes around pretty quickly because, well, that's the 3rd defeat that they've had in the 4 matches that they played. So things have to start happening pretty quickly for them. Their captain's been in pretty good form. We saw a good display there from Akshay Dani as well. I think Manapanwa is somebody that can be used further up the order, certainly in the batting from them. But I think the bowling, that's one thing they've got to work on. They've just got to be a little bit tighter with their bowling. That lets them down a little bit there. Jagandeep Singh bowled pretty well. Manap Panwari as well. But they just need to get their lengths right. Otherwise, the likes of their dangerous batters will go to town with them and put big runs on the board. So we've got the team that look pretty dashing as well. The purple, I know Vinny, when he comes back, he's going to be very happy to be in the cube and looking at the boys in purple. And that is, of course, the Golden Star Bonds. They're in the field. That is because Kern CC elected to bat first. That was the news in the coin toss. It's up in the air, and it will go for, well, has he saved this? Has he saved it or not? You got Jagandeep who is saying, hey, that's 4, and we're going to have a look at this. Let's see this properly because let's see how the fielder does here. I think it's Goodwinder who's doing the fielding. Oh, we're not going to see it. No. All right, they're going to have to go with whatever. I mean, that's pretty close to where the match officials are. And get the feeling they might just, as there's no other conclusive evidence to say so, we'll say that that's just going to be a single, which is quite crazy, really. They don't even run the 2. Good delivery there from Baragi. So they stick with, it's interesting that they're sticking with Baragi to do the bowling here when you've got 2 very dangerous pace bowlers in the side. Of course, I'm talking about Grugubeli, who took a hat-trick, by the way, the last time that he was playing, when he took that forfeit. Baragi, it's well bowled, he goes a bit wide and brings this right back to Panwa. Well, I did say that I'd like to see more of Mana Panwa with the bat, and maybe the captain has taken heed because Mana Panwa does find himself opening the batting here now. Doesn't want to change the way he's playing, and he's out there with the captain, Sanka, who got off the mark. It's a nice looking shot. That's in fact better than nice. It's a beautiful shot. Uses his feet well, gets to the pitch of it, gets it through the 2 close fielders. That's going to be 4 runs. Nicely timed. Look at this. He's on the move, gets to the pitch of it. Outstanding shot, 4 runs. So nice move that from the captain, Sanka. He's probably had a look around and said, right, okay, this guy looks like he's finding his form, he's finding his rhythm. And I still maintain in that last match, he should have turned down the singles. I think he should have stayed on strike. Gundy ball down the leg side, chases on for the fielders. They'll keep it to just the singles, so that would be 2 wides. Well, that's a man to look out for. That's Atta. And Atta Shahzad, he bowled very quick. We saw him the other day. And can handle himself pretty well with the bat as well. And he's been a good find. And that one was pretty wide, but he goes for it. And as we say, well, if you're going to chase a wide, then put it to the boundary. And that's what the captain, Sanka, does. And this time there's no doubt about it. So very wide, but he gets right under it. He goes low, doesn't he? Goes low, hits the ball from low to up. And gets it over that close third. It's going to be 4 more runs. Other key players who impressed me, Chacho Gagera, and a good all-rounder. first time we saw him on the network. And he put a good performance in as well. And of course, won both their matches so far. So it's Kern CC that really need to try and get a win here. Good delivery to finish the over. 11 come off the first. 11 without loss as we welcome everyone back into the chat. It's been a beautiful day to start off with. The glorious sunshine for that first match. And the sun's still around. A few clouds are appearing, but nothing at the moment that causes us any alarm. Hello to Ramesh. Ramesh, hope you're well. And hope you're recovering after what was a fantastic Continental Cup for you guys and a great win as well. It was good to see two teams, the Romania side itself and Romania A, taking part in that one. Rob Thompson is there as well. He's saying, come on, let's play cricket. And that's what we're doing. And I've got to say, the cricket in my German adventure, first of all, there in at the beautiful RC Dresden cricket ground and sort of the east part of Germany. And here now, the west part of Germany, here in Krefeld, has been absolutely brilliant. This ground, at the Bayer Uerdingen cricket ground, not far from Düsseldorf in Krefeld, is pretty as a picture. Good delivery as Lila Gurugubeli comes in. Look at those strips, everybody. Purple with the, well, they are the stars. Well, maybe there's a few stars around, and there's a blue star born as well. And this is where the golden star born is saying, we are the stars. So we call them the Golden Boys. A good start from Gurugubeli. This one, trying to tuck the batter up. They take it. Oh, this is the wildest throw that you'll ever see. This is the wildest throw. And the guy who does the backing up, I don't think he knows any idea about this. That's Shahzeb. Watch the throw. And I don't think he's going to be on the screen. Oh. Well, I don't know if you get the chance to see the whole thing here properly. Well, here's the bowler. I hope we do. We might have to queue it up for later. And it gets the dot ball through. So the next ball was a dot here from Gurugubeli. But, oh, that was a bit of action. And the backing up from Shahzeb was incredible. Where's the ball that we just saw? Sanka swinging and missing at the moment. And well, he gets hold of this one, but straight to the fielder. It'll be the wicket. And Sanka is, well, miserable day with the bat continues. And that's, well, one of the guys I was talking about, one of the newbies in the side. There's Churchill. Takes a straightforward catch, comes in, takes a catch. He's happy about it, and so he should be. That is the wicket of the captain. Sanka will go. Goes for a run of ball 5. Churchill taking the catch, and once again, Gurugubeli. Well, remember, he was the one of the leading wicket takers last time round. He took 14. He was joint second. And he made an impressive start this time already with a 4-for in the very first match. But, certainly, he's going to be one to watch. A new bat to take guard. A bit of a chat here between Gurugubeli and the captain. So they obviously got a bit of a plan in mind for Dani, who comes out. And I say to some of the teams that they go very defensive early. So a new batter comes in. And unfortunately, well, the man who was so good in the last match, he's going to go. It's going to be a golden duck. And would you believe it? It just, once again, as we say, that's how quickly things can change on the European Cricket Network. We made 44-23 in the last one. He's the key batter, and he goes first ball. And once again, we have a bowler on a hat-trick. Gurugubeli, who's already taken one already, is on a hat-trick. So he's setting up his field. So Lela Gurugubeli, he took a hat-trick already. We know that, and he's on another. incredible stuff. We've seen 2 hat-tricks already. So there's the graphic there. Turn. In he comes. Oh, it's well played, it's well bowled. The fielders make the stop. And well, there's the, there he is. Oh yeah, Nawabi looking the business, isn't he? With his shades on and that moustache and that beard. Fantastic over from Gurubeli, only 1 run from it. And picks up the 2 wicket to score at the end of 2. 12 for 2. They're in a spot of bother, especially with Dhani going cheaply like that as well. Guru taking the catch. And Gurubeli once again in the wickets. And now Panwar has got Demi Wile with him. Both can bat, we know that, but it's how aggressive they can afford to be. And it's not going to get any easier because another guy who really impressed me on debut last time was this guy, Atish Azad. And typically, like a left-hander who's coming over, he's got to make sure that he doesn't stray down the leg side. But if you can avoid doing that, he's going to be useful when he comes. And it's not a bad delivery, and he gets a wicket straight away. The batter goes aggressive, does Panwar. He hits it pretty well. This is a sharp catch. What a catch that is. That ball was motoring. And is that Gurubeli by any chance? It's been absolutely smashed. I think it is, you know. Yeah, it is. Well, Lela Gurubeli, what a start from him. You got to feel for Manwar. And he's going to go. And he goes for just 5. And it goes for 5. And he's going to be, well, he can't believe his luck. He thinks he smashed his away, but he hasn't. What a catch, though. Well, the Golden Boys, they are up and about. And Atta, when he takes a wicket from his first ball, they are 3 down. 12 for 3 as Omkar Shikshishka comes out. Oh, and he gets beaten by this one as well. Hello to the medic warrior and Ivan B as well. A few people were saying that the image was frozen a little bit, but it's okay. Nick is saying, gotta love the Golden Derrick. Yeah, we all love Golden Derrick, apart from the batter, of course, that gets the Golden Derrick. Surishka. Fends this one off, wants to take the single, he does. Yeah, I was talking about the field set before, I know so much has happened since then, but new batter comes in, and even though it's Akshay Dhani, they bring the field in, they keep it in, so they don't push the long on and long off back, they keep them in the catching position. What happens? They get the opportunity to take the catch, and they take it. And that's good captaincy from Zakir Khan, and I just get the feeling he was talking to Gurubeli before the ball was bowled, and I think that was their plan. Bring him in, put the pressure on. Atta goes short, and this is going to be a wide. It's partially stopped, and now there could be a run out, and well, it certainly should have been a run. I mean, I don't know really what Demi Wile is thinking here. It's not his call, and you saw Cherishka saying, come on, there's a run there. He's not even looking at him and puts the palm up, and he has to get back. Keeper touched really well there as well, by the way, Naheem Khan. Because that took off. It just goes to show that he can bowl with a bit of pace, the young man. This is carved away. The man at third does really, really well. Good hands. Gets the throw in. They'll take the single. Tiki-taka at the moment. But you'd expect that with 3 wickets already down. Score moves to 15. Couple to go in this, the 3rd over. It looks like we're going to have a low-scoring power play here, but what can they get to? Need a recovery. We know that Deepak Demi Wile, he can be useful. Goes fuller, and that's nicely played. That's going to be 4 runs. That's a good bit of timing there from Cherishka. He gets the width, and he just uses the pace of Atta to just guide this to the boundary. Nice looking shot, gets it through the gap. He got that line of 4 there, but they're not able to stop that one. It's a good shot. Moves to 19. Ball to go. So Sarishka showing that he can stick around and put a score on the board as well. Oh, that is quick. That is quick. Well, a good way to finish the over. Just watch this one. And the areas of it as well. And he just squeezes it in the line. And a nice take once again from Naeem Khan. End of the over. The score 19 for 3. And at the moment, it's all the Golden Boys, isn't it? Golden Star Bond. That's the way the power play has been. 11 off the first. And only 1 from Guru Gubeli. And then 7 came off that one from Atta. No change. I'm going to stick with Guru Gubeli. And I like it as well. Why take the foot off the pedal? Steaming in. This one doesn't really come up that much. A wide has called. It just goes a little bit too wide here. Does Leela. Of course, took a really sharp catch as well. It was a sensational catch because Panwar really did get hold of it. It was travelling. The crew is saying, we got okay, that's a hit up in the air and it will go the distance. Yeah, it will. Balle, kinna sona. Shaka lagya. Well, if there's one way to get yourself out of a hole, that's to fight your way out. And that certainly looks like what both these batters are looking to do at the moment. And Deepak getting his first boundary, and he gets a 6. 6 carreras. There's the first of the innings as well. Comes outside of the power play. Gubeli won't like it. And comes with a slightly fuller delivery, but no footwork this time from Deepak. And, loses his balance as well. He's got to get that foot out. Yeah, a bit of talk there. Cream was saying, well, Friday is coming up. So how are we doing with Peacock Derek? Well, I think we've got to get working on Peacock Derek. The same way we've got to work on the... Oh, that's not a good delivery from Gurgubeli. Gets this one wrong. So a wide ball. Again, Naeem Khan does well to make the stop. Yeah, I would think we were talking about the Derricks the other day, weren't we? We had a chat about them also in Dresden. I think we definitely could do with a Peacock Derrick on Fridays. High in the air, and it's going to sail over the man at third. And there's no chance that Saeed Naqvi can get anywhere near this. That's going to be 6 more, and this is just all about swinging hard. And it's going to be 6. So be brave. And sometimes, well, fortune favours the brave as well. Gubeli, not quite what he wanted when he came back onto bowl. Only went for 1 in his first over. This one's gone for 14 with 2 balls to go. Better delivery. This time he goes at the stumps. He holds the pace back as well. Gurwinder Singh makes the stop. The man who, when I spoke to him the other day after his fine half century, said to me he did eat some aloo paranthas and he drank some lassi before he came to the ground. I wonder if he's done the same today. Well, if he has, watch out. Just gets played down nicely. That's a good shot. It's all about rebuilding here. And they'll take the singles along with the boundaries, keep that scoreboard ticking. So this has been a much better over. 16 have come from it with the ball to go. Really would like to finish with a good one. Bowling to Deepak, and once again he's outside that off stump. His bowls very much in that off stump corridor. Gets the dot ball in, not quite the way that he wanted it to go, but still you'd feel that the GSB are in a good position in this match. 35 for 3. Yeah, the other, we were talking about the ducks. The other duck, so we need a a royal duck, don't we, from the very first ball of a match or very first ball of the innings. And the one that I like is the laughing duck, and I didn't really even realise this one existed until people mentioned it to me. I think at the start of Dresden, the laughing duck, of course, is when you take a wicket off the very last ball of an innings, and of course we get a lot of that. It all happens, doesn't it, on the last ball? Okay, well, here's a man who looks the business, doesn't he? He's parked up the Harley, and he's going to have a bowl here now, Rahib Nawabi, and what a character he is. And a good start, nice and full. They're thinking about 2 here, but I don't think they're going to take on the arm of Harsha Barupali. Welcome to everybody, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. You are watching the European Cricket Network. This is the European Cricket Series in Germany. We're in Krefeld, and I'm Rico Full, and joining me now is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Nice to be back. And yeah, my first chance to have a look at GSP live this year. Of course, saw a fair bit of them last year, and they are a bunch of characters, aren't they? And for me, it's probably my favourite uniform in European cricket, just because it's probably something that I would wear. So if they ever need a player, I'm available. Harsh has got a question in the chat. Come to that in a second. This one floats a bit too wide from Nawabi, called a wide. He says, why is the boundary behind and around the keeper so short? Well, it actually isn't, but it kind of is, and I'll tell you why. Because the boundary is measured from the middle of the pitch. Okay.
Uppish, and well, it's over the guy on the boundary, and that looks like that's Chachi, who can't do anything about this. When they've hit it well, and that is a powerful shot from Deepak Demiwali. Knows that Churchill is out there, but he clears him with ease.
Yeah, nice shot. Gets plenty of bat on it. So what I was going to say is, because the boundary is 50 metres from the middle of the pitch, it means that from where the batter stands, it's about 9 metres difference. It's about 10 metres from the middle of the pitch to the stumps. So where the batter is, pop increase 1.2 metres, something like that, 1.1. So from directly where you're standing as the batter, the boundary right behind you to the keeper is 41 metres, and to the actual sight screen side of the boundary is 59, straight behind the bowler. So that's why balls behind the wicket, they seem to be going to shorter boundaries, because theoretically it is, with the field being a perfect circle here in European cricket. So all of you guys that didn't drop out of geometry in high school, you'll know what I'm talking about there. So the batter isn't really in the middle of the circle. The middle of the pitch is the middle of the circle. So that's why the boundary behind the keeper. And that's true for most international cricket grounds, or most cricket grounds full stop. That is the shortest boundary from the bat.
Up in the air, catching opportunity, and taken. Their catching was great when we saw them back on day one, and it hasn't let them down here today either. And Nawabi picks up a wicket, and I wonder if he got the Nawabi celebration there at all. I was watching the catcher. I think the camera was as well. Let's see. Well, let's have a look at the catch here first. It's a good catch, because he has to come from a long way to take it. So well held. And I wonder if we saw anything from the bowler. He normally likes to. Well, there he goes. Is he going to tidy up his moustache for us today?
No tweak
Not
yet.
Today. No
Maybe
tweak
he's
yet.
saving it up. I don't mind that. 45 for 4 then, as we get to the end of the 5th over. And well, gives us a chance to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximum, here with Rico Full. But don't look at us. Look out there in the middle, because guess what? We're about to start the 6th over, and it's going to be Parapali to get us going.
And he doesn't get this right. Gurwinder starts to come in, but he can't get there for the catch.
Yeah, the other thing, the other reason the boundary seems shorter when you look on the screen is because the camera is at this end. It's the bowler's end. So, of course, the further away things are, the smaller they appear. That's actually how the universe works. So that's why it looks like it's shorter than it probably is. Anyway, I want to say quick hello to Simon. Yeah, that is Medic Warrior. Of course, Simon, he's commentated before for us here in Krefeld. As this is hit down the ground, probably would have been a wide, but instead, Triska spoils it and just gets one. And I think Simon is enjoying the man with the deck chair, unless that is Simon. I can't, it's too far away from me. Simon, is that you in the deck chair? But Simon's great. He's a medic. That's why his username's Medic Warrior.
Yeah. And yeah, Simon is great. He bought us some goodies as well last time as well. We put a request in and he did. It's pretty wide, and well, could he get out from it? No, it doesn't go anywhere, because it hits right the toe end of the bat.
We've got the sawdust there, and that was pretty much for yesterday when we put a big pile of it there. But I'm just waiting for maybe a fielder chasing a high ball. There he is. Hello there. And look, he's having a great time. Loving the beard as well. That's a great way to spend a day, isn't it? Up in the air, and that will go all the way. Maximo! Saka just leans on this. And Cone CC, they got an early wicket trouble, didn't they? They're trying to bat themselves out of a tight corner, and that one brings up the 50.
Yeah, I mean, they played shots in this area really well. I think I can count, if you include sort of over third and in that area, that's probably about, what, 3 or 4 boundaries that have gone in that area. They've hit the ball well, all the batters in that area. Thing is, though, batters have come and gone. We saw Deepak get into the 20s and then lose his wicket. Somebody's got to stay there and make an impact innings. And, well, could it be Sekar? That was a good shot from him. He goes in the same area and, well, Churchill, who came in there, I think almost loses his footing. Now he has a look back to say, well, what was that? Well, I don't know what it is.
Well, the thing is, it's probably the flattest field in world cricket. So if you're looking back, you might have got...
there is something there, Benny.
Is
look.
there? What?
Yeah, look. There's look, it's a few mounds of things. I don't know what. Have we got moles under here or something? No.
Highly unlikely. But, well, no, now we've got another slip, and the batter's going to get away with it.
Well, he does get away with it because the batter slips and the fielder, well, under pressure, not able to hold the ball.
We never saw anyone slipping yesterday on the pitch, and now it's completely dry. Look what happens. Luckily, he gets away with it.
Yeah, he does get away with it because the fielder not able to get the ball in straight away. Oh, it's all happening at the moment. That was the end of the 6th over. 55 for 4. They get 10 off that one. So they're getting this recovery coming in. Don't forget, they were 12 for 2 at the end of 2. And the power play was 19 for 3. 55 for 4 here now. And it looks like we're going to go to Churchill to bowl. Churchill. Jarrett, and he bowled pretty well the other day. He's a big lad. He doesn't put too much into it, but like we say, he does bowl a heavy length. Bowls a heavy ball. Let's see how he starts today.
Only 4 overs to go. Got to get moving. Bowled.
Yeah.
That's good. Got a heavy ball. The ball just coming back off the seam a little bit. So Seika offers to keep this one out. I suppose, you can take one ball, new bowler. Probably don't want to throw your wicket away, but now you do have to try something. Okay, if I was facing that, no fine leg, with that slight in movement, I might be thinking a little dab round the corner or something like that. If he's going to bowl the same ball again, you've got to be prepared for it this time.
Got to find a way to get going here. He's played some nice shots when he gets width outside the off. And, okay, deals with this pretty well. This will probably be giving us 1 for the over.
It's actually not a bad shot. If that hits the other edge of the bat, probably flies for 6, I mean, it just hits I suppose the bottom edge. Yeah, I agree. I think that was probably above the above the shoulder.
Been signalled here now by the umpire, so that's the 1 for the over. Can't be bowling another short one.
Hello to Woody as well, watching from Spain. Nice to have you with us. Hello to Helix, who's watching from Australia, and anyone I've missed.
The ground once again, just a single. Yeah, Woody, have you put a coat of varnish on that magnificent cabinet?
Retro, like gaming cabinet, wasn't it? Like a arcade game cabinet. Very handy, Woody. Also want to say quick hello to Nick, who's watching in the chat. Throw a few comments and questions in. We always appreciate them. Sunshine's out. A few fluffy clouds today. Now the sun's not in our eyes. I'm actually appreciating it.
It's a nice looking shot, and he's going to get 4 runs. That's beautifully timed, and the positioning there was great. That to me is like one of the that's a shot of the day.
Yeah, actually, I was going to say exactly the same thing. Not a lot of foot movement, but he's timed the absolute trousers off that, hasn't he? It's just a little push, and it has raced away for 4. So it wasn't the worst ball ever. And that's the classic using the pace of the bowler, isn't it? He just kind of punches it at the microsecond required, and it raced away to the offside boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot. So once again, Sekar showing that he does prefer to play on the offside. So this one then is pitched up then from Churchill and doesn't really get the timing in there. It's a dot ball.
I think Helix is asking Simon how many days is he on duty, but I don't think Simon's the official medic here. He is just a medic who has come to watch the cricket. So hopefully Simon's not required, but... he is required to sit there and enjoy himself. And I know he's giving us a little wave as well from over there. So hello to you, Simon. Last ball of the over coming up for Gajero. He's only gone for 6.
Nice looking stroke, but it will be stopped there by Gurwinder. He keeps it to 1, and that's a nice tidy over. It's a well bowled. Only the 7 that comes off it. So at the end of 7, 62 for 4.
And Woody's just reminded me of something that he asked us last night during random questions that we didn't get around to answering because of the crazy finish in match number 15. By the way, have a look at where we are as far as our progress. This is the European Cricket Series. So this is all the day series we've done this year. Started all the way back in Malta. And we've gone to all those locations. We've still got Rome before ECC and then some more afterwards. So we've got about another 8 weeks of ECS after that. But just shows you we really get around, don't we, Rico?
Yeah, we get around and we bring you all the best cricket from around Europe.
Other places we want to go as well. We just have to finalise the schedule for next year. They're working on it very hard. I know we're looking at France, we're looking at Estonia. Anyway, this is hit square of the wicket and should just be a single. So Woody's question was, what's the worst food that we've eaten? We talked about some of the best food that we've eaten and our favourite foods. So I'm going to have a think about that.
Yeah, just on that. I don't think we'll have time for this again because
What-
action's happening. So
what
well,
just
we see
spot?
Simon again. But,
What'd you spot? Go on, tell me.
the little backflip from the keeper
Ooh,
when the ball
boy.
came. Well, there he goes. Come on, give us that. Oh, there we go. There's the celebration of the young moustache. There's a little tweak of the moustache there from Nawabi. I knew it was going to come soon. It's well bowled. He not only just draws the batter out, but there you go.
There
Thank
it
you very
is.
much, Nawabi. And I reckon he gets a bit of bat onto this.
I think
'cause
so as well.
Otherwise, he's moved big, hasn't he?
He yorks himself, doesn't he, on Carter, and just kind of inside edges it, squeezes into the ground onto the stump. So, yeah, just a little bit of a little twirl, which we have come to expect, haven't we? So, Nawabi gets a second wicket. And I told you he was just saving it up, wasn't he?
Yeah.
When he did the job all himself. Cologne CC, 63 for 5.
I'm trying to think where he's. I can't think of the name top of my head. You might know. His partner in crime. There was 2 of them, weren't there, last year?
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually
Nawabi
true. That's
and,
true. Well, they're full of characters.
Yeah,
The
Nawabi,
Golden
was
Star
it
Bomb.
somebody like Safi, is it? I can't remember.
I'm just going to... I'm still on... What's the worst food we've eaten on ECS?
It's
I'm-
well
I'm-
timed, but doesn't beat good with
I mean, is there anything... The thing with me is there's very little that I don't like.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to think of what... Okay, I'll tell you what I had in Khartoum. Christian Munoz Mills, he cooked me a meal, right, for lunch actually, when I had the game off, the middle game off.
Yeah.
And it was like just organ meat. That was it.
Really?
It was like liver. That was it. Maybe a few hearts and stuff.
Yeah.
Didn't really. I mean, ate it, said thank you. Probably wouldn't order it again. So that's probably that's all I got.
This is pretty high, so we're going to have a look at this. And the fielder's got this completely wrong, but he manages to keep it in play. So I think that was Gurubeli out there. But let's just have a look at the height on this. I mean, we'll see this again.
Yeah, how are we going here? Probably. Oh, it's tight, isn't it?
I think
Probably. Look at where he impacts it, though. He impacts it waist high, and he's standing in his crease. He's going to call it. They're going to call it. They've been very consistent on these. You know, it's borderline. You could make an argument it's coming down, but the thing is, guy's standing in his crease, and he's hit the ball at his waist, or maybe slightly above. So that's why they call him. You just can't be bowling full tosses that high.
tight call, but I'm with you. I think as a bowler, you should be bowling there. So I think that's a good call. Good work again from our production crew, String Productions. Now he goes out onto the offside. This goes wide of the man at the third. And, well, that stays in play. I thought it was going to the boundary.
I think the thing is you just got to be consistent with those height ones. So you can say, yeah, it's harsh or it's not, but you just want it to be the same. And you would say the umpires have been really, really consistent with those calls.
Yeah, nice work there. Gets the foot on that. As the fielder comes across, that's Shahzeb. Nicely done by Zeb. So Nawabi, ball to go in his spell. 2 for 17 so far.
Getting attacked by the wall of the cube here.
And this is a top edge, and it's going to be going all the way. No, it ends up nicely into the hands of Atta, who fires it in. Well, he's got a strong arm, hasn't he?
There's some good arms on these Golden Stars, that's for sure. So Clone CC kind of chugging along. They find themselves 70 for 5 after 8 overs. Yeah, Woody said that he's finished building it, just needs to paint and decorate it now. It's looking very nice, Woody, I have to say. And
it does look good. He sent me a few pictures of it. He's quite a handy man, Woody, there.
yeah, Jules has also said, and because the ECC finishes on a Friday, that's as long as we don't need the reserve day, and hopefully we don't. That means you'll get a Saturday, Sunday without any ECN cricket. So maybe Jules can get all the jobs done in the house and the garden. You can always do them at the same time. A lot of people, they'll just lurk. They'll put it in their headphones, and then they'll just get on the chores.
Yeah.
I do hear that a lot. A lot of people are lurking at work where they'll...
Well, that's what Woody was doing yesterday while he was working on his cabinet.
I got to admit, I do the same thing. Anyway, here we go with Shirzad. A bit of a tear away.
He goes for the short delivery. I think this is going to be wide, and it probably too high, so it might be even signal one for the over. Let's have a keep an eye on the umpire here. No signal.
No, he's wide. He's called that a wide, I think.
Yeah.
And I think they called it the one, but I'm not super sure like you.
I didn't see it. Well, there you go. He attacks the pile of sawdust as he stepped in it.
That's one way.
That's going to help it. I mean, it shouldn't be slippery out there. I don't think it's slippery out there now. Not with this
Today
the sun that we've had.
Couldn't hope for a better day right now.
Well, that's a great delivery, isn't it? That's his speed. That's his pace. After firing one down the leg side, well, if he gets the radar right, this boy is going to cause trouble. Left arm over, and he is quick. And when he gets it right, this is what you're going to have.
Thing is, he doesn't get inside the line of the ball. He kind of just stays where he is. And I think might have even flicked the back leg on the way to the stumps. So you see not a lot of foot movement. I suppose here, when you've seen the guy spray it down leg side once, maybe you can gamble just getting across and hoping that you can use the pace a little bit. In the end, he's caught in a kind of nowhere. And he'll be the 6th wicket to fall. The score is 71 for 6.
Yeah, and that's a key one to get because he got himself to 17, didn't he? But he wasn't able to really deal with that pace and the angle really created there by Atta. That new batter now comes in, and it's going to be Likon. Let's see how he deals with Atta Shazad, who is bowled pretty well, but now as a left-hander, so it just changes things slightly. Maybe he loses that angle of surprise that he has to the left-hander.
Yeah, so Likon found himself in the hot seat in the last game. Love some quick runs here. 11 to come.
Dot ball that gets through him.
She was at 2 for 8. He's dealing, isn't he? Always nice to see someone running in and actually trying to beat the batters with pace. I mean, it's not easy to do on this pitch as well. The bounce is very consistent. I'd say it's slowish as well, you know, if you bang it in short. But that means if you are to rush the batter, you better have some serious pace about you.
Here he comes again. Not a bad delivery, but well played by Likon as well. They'll take the single. Goodwinder does the tidying up. Looking forward to seeing him out there with the bat as well. But they got so many batters that performed the other day, Vinny. And that's what I liked about Golden Star. I mean, it wasn't just one guy. We saw, you know, knocks there from the likes of Zahir Abbas, from Harun Javid, Goodwinder I've mentioned already. So they've got players. They've got players that can step up to the mark. Saeed Naqvi as well was in the runs, and Baragi also got going as well after getting a duck in the first one. Oh, that's sharp. That beats him all ends up. What a good delivery this is. Yeah, one thing he doesn't do that much, which he can add to it as well, is just go a bit wider. But watch this. It just quick, fast, right through him. It's got no answer to this
and
at all.
you got the bottom order coming in at this stage. I mean, I wouldn't say that Chakandeep Singh's a member of the bottom order, but you know, this is one reason you hold your spearhead back. Maybe can clean up some late wickets.
Bit of bat onto this. It'll just be another single. It's been a little bit ticky-taka, hasn't it? The last few overs. It's no surprise because the bowling from the Golden Boys has been good. But yeah, I mean, the last time that we saw a boundary, and it was only the one boundary off that over from Chachu, over number 7. It was the 4th ball, and then before that, it was off over 6 from Harsha, and that again was off the 4th ball. So basically 2 boundaries in the last 4 overs.
Last ball of the over then. Last ball for Shazad.
That's quick.
Well, it's good keeping because it was still on the way up. That's a nice stop from Naeem. But have a look at this one. I mean, that's just, like we said, it's genuine pace. He's appealing, and I'm not quite sure for what, but still, the bowling was appealing. 73 for 6 after 9.
Yeah, terrific over. And only 3 coming off it. And a great spell. 2 for 10, outstanding. Yeah, watch out for him. He's got a bit about him, hasn't he? And who they're going to finish with here? They've got a number of options, but it looks like they're going to go to probably Josh Biragi to finish. Or are they? No. Maybe they're not. They're going to go back to Harsh. So Harsha had a number of options, of course, and that's the thing. They've just loaded with players. I mean, even Churchill, who bowls so well, he doesn't get a second over.
Sport for choice, aren't they? Good teams have depth. They've got depth in all departments. As Clone CC, maybe they can sneak up into the 80s, maybe 90 at a push, and this may help. It's been whacked away over point for 6. Maximo! Nicely played by Jagandeep Singh, using the pace of the bowler.
Yeah, and they do go for Purupali. Purupali, well, he goes for a 6 of his very first delivery. So he went for 10 on the first, and now that's 16. Yeah, it's a bit of a strange choice for me, really. I think there were other options there, but the captains, Zakir Khan, has decided that Purupali it will be. First ball goes for 6. Good shot there from Jagandeep.
Well played. It's a double down.
And now he wants to go down the leg side, but it should. Well, the wind has caught a bit of this, but the fielder's done really well. He's kept an eye on it and get the feed in. That's our man out there, Gurugubeli, who takes another good catch. What a good player he is.
Yeah, and nicely taken in the end. It's a bit of a challenge length, isn't it? It's not a bad shot, really, by Jagandeep Singh, but he doesn't quite middle it. Slight top edge, and well pounched out there, so he goes 6 and out in the 10th, and the score is 79 for 7.
Yeah, so hits a big 6, then gets out the next ball, 6 and out from Jagandeep. The new batter now comes out, trying to keep himself nice and warm and moving. It's going to be, well, Safi. Sangaria Safi comes out.
Safi's a good bowler. I like watching his leg spin. Right now he's got the bat in his hand. The bat and the ball do not meet on that occasion. 3 to come, 79. Such a promising start to the 10th over, but then a wicket and now a dot, and that was very close to being 2 in a row.
Yeah, well, he's trying to give himself some room, and the bowler would have clocked that straight away from that first attempted hit from Safi, so he's going to try and go full and straight. Well, he beats him again. They're running. The wicketkeeper was not expecting that at all.
Yeah.
It was Naeem Khan.
Naeem was dozing. Sleeping. He was dozing. Let's be honest about it. And he said, look, if you're not hitting it, then we can't do any worse. So I think that Safi kind of knew the score as well. When he missed it, said, right, we're off. And he does everything right there except really pay attention, Naeem. He watches it right into the gloves and the weight going the right way. Just one problem. They were running. Yeah. So they do get to 80. There's 2 to come. We'll see if Likon can do any better. The favour is not returned. He said, well, you had 2 goes. I want 2 goes.
Yeah, I like that. He said, well, you're doing no better. Let me back. And he says no, because he doesn't move. And this time.
That's right. You go back there. And I think maybe say, that's why you got to check the batting order. I'm higher than you. Having said that, we haven't seen bat meet ball for about 3 balls in a row.
Yeah, well, this one's going to be a bit of a chase for the man at third. He gets there. In comes the throw. Oh, the keeper loses his footing.
Well, they weren't going to go for 2. They weren't going to go for 2, and then they decided to go for it. And as it was, Naeem slipped over. So he's had an interesting 10th over. Just have a look at this. And it's the last ball. You've always got to keep running. We saw this yesterday, don't we? But yeah, you want to be running on the artificial surface. But then Naeem basically moonwalks back and ends up on his derriere. That'll be the end of the 10th over. It had a bit of everything, but not a lot of runs for Cologne CC. They lose early wickets and they find it hard to recover. They're going to finish at 82 for 7 off their 10.
Yeah, the struggles are on. And the same team, it just goes to show what we said, how one match can be so different from another. They almost pulled off an incredible chase. Chasing 154, they got to 148, but they needed the Akshay Dhani to perform. Dhani, though, this time around, he went first ball. There was the first wicket there. It was a very good catch from Churchill to get Sanka, and then we saw this. Gurvinder comes, takes the wicket of Akshay Dhani, and when that wicket went down, you knew it was going to be hard work for them to get going. This was an amazing catch, can I say, from Gurugubeli. The ball was absolutely crunched, and that's when you know that you're not going to have good luck. And Manap Anwar, who I think quite rightly did come up the order, hits it well, but he finds the hands of Gurubeli. Anywhere else, it would have been a boundary. And we saw this one, and a really good catch coming in. That's Harsha, who patrolled that boundary pretty well as well. But they're catching really good. You can't take anything away from this performance. I think the bowlers in general bowl well. There were very few Gandhi deliveries, and even Nawabi was in the celebrations. And there's the old Mushtash celebration from our good friend Raheem Nawabi. He's a lovely guy. He's a lovely character. And yeah, so the Golden Boys looking pretty golden, I have to say, in that delightful purple kit of theirs. With well, they are the Stars. That's why they got the great big golden star on the front of those shirts as well. And they felt well so far. Halfway through though, only halfway through, but so far it's been a golden star performance from the Golden Boys as they restrict Kern CC just to 82. And they've been looking for two things here, and I think this is so key. I mean, they want the win, so I think if you're a captain here, you're saying to your side, yeah, we want to win, let's focus on the win. But I think deep down, you also know this is a really good opportunity to boost your net run rate as well. Let's have a look at the scorecard then. And really, the batting just never got going. And that was the problem. They weren't able to get anything. And with the bowling front, once again, I think the bowlers just bowled really well. Gurubeli was very good. It was very tight. It got the ball in the right areas as well. And I like the bowling there from Atta. Atta was superb. So they really did bowl well. And you've got to say that they've put themselves, especially the bowling and the fielding, have put themselves in a good position in this match. We'll see those scorecards coming up in a short while for you. Meantime, myself, Rika Full, and Vinny Sandu will take a short break. But we'll be with you in about 10 minutes' time to talk you through the end of this match number 17. And, well, at the moment, it looks like it's going to be Golden Star Pawn that will be victorious in the second match of day 4. You're watching the European Cricket Series, and we'll be right back in 10 minutes' time. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Well, after a high-scoring feast to the start of day 4 between the two teams from Kern, 153 to 148 in favour of the Kern Challengers, who have now gone 3-3. Well, it looks like we're going to have maybe a low-scoring thriller here. Well, they're going to have to do something, Kern CC here, to try and get this win. It could be one of those matches in the Grady 80s, but I get the feeling that Golden Star Bond are going to try and knock these runs off pretty quickly and give them not only another victory, but also boost their net run rate as well. And it looks like they're going to have to deal with Vinay Kashyap to start off with the first over. Interesting choice. So this is all about, I think, trying to keep, well, the pace of the ball, and they're hoping that Vinay's got his radar switched on and got the accuracy right. Here's the first ball, and it's not a bad one. It's up in the air, bit of a miscue. But he gets a little bit lucky, does the batter. And looks like just going to get a singles to start off with. And of course is Saeed Naqvi. Naqvi gets off the mark, not in convincing fashion. He's joined out there by Naeem Khan. Naeem now to face. And he hits this well, but there's a fielder out there. Can he stop it though? He does extremely well. That's a really good stop from Deepak Demiwal. And the batters choose just to take one. I'm not sure what's happened in the middle here. There must have been a collision or something. Well, there's the fielding. That's brilliantly done. And not sure what happened between the two batters, because there somehow ends up being a bat on the middle of the floor. Here we go. And wow! Well, a bit of wild bat action. Well, he takes one, doesn't he? Takes one in the leg. Could have been worse. It could have been worse. And that's two batters ball watching, and now they're watching this one go over the ropes. That's a big hit. It will go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. And well, the bad news is that the glorious sunshine that we had for such a while, and it seems to be disappearing as a lot of clouds, and fast-moving clouds, I'd say, are moving in from somewhere. So it's, all of a sudden, it's just gone a tad chilly. Naqvi hits the first boundary. Good big 6 outside the offside over extra cover. Vinay. And this one is a miscue. Could be gone, should be gone. He will be gone. So 6 and out for Naqvi. And Kashyap picks up the wicket. And that's all they've got to do. They've got to believe that they can keep picking up these wickets, create the false shots, and take the wickets when the opportunity presents themselves. And it's a nice catch taken. No mistakes there from Omkar. So first wicket goes down. He wanted to be super aggressive, didn't he, Naqvi? He was a little bit lucky that he wasn't caught of his very first ball, to be fair. New batter now makes himself out there, and it's Paritosh Baragi, who was the top run scorer for their side last year. He batted beautifully, didn't he? And was the 5th highest run scorer. 211 he scored. Didn't start well in the very first match that they played. Memory serves me right, he didn't get off the mark, but he showed his talents later on, didn't he? And when he did start the form, he scored a fine 27 or 20 in the second match. That was, of course, against Bon Blue Star. Let's see how he starts here today. And he carefully watches this onto his bat, plays it out towards the man at point, and takes no run. 8 for 1 with the ball to go then. Vinay Kashyap takes the first wicket and keen to take another. Baragi sees one ball. Will he go down and go for the straight shot? Both men are inside the circle. Well, he doesn't go straight. He goes down the leg side, and this is a biggie. It goes all the way. Wow, he's hit this sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 runs. Boom. Shakalagya. That one, when it goes over that fence and all the trees and bushes, end of the over. 6 off the last ball means that it's 14 for 1. Naeem Khan will be on strike for the next over, to be bowled by Akshay Dani. Dani had a terrible start to this match and a good start to the day when he made 44 earlier. But in this one, he got a first baller. That is not what his team needed. You need something like Akshay to be at his best. 219 matches now since we've had a golden ball. Hello to everybody that's tuning in the chat. And of course, namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal. I'm a one to everybody that's tuning in on the Southern Indian continent watching via fan code. And not a bad delivery. Plays down the wrong line. Does the Naeem Khan. He wants to be super aggressive, but gets beaten here outside the off. So dot balls to start from Dani. Do they believe? Do they believe that they can get this victory? Do they believe that they can defend their score of 82? It's guided away nicely. The man who's on the boundary on the point region of the ground. So takes a single as Naeem. Yeah, definitely get a lot chillier once the sun goes inside. So Dani now to Baragi, who, well, he launches into this one again. It's down the leg ever so slightly, but that's all he needs. You've only got very small margins to get it right. And if you get it wrong, even if it's by a whisker, it gets bashed away. So good hit. Very strong in that area as Baragi. You don't want to be bowling it there. He's got to make a big effort to try and get this, I think, short of a length outside the off, and hope that's going to be a bit of a miscue. And once again, maybe somebody like Omkar can get into the act and take the wicket. Look at the field that's been set. He can't be bowling it on the leg stick or on the stumps. He's got to be going across him. Well, it's a better delivery. It's nicely played. And now he is bowling to his field, but always difficult when you're bowling around the wicket. You've got to get it right. You've got to get it going outside the off stump. So you've got to really get that angle in. If you go too straight, if you don't get it right, it means you're going to be on the legs and it's going to be whipped away, especially by the good batters. Naeem Khan hasn't made a start on a boundary yet. Gets a short one and he will put this away. It's a Gandhi delivery. It's one for the over as well. And it's cuatro carreras. And, well, that gets walloped away. And not a good ball. And 4 more runs. Well, 4 is signalled. So, well, they're sticking to the 4. The batter gets told that that's the one for the over. Ball comes back to Dani. He's got to finish well. 28 on the board. First over went for 14. And Naeem Khan got his boundary there as well. And this is high up in the air, loses his shape. It could be out. And it will be well held. So they do pick up another wicket. And the last one, yeah, I suspected it was a 6. It was given a 6. So we're going to see 6 and out now for Naeem Khan. He wanted to go super aggressive, but a better length there from Dani. If you're going to be bowling this length, it's got to be there. And he does get this to go in the right areas. The wicketkeeper, he puts his name on it, says it's all mine. And Tabak Sakar takes the cat's end of the second over, 28 for 2. And, well, Gurwinder Singh, when he comes out there, pretty happy because maybe at one point he thought he may not get a chance, but he does get a chance here as he comes in with 2 wickets down. So we saw the wicket of Naqvi going pretty early. And now Naeem wants to go super aggressive as well. And wasn't content with the 1-6, wanted another, gets out. Good catch from the wicketkeeper, made it his, and that's what it's all about. Says, it's my catch. And Vinay is going to bowl his second over. Just try and see if you can maybe get another false shot from one of the batters. Baragi, though, facing him. And he hits this dead straight. He will go all the way. 6 runs. You don't hit straighter than that, and you can't set a field to this either. Nice shot. It just floated up there really by Vinay. He's hoping the batter makes a mistake. But Baragi, well, the way he's seeing at the moment, he launches into it, and he's going to get another 6. 6 runs. Gurwinder at the non-striker's end. Baragi looking the business at the moment. Change of angle now for Vinay. He's going to try coming around the wicket. Could be dangerous. And, oh, well, just looks to go for a little paddle there. Bit of a nothing shot. So, and Baragi. Let's watch this. He just almost guides this into the gloves of the keeper. Short, goes for it, and he's going to get it. And there's going to be 4 runs, 1 bounce. And 2 short, and when you're bowling from around the wicket, you can't be bowling short. And doesn't quite get it out the middle, but nobody in that part of the ground. And this over is going exactly the way that the Golden Star Born want, trying to get this victory as quick as they can. And now it's been flighted up there, it's high up in the air, he gets it over the infielders. And it will go all the way. Bolle, manos arriba, árbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. Well, look at this hitting at the moment from Baragi. He's raced on to, what's that now? He raced on to 29 of just 8 deliveries. It's incredible over that 300 pace. Well, that's a better delivery. Good bit of fielding there as well. Nice grab. Otherwise, this would have been a bit of a chase to the boundary. So, ball to go in the over. He's gone for 30 already. And welcome to everybody around the world tuning in to the European Cricket Network. You're watching this European Cricket Series happening at the Biowidigan Cricket Ground here in Krefeld, and we're seeing a master blast performance here from Baragi as he smashes another 6. This is another one that goes out the ground. That's 5 sixes in this innings from him already, and the score already at the 50 mark. 50 for 2 at the 3rd over. At the end of the 3rd over, the power play completed, and a fine time to welcome back into the cube, which is a little bit chillier than when he last left. It's Mr. Maximum.
Yeah, it is a little bit chilly now. The sun's gone away, but oh, the batting's pretty hot. Magical 3rd. 50 off the power play. Not the first time we've seen the 50-run power play today. And yeah, they did get a couple of wickets in the first couple of overs. That's what you got to do if you're trying to defend this double-digit score. We haven't seen too many double digits defended this year. No. Scores have been going up in Europe. I think the batting just keeps going from strength to strength, and it's hard to see a way back here from Clone CC, who are going to be checking their pockets and turning them out, saying, how did we get nothing out of this morning? Especially after they put on 148. Now this is going to be a single to start the 4th over as Jagdeep Singh to bowl.
Yeah, Singh coming on the bowl a little bit earlier than they would normally deploy him. Probably because they feel that if anyone can probably get a breakthrough here, he can. He's got to stick to that line outside the off. Sometimes he can drift it down the leg side, and that's good areas. That's where he needs to be. And see that he beats probably Josh Baragi there with that one. Nicely bowled.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we need to see an epic collapse. 7 for 9. We saw one of those yesterday.
We have seen them here.
We know to expect the unexpected. A few people predicting an early lunch. Well, this one gets up. Now, does it get something here? Let's wait on the signal, because it seemed to take a deflection. In fact, yeah, that's runs. And so I think that's a missed opportunity.
It's a quick delivery, and it does fly through quickly. Yeah, it does. But he's just not, I don't know, he doesn't seem to be moving well. He's very late.
Give it, so you see here, his body weight is going slightly to the left, but he's not staying low enough, long enough there, Dwarak Soka, because he needs to kind of spring a little bit. He needs to spring up and to his right, and he really had no up to give, did he? So Baragi to 39.
And that's the issue that the bowler Jagdeep Singh has had. He just strays down the leg, and whenever he does, he gets whipped away. And well, that'll hurt you. First of all, the chance that gets put down, and then the next ball gets whipped away to the boundary. So into the 60s now. Just 22 required of 38
Well,
deliveries.
a few people predicting an early lunch. Well, good news. The lunch has just arrived, and for once, the stars aligning here in the European Cricket Series crew.
That's okay. That's okay. He
Watch
sneaks
out
that
for
one
this,
in.
though. I mean,
And, will they take a cheeky one? They think about it, and they will. Oh, dear.
now
Oh,
here's
dear.
the thing. I actually think this is a dead ball. You know why? Because I don't think he's throwing at the stumps. I think he's just throwing back to the bowler. You see? So for me, intention is important here. So you see how he's not trying to hit the stumps. He's just giving back to the bowler. So that to me shouldn't have been a bite. That should have been a dead ball. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm with you. And also, you can see the batter there as well. The batter's looking back. He sees.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Because everyone's treating the ball as dead. I mean,
Yeah.
probably will it matter? Not really. Because right now, Clone CC probably want this over as quick as possible. 62 for 2 after 4.
Yeah. Well, there they are. Two batters having a bit of a chat there at the moment.
Because
Good
there's
to see.
as a keeper, there's a difference between throwing at the stumps, attempting a run out, and which is basically continuing the play, and just returning the ball to the bowler. So I suppose it's on the bowler for not turning around. But
There's a bit
I
of a
think that's a
woodpecker
harsh
there,
one.
isn't it? A bit of a woodpecker going on there. Oh, there you go. Woody, that's one for you.
are you seeing a woodpecker?
Yeah, if you look at it side on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever have Mr. Squiggle here?
Mr.
Do
Squirrel.
you know what Mr. Squiggle was?
No.
Mr. Squiggle was this weird puppet that had a pencil for a nose and would draw things. And then you turn it upside down, it'd be like a drawing of something. So it was just all squiggles. It's a great kids show.
That's not a good delivery. And how many will this be? Well, at least a couple. Will they come back? And yeah, they will. Good running.
We
That's
must
gonna
have
be
a few
three wides.
we must have a few Australians in the chat. Helix, tell me, do you remember
So
Mr. Squiggle?
Squiggle.
I'll have to show you
so he
Mr.
had the
Squiggle.
pencil where? As a nose?
And his nose was a pencil.
Okay.
I'm going to have to show you. Of course, I can't put it in the broadcast, but I'll show you.
Slower delivery. Gets worked out on the offside. They'll just take a single.
I'm showing you Mr. Squiggle now. And we'll wait till actually squiggling something. There you go. And so you're going, okay, what is that? It's just a bunch of squiggles. And then they'll say, turn upside down. And it'll be something. Anyway, this is going to be a big chase. And how about that for some fancy footwork? I saw it live. I know it's in the sealed section, but he's actually put the boot out there. It's a brilliant piece of work from Tahani. Probably not great for the little small bones in your foot, but very effective at saving the boundary.
Yeah, we just see his foot on the ball there. Yeah, okay. Not quite the way we'd often see it done, but that'll be a stop, but nobody's stopping this one. This is going to be 4, and this has been a fantastic innings from Baragi. He brings up his half century, and he's done it quickly. He does it in just 16 deliveries. Ball Badaya batter Baragi now after half century Puri Kali. Frisi Dennis to Baragi, 50 of just 16
Yeah,
deliveries.
really good innings. Just what the doctor ordered. No wobbles in this chase at all for GSB, who are going to give us an early lunch, I think. And this is shortish. They'll get a run. I just remembered something about Mrs. Wiggle. That's right. Kids would send in just bits of squiggly things, and he would join them all together and would make would make something out of it.
Okay, there we go.
See, so that was what the show was about.
He goes for it. They wanted the 6, and he gives them the 6. You can see them all saying, Guri, Guri, Guri. And, well, he delivers. It's a nicely hit.
Final Mr. Squiggle bit of trivia, and Helix has reminded me, yeah, apparently he came from the moon. That was the story anyway.
Oh, I see.
All right, so I've forgotten some of the details. All right, well, they can finish it now with a 6.
And they're going to try and do it, and they will do it. That is it. It is done and dusted. And Gurwinder Singh, to the delight of his teammates, has provided them with 2 60s to finish the match. And they're going to do it in just, well, they only need 5 overs to do it. And what a win this is. And this is certainly going to help their net run rate. I said at the beginning, it's an opportunity for them not to just win the match, but to win it big, to really boost the net run rate. And they've done that here now. Oh, what a good victory this is. That'll take them right up there to the top of the standings.
Oh, I mean, that was comprehensive, wasn't it? It was a pretty complete performance. They shut down Clone CC. They took earlier wickets. They kept him something in the 80s, and they took only half the time to get it. But we'll get to see another Clone team now. We'll get to see the Challengers, who have gone 3-0 after that good win this morning over their crosstown rivals. And PSV Aachen, the first time to see them today. Well, it's not the morning anymore. This afternoon, I suppose, as we approach lunchtime. Now, we've got a bit of a gap It's about 40 minutes until that game. Shob Rahman comes in as well as Gokul Gopan and Shob Attar for Aachen. So a chance to see a couple of new players as well. Challengers winning the toss and batting in that one. Let's see if Rohit Narayanan can keep up his good form as we roll through the highlights of this. They were there for a good time and maybe not a long time, were they? As only 5 overs were required for GSP, despite losing a couple of wickets along the way. They made quick work of this light target.
Yeah, quick work indeed. And of course now it makes it very difficult for Kern CC because they, like Hutchin Rising Stars, just that one victory to their name. And, well, teams that start badly like this, it's very difficult to see them finish in the top 4. But they'll have to go away and think about the things that didn't quite go well for them today. It was a great effort in the run chase in the earlier match against the Challengers where they just fell short by some 5 runs. But this time around, the batting just didn't click with them batting first. And then, well, Golden Star born. The Golden Boys, well, they were shining out there in the middle. The Stars were shining as they knocked this off in just 5 overs.
Yeah, pretty comprehensive stuff, isn't it? And so, I mean, Clone CC, they'll be disappointed. There's something about the Clone teams. They normally just kind of look a lot better than the results show. Having said that, the Challengers, well, they are flying at the moment. They're 3-0. We'll see them again in 40 minutes. Right now, let's have a look at the scorecard. Bairagi finishes with 51 off just 17. They lost their openers, but 3 and 4 shut the door on Clone CC. And only 5 overs required. Govinda with a bit of a cameo at the end. Yeah, I said it before about Golden Star Bond. I mean, they're a team that did very well in their opening European Cricket Series last year. They seem to have that depth, don't they? Yeah. They seem to have a lot of players that can impact the contest. Wickets for Kashyap and Adani first up. It wasn't a very long innings at all, just the 5 overs required. Safi hasn't had a great day with the ball, though I do think he's got a lot of promise as a leg spinner. He finished going magical in the 5th. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 35 minutes time. Take you into match number 18. We'll see the Challengers against PSV Aachen. Until then, we're going to have a bite to eat. We'll see you shortly. After this, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly with more European Cricket Series.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the city that has a passion for sport. Yes, we're talking about Krefeld here, not far from Düsseldorf, and this is the Bayer Erdendam Cricket Ground. What a lovely setup that we have here as well. As we get ready for the next match, match number 18. It's the third on day 4, and it's time to, well, welcome back a team that we saw earlier, and a good start from them. The current challengers have made it 3 wins out of 3. Their captain, Rohit Narayanan, is in very good form, and he's a very happy chap as well, because the way they did that was brilliantly. He scored 76 or 27, and Harsimrat was good as well. And with the bowling, I think the bowlers responded when they had to. I think Najendra Dante, he was outstanding in the field, as well as the way that he bowled. And we also welcome back a team that are on debut on this European Cricket Series, PSV Aachen, and what a good start that they had as well. And I tell you what, it was so good that the computer, the bat versus ball computer, is saying that they will be victorious in this one, 114 to 107. So that's going to be interesting. But yeah, I mean, just focus on the new team. I mean, on debut, they got a win against the RRS side. And then they did lose to the Bio Boosters, but then scored 159 to thump Kern CC. So they look good, and they've got some good players on their side. I mean, Muaz Hassan, the wicketkeeper batter, he was in sensational form. Had a bit of bad luck as well, didn't he? On the first time we saw him, but he was tremendous. He played beautifully well. And watch out for the partnership between him and also his opening partner Yasir. And let's have a look here. One thing I want to focus on here, look, you've got Samit Nandu and Guru Chanda are the 2 umpires. They know each other very well, and the men in black, when they take the field of play, almost like the way that they come together, that traditional handshake of theirs. Having a look at the teams out there at the moment. So the 2 men in black, as I say, and all of them have done a wonderful job. We've got Smith, Nandu, and Guru Chanda out there at the moment. Smith will be the man at the bowler's end, and Surya has been good as well. Subramanian is the 3rd umpire for this one, and being brilliantly led by Tyrone Peters here today. You can see the batter just, well, he says, this chalk don't work. It's a dud. Give me a bit of chalk. So he gets a bit of chalk. You can see a few of the guys getting themselves nice and warm. What I can tell you, it's the news from the middle, the news from the coin toss, that coin challengers won the toss and elected to, bat first. Why not? It suited them well first thing in the morning when they beat their friendly rivals, also from Kern, as we had a bit of a Kern derby, didn't we, first thing this morning, but they were victorious, 153 they posted. Kern CC got close, within 5 runs, 148, but they held on to win the challenges, and they want to do the same again. They're looking to bat the new team, PSV Aachen, out of the standings, but they've got a fair number of good batters as well. Here's the first ball, and well, it's a sharp one really, that rises up to the batter, and he fends this off. Spicy delivery to start off with. Just watch this one. It really does tuck him up a little bit, but he manages to work it away. First runs on the board. It's a good start from the bowler. It's a Arif. Just wants to make a slight change to the field. Mohammed Arif. And this is hit nicely straight down the ground. It doesn't quite get the timing. They're thinking of 2. Now they're going to have to rush. In comes a throw. They will get there. So good running. And the challengers, they did this really well in the morning, didn't they? And that's one thing that Rohit and also Arvind do very well. They've got a good understanding between each other. So Rohit Narayan finds himself getting to the non-striker's end. It's Noel Arvind. Well, he gets it pretty well, and you can see he's not thinking about running, because that is clean out of the middle. What a good shot this is. And it's there, and he just goes boom Shakalugya. Boom blastic. 6 runs. Goes all the way. Lovely hit. Well, welcome back to everybody. I hope you enjoyed your little break. And let us know what you got up to, of course. Myself and Vinny had a bit of lunch. A lot of thanks to the Federation for providing us with that. It was nice. I don't know about Vinny, but I had a bit of a bolognese schnitzel, and it was lovely. And schnitzel with some bolognese and some toasted cheese on top of it as well. I like me cheese, melted cheese. It was very nice. And I hope you've all had a bit of a break, maybe caught up with a few chores, and now are back with us to enjoy the last 3 matches of the day. 2 more after this one, of course. They want to take this on. Once again, very good running. The throw comes in, but Rohit there is there pretty quickly. So Arvind gets the instruction to go, and he goes. That's the understanding that you need between a batting pair. We have seen some crazy run-outs, but good, firm calling. The batters look at each other, and they're getting those runs in. Riff down the leg side, and not able to whip this away. And they will get the leg buys, but I think when the delivery is in that area, you're looking to play it away, especially when you think what good form Rohit was in that earlier match that I mentioned already at the start of the day, match number 16. So he gets away with that one a little bit. That's Mohamed Arif. It's not the first one that he's fired down the leg side, and the batter's not being able to get hold of it. Better areas is a miscue. It doesn't go to hand. Well, it would have been a dicey 2 if they try and take this on, because it's only a few metres away from the bowler's end, and the fielder's already got it. It will be the end of the over, and it will finish with a single. That means the score goes to 13 off the first. So it was a boundary from it as well. Just the one big 6, but the batters, they run well between the wickets as well. So a nice positive start. We can remind you that there's 25 days to go to the Euros of cricket as well. Cartomania will be taking the world by storm again. Yeah, that's right. The European Cricket Championship starting on the 25th of September. That's nicely hit, but straight to the fielder. And now there's a misunderstanding. It's a terrible, terrible throw. And then the fielder who gets the ball, he doesn't really know what to do with it. He says, "Ball dagi, but kidhar mara, kinno dema." Well, look at the batter get stranded. The wicketkeeper is too late to respond, doesn't read the situation, and then the brain freeze from the fielder who says, "I don't know what to do with it. What do I do? Do I throw it? Do I not? Where's the wicketkeeper?" Yeah, keeper had to be there quicker. Missed opportunity. That's well bowled. Good, a little bit of a way swing there from Mubasha, the bowler. This is Raja Mubasha. Bit of an opportunity there, and the throw came in, and he had to throw it in pretty quickly, but I just think the keeper was too slow to respond. Doesn't get to where he needed to be. Nicely bowled again. Simba Bashir is certainly getting that ball to move away from the batter, so he's angling it in and then getting the ball to move away. And I wonder what Vinny's the first time he'll be seeing the PSVA. And I wonder if he makes of their shirts. I love that. The look, it's the abs look. It's like you look at them and it looks like, hey, we're showing our abs. We're stronger than you. Look at our muscles. Look at our abs. You can see there, just those red shirts. I mean, look at the man that's had slip. So every time you see the front of him, say, look at these abs. Okay, that's in the slot. But once again, it doesn't get the timing right. A couple of times we've seen this shot being played. They're not out the middle, and they just take a single. Yeah, he's sort of scuffing it, isn't he? It's almost like the ball is being sliced off the bat rather than hitting the middle. Nice start, though, from Raja so far. This one is a fuller delivery, a little bit into the pads, but nicely dealt with by Aravind. Gets a single, so this over. Nice and tight, bit of tiki-taka and nothing else. Can he finish it well, though? Just a 3 from it. It's high up in the air and taken. Good catch. Really good catch from Gokul Gopan. He picks it early. He gets it and takes it. He has to deal with another fielder that's coming his way as well, but it doesn't put him off. So Raja Mubashir takes the wicket, and it's a good one to get is that of Rohit Narayan. And once again, we'll see on the network, doesn't matter what you did in the match before, it doesn't mean you're guaranteed to do the same in this one. And, well, as we saw from Akshay Dhani in the last match, who batted very well earlier, he's not able to repeat the same in the second. He's going to go for, well, a really below par score for him. He'll go for 2 off the 4 deliveries, but a very good catch taken there by Gopan on the run. Takes it, and a good over from Raja as well. So at the end of 2, 16 for 1. As the action continues, and now a chance. Oh, he's gone, you know. This is out. He picks it up and knocks the stumps over. So both openers will go within balls of each other. Excellent work. And Aravind, well, he was probably lucky to be there anyway after a mix-up before. Just watch this. He wants to go on the hit. He just doesn't get the acceleration going. And how about that? A direct hit on the top of the stump from Rahim Mohammed. Absolute sensation. Look, this is what you practice. That's what you do in the training drills. You run in, you attack, you pick it up clean, and you shy. Hits the stumps. Both openers back in the shed. Aravind, he'll go for 11 off 8. The new boys, what a start. And this one gets played away. It'll be sliced to the man at third. Incredible start. How about that? Great run out from the fielder, Rahim. So now you've literally got 2 new batters out there. Najendra Donti, who put a really good performance in the last match, especially in the field. And he's got Gunta out there with him as well. These 2, they're going to have to click. Arif is going to bowl. He's 2 overs out here. Asking the question, I think there's a bit of bat on this. I certainly heard a sound. And, oh, well, the finger's gone up. The finger has gone up. Well, we're going to have to look at this. I thought I'd heard some bat. The umpires had a long, long think. The appeal continues. Oh, there's definitely bat on this. This is, and also, I think, is the ball going to hit the stumps? I think the ball might have even gone over the stumps. He's a long way forward. Let's have a look at this. There's bat here for sure. Yeah, big time. And I think that the ball probably would have continued to go and miss the off stump. It may have been too high. The batters have, well, they've changed it. Well, we don't normally see this, you know, on the network. We don't normally see it. But I think when it's something big like that and it's been spotted by the third umpire, Surya, and also probably by the tournament referee, Tyrone Peters, they've turned around and said, nah, you know, if it's something, I mean, it's such a long way down as well. But the ball, the big thing is, ball definitely comes on the bat, so not out, and the right decision. Well, now take on a risky single, and this would have been out as well. I'm sure of it. We'll have a look at this. Just running into trouble. Well, they've lost the plot here. This is now Gunta, after surviving the LBW call. They're just not running. Look how leisurely this running is. Wow, not learning their lesson. Doing it the hard way. Donti. And he goes down the leg side and gets followed. Oh, this is called a wide? No. Oh, well. He's ducking. When he's playing this, he's ducking. I'm surprised at that call. 1 for the over, yeah. I mean, he's a tall man. I don't think that goes over his head. Oh, no, he's ducking down. Oh, that's a bad call for me. That's a bad call. And the umpire has called it. And this time, it stays put. Gets through. Gets the dot. It's all happening here. Vinny Sandhu, he's going to be a busy man because I think he's watching a lot of this happening as he's making his way back to the cube. And watch this one. This is just a big swipe. It goes well over the stumps. So a ball to go. As Vinny, he's just joining us now. He's getting set to join us as we get ready for the last ball. Well, Vinny, welcome back. Anything can happen here.
Anything can happen. Anything will happen. expect the unexpected. His last ball, the third. And this is going to keep down. There's more toing and froing. There's a bit of ring-a-rosy about the running between the wickets so far. End of the power play. For all of those things that happened, there weren't a lot of runs in the power play for the Challengers. Then 19 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, it's well, we know this score because I remember doing 19 for 3 in the last match as well, because that's exactly where Kern CC were after their 3 overs.
So let's touch on the LBW, which was given and then overturned. Now, here's the thing. The regulations say that any clear and obvious errors can be fixed from off the field, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, it doesn't mean you can't change an LBW. It just means the threshold is very, very high to do that. Okay, I'll come back to that in a second. First, here's Raja Mubashir. Let's go down the leg side. This time the umpire's not having a bar of it. He's not even on the screen anymore. And I think that'll be a leg by. They think a 2. They probably shouldn't, the way these two are running. So I think that was one case. And we had a similar one in Switzerland where you could genuinely see a big deflection off the bat.
Yeah.
It was a big deflection off the bat. So, I mean, you couldn't really overturn one that might have flicked the bat. So you're not going to be 100%. But that, to me, did fall under the category of clear and obvious.
I really am with that. My only, if I tell you what, I'm with that. But if my name is Muaz Hassan, and I would be saying, well, what about me yesterday? Because that was clear. I'm sorry, but that was clear and obvious as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I mean. Everyone's idea of clear and obvious, there's a different threshold. It's also pretty difficult to say somebody's conclusively missed one because, you know, little nicks, if you look at it in slow motion, it looks like it misses the bat, but they definitely nicked the bat.
Not when it's that much.
That one was a tough one. But then I'll tell you.
But I do like it. I like
as long as we're
getting the call right.
As long as we're stirring the pot, I'll tell you an unintended consequence of that policy. As this is hit up and over, long off, but Deepak's recovered there, and he's going to jump straight over it. Well, Rico Full, I know that you've seen a lot of cricket in your time. How are you going to describe this one from Gokul Gopan?
Very easy. Take the shades off, buddy. Take those shades off because they're not helping you. Because I don't know what he's seeing, but he's not seeing that ball.
Well, he does get down eventually. Problem is, the ball has gone past him by then. We'll let that one slide, considering the 3.5 overs we've had. What I was going to say is, does it kind of encourage batters not to leave the crease when they're given out? Do you know what I'm saying? Oh, that's nutmegged him. What a game. Now he's going to throw it, even though Tonti's looking straight at him, eyeballing the keeper, going, go on, throw it then. What are you going to do? And that left foot was almost off the pitch, and it's a pretty wide pitch.
Yeah, this is where you have to get both legs to one side and take the wide. So Bashir gets lucky with that one.
So that's the thing. I mean, if you're given out as a batter, your obligation is to kind of walk straight off.
Yeah.
There's no reviews for OBWs or anything like that. It's got to come from off the field. But I guess they don't look at it off the field unless you make some sort of a reaction.
That's exactly. That's a better delivery.
The other thing is with PSV Aachen, they're one team that would, if there's one team that would have no problem taking that after the one they copped the other day, they'd probably be saying, hey. But even to their credit, they didn't make a big deal about it. I think everyone on the field knew that it wasn't really out and it was the right thing to do.
Is that just pressure on the umpire because they're all standing out, appealing a bit? I mean, that's the one yesterday was the same. I mean, the umpires get under pressure.
Yes, sometimes. But also sometimes as an umpire, you just miss something. You might not see something that everyone else has seen. That's just how your eyes work. So you can concentrate as hard as you like. And sometimes you're torn between doing what you think and what... Oh, edged. And what a catch! Oh, unbelievable slips catch. That was a thick edge, and yeah, you're right. He is going to shake it like a Polaroid picture. What a catch by Wakasta here. The skipper with a blinder at slip.
Oh, this is sensational. Look at this. Oh, one-handed as well, Vinny. One-handed. I didn't see that first time around because it wasn't on the screen. Look at this. Oh, yeah. Jalebiya khai karo. The jalebi catch. Look at the reaction from the wicket-keeper as well, from Muaz Hassan. This is a sensational catch. Keep showing it, Helena. Keep showing it because we're loving this one.
Why would you want to take a wicket with a dodgy LBW when you can take a wicket like this?
Look at the reaction of the keeper as well. Watch this. Arriva. What a catch. Jabardast fielding. And the bowler's pumped. The wicketkeeper's pumped. But the guy who takes the catch, the captain, Wakasta here, take a bow. That was sensational.
That was player of the day. Stop the voting as this is up in there. Oh, there's another one. Oh, this would have been a left-handed catch. I tell you what, he might have even got a fingernail on this, Rico. End of the over. Everyone, please try and remain calm. Yeah, so it was 25 for 3 after 4. Now we're into the next one. It's Raheem Mohammed, but yeah, that was almost 2 in 2, wasn't it? Now we move up to 26 for 3. It's going to start with another opportunity, and that looks like Gokul Gopan, and he will take it. So, wow, 2 catches taken in just 3 balls.
And he takes the catch. I want to know where his shades are. No shades this time. I told you, take the shades off, you'll see it. And Kalala ball for Hodjani, and he does. And it's a good catch. Oh, they're falling away here, big time here, aren't they?
Oh, wow. And you're right. I mean, for a guy who had just basically chipped over an invisible worm trying to stop a 4, he makes no mistake there. So 26 for 3, the challengers in some early trouble.
We get him before he escapes. Yeah, well done, Goldie. Don't let him run away from you. Don't let him run away from you. And, well, that is going to be a first baller as well for Harisimrat. He will go for a golden. And Gopan, well done to you. He takes the catch. Well, it's all going pear-shaped here pretty quickly.
It really is.
5th over. What a start also for Mohammed. No ball called here. Now, is this called for foot fault or height? It must be for foot fault. But, yeah, I think that's what the umpires obviously said. It's a foot fault. Let's have a look.
Yeah, let's have a look. Seems like it.
Yeah,
yeah, it's
big time.
Pretty clear, isn't it, against Raheem? And so, time for a free hit and a chance for the challengers. I mean, there's still over half the overs remaining. Obviously, it's a terrible start, but we know that teams can turn things around. Love a big one here. When he gets nothing but fresh air, Nanda. And Nanda was good earlier. Remember that he ran himself out in the last over to get Narayanan, the captain, back on strike. And, you know, he earned a lot of brownie points with your teammates for being unselfish like that. Let's see if he can back them out of a tight spot here.
Yeah, Sanjay Nanda doing the batting. And that's a no-e as well. So, one, he gets the foot wrong. This time it's too high. So he's going to get a word from the umpires. But that wind has just picked up a little bit as well, Vinny.
Yeah, good call as well. Credit to the umpires. I mean, I suppose umpiring, it's a bit like goalkeeping or wicket keeping. You only really normally get noticed if you make a boo-boo.
Yeah.
All the good things you do go unnoticed.
Yep.
So, you know, we'll cut them a break. I think the umpiring's been pretty good this week, if I'm honest. And that'll be one warning, first warning for a high full delivery. You have to be crazy to do them. That's the other thing about those disciplines. Then he goes upstairs. And that will be the one for the over. It'll also be a dot on the free hit.
Yeah, one for the over. Oh, yeah. It was one for the over. So he likes to bang it in, doesn't he? So he's bowled a bit of everything here today, hasn't he? He's got the no ball, the full toss, now the short ball. He's probably thinking, I don't know what else I can bowl here. He'll probably go to bowling off spin.
Spears New York, another no ball. And this will be the foot again. So he's really pushing that front line. Of course, you always want to hustle back when you know you're going to get a free hit. That's the safe end, but it's only safe for the next delivery. Let's have another look at this one on the replay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just in his stride, isn't it? Some bowlers have habits of really pushing that front line, so if they push a bit extra, they step over. And that's what's happened again. So another free hit to come up.
Yeah, okay, they're not punishing him for it at the moment. That's the thing. So he's sort of getting away with it, but he needs to get this right. He needs to get the footing in the right place. Let's keep an eye on where he is here now. That looks pretty close at all, and they're calling it. So I think it's a fair call. He hasn't made an adjustment, so he's not helping himself at all. The throws that are coming in are wild as anything. So that is going to be a no ball and 2 byes.
Yeah, so this will be, yes, was that a wide? It's just down leg side, wasn't it? Or was this a front foot?
It must have been a wide.
No, it's just a wide. Oh, it's called a no ball.
No ball is
up.
called, so it's going to be byes.
So it must have been an
2
overstepping
byes.
again.
Yeah, I think it is.
So
when I'm watching him, it was no different time before.
Yeah.
So he's arched over, but really, it's very easy to adjust. Just take a step back.
Change something, go around the wicket, do something. Right now, with Charity in the first degree.
That's another one.
Oh,
that's another one.
Well, that's an absolute shocker. He's lost the plot here, Raheem Mohammed, hasn't he? I mean, he's almost missed one of the widest pitches in world cricket here, and he's just so concerned about his foot, I'm sure. But, I mean, that one was almost into the next district.
Yeah, I mean, what's he? Wow, what is that fielder doing there, marking the pitch like that? You don't need to mark the pitch. It's clearly bowling over the line.
I think
And now they're marking it with a chalk. They think the umpire don't know what he's doing. Umpire knows what he's doing. The bowler doesn't look at the line when he's bowling. Come on, get on with it, boys. This is just ridiculous.
Well,
Get
the
on
thing
with it.
is, I mean, I just thought he might want to put an arrow towards the pitch to say, hey, why don't you bowl here?
That's more like
because
it.
I don't think the problem's overstepping there. That was... I mean, look, he's just got the yips here. Let's be fair to Raheem. You know, he's worried about his front foot. He's been pushing the line. You know, now he's lost his control.
What's going on here? Well, they're getting maybe they run out of chalk as well now.
The thing is, you shouldn't be that close, right? You should never be pushing. You should have half your foot behind the line at all times, minimum.
Once you bowl one, you make the adjustment, you get it right. And yeah, I don't know what he's trying to do here as well. And it's not like that he's bowling at, like, you know, express pace.
And everyone's on foot watch now, right? Here's another free hit. Yeah, much better. Now it's going to be another no ball.
Already bowled one short one
Yeah,
that's gone over the other. So
because the last one before that was so short, it was like, I know it's hard to tell where it was, but it was miles over the head. So is this. I mean, Raheem, unwittingly, this is probably one of the worst overs that we've seen all year. He's delivering.
Have we seen so many no? Because normally, if it's high full toss no balls, you bowl 3, you're off.
Yeah.
And he's bowled all sorts here. This has got to be the most no balls that we've seen in an over.
Yeah, I'm still tallying it up. But
No ball. I know why it's no balls. Definitely, I'm telling you, we haven't seen this many no balls. So he's bowled a beamer. He's bowled 2 short deliveries too high. There's been foot faults. Let's see what he does here. And he's going to be another no ball because it's too.
What was this? Full? I mean, took my eyes off
This
the
is
screen
too
for 1
short,
second.
too short. He could be taken off for this because he's bowled 3.
If it's a third of the over.
And they're still running. And
what happened?
Is this ball live or dead? It's got. Oh, I don't know. Now they're still running as well. It's going. Oh, I don't know. There's a bit of carnage out there. It's carnage out there. Well, let's see this again.
A third bounce through the over carries a warning. So it's a first and final warning for short deliveries. So if he's to bowl another one.
First, he throws himself at it. He goes flying. Then watch what happens here. So they keep running. They're going to come back again. Oh, we can't watch it.
We'll never know. Oh, there you go. It's perfectly pitched slow ball. I should have gone to that earlier, I think, if he had that in the kit bag. He's just completely lost his rhythm, and that's one of the things about cricket compared to other sports. Like in baseball, if you're really struggling, you can take the pitcher off and get another pitcher in there immediately. But cricket's probably the only game in the world where once you start an over, unless you're injured, you have to finish the over.
Yeah. After this over, when it comes to an end, have a look at the extra compared to the score.
I'll be looking forensically at this over for a while, I think.
To take a single.
Bad time for me to reset my computer, I'll tell you that much, as we get to the end of the 5th over. The score is 49 for 4. Well, Mohammed, he will go for 14, but I think that in a court of law, he'd be found criminally responsible for several more that ended up being extras. Anyway, it's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo Rico Full with me. It's like I said, cricket's one of those games, probably the only game, where if you're not going well, you can't be substituted out. So in baseball, if a pitcher just kind of lost the plot, you get another pitcher out there. But he started his over, even though he had problems with his foot and his release and his rhythm and everything, he had to finish it, and it was quite expensive.
The start was okay. It was just when he bowled 4 balls, more or less, was fine. It was finishing off. He couldn't get the last 2 in, but oh yeah, that was really weird. And well, it does finally come to an end as we go back to the action. But the extras now, well, with that one, I think that takes it to 23 extras, Vinny. 23, and that's mainly because of the no balls and and to all of the buys. And that's the other thing. Spare a thought for the wicketkeeper, because the number of buys has been 10. He had no chance of stopping him, and now nobody's got any chance of stopping this one as well. I think this is going over. It does. It goes all the way. Manos arriba, arriba, arriba. And the thing that happens when you see an over like that, everything changes. Everything changes. I'm looking at my monitor, by the way. We couldn't even get that whole over in, so good luck finding out exactly how many balls.
I'm going to go back and I'm going to try and find out. Find out what happened.
It goes for 24 runs.
Like I said, my computer was a bit slow, so I thought it was a safe time to reset it. So I didn't have everything in front of me. I wish I did, because I'm still trying to work out what happened.
Now, well, what's happened is now they're throwing the ball around frantically. And
That's the case when it hits the batter, and it would have been an overthrow because he hit him, and they won't run out of sportsmanship. But actually, this actually saves a run because it hits the batter running through. There's no one backing up, only outfielders.
Rahman is the bowler. And this is going to be okay, says the umpire. Yeah, show Rahman. Yeah, I make it that 24 came off that over. But the thing is, how many were buys? So if you add the buys up to it, it's 30-something.
I'm going to try and tell you.
Okay, I'll leave it to you. I'll keep an eye on things over here for a moment.
So we're still catching up. So give me a second, and I'll get back to you. Okay.
Good luck with it. Rahman, though, at least so far, he's been so tight. Yeah, that over just doubled their score. Everything went wrong. And it basically is exactly what the challengers needed. So now they're back to probably getting to a good score. It's nicely played. Clever little shot. They'll take the single. But you can see they're just throwing. They've lost the plot here. They have lost the plot. They are just throwing wildly without needing to do so. They're giving away more runs in terms of overthrows. And they've just got to gather their thoughts. This is where the captain becomes vital. The captain now has to play a big role and say to his boys, hey, what are you doing? Calm down. Calm down. You know, even with that one over, it's just one over. We can still bring this back. Just calm down. And, okay, so he has the ball this time, but this is the captain. And what he needs to try and say to all the guys, say, calm down. Keep it calm. End of the over. And, well, that's how quickly an over should be completed. The other thing, of course, is time.
Flew past that, didn't it?
What about time? I mean, keep an eye on time.
They're lucky they were slightly ahead. They got 12 minutes to bowl 3, less what they take now. All right, take me through this. We've got the ECC coming up 25 days away, eh? So that's going to come up super quickly. Let's pick a team at random. How about Belgium? Belgium in Group B with Jersey and Guernsey. So we're talking a lot about them having a battle. In Group B, as this is up, it's in the air, it's an opportunity, and it's taken. So Raja Mubashir will take the catch, and Nanda is going to have to go. We struggled a little bit with his strike rate. I think part of the problem was a lot of the balls he was facing were unreachable, but there were no balls which technically go as dots to the batter. And that will be another wicket. So PSVR can do pull something together, and that'll make it 60 for 5.
Yeah. So, good catch taken, by the way. I mean, the catching was pretty good. So, that's a good moment for them. That last over only went for just a 10 from Rahman. They pick up a wicket here now. So, the captain is hoping that the guys can gather their thoughts again and tidy things up. So, come on, what you got?
Still trying to sign in. So, just going to... Just takes a bit of time to sign into the computer, as you know, Rico.
Yeah, it likes throwing you out, and then you have to try and get back in again. It does it at the worst of stages.
Yeah, it can do.
New batter comes in. And, needs to get game straight away.
Ooh, it's not pretty what I'm seeing. All right, I'm going to say there were 19 runs off the over. And there's a wicket in it, by the way.
Yeah, I know. The second ball, right?
So I'll take you through over the ball by ball. It's gone 1 wicket, no ball, dot, no ball, dot, no ball plus 2, no ball plus 2 buys, no ball plus 4 buys, no ball plus 4 buys. Oh, that goes on to the next line. Okay, wait for me.
Okay, I'll wait for
to
you.
be continued. Then I think he started bowling non-no balls.
Now we might have an injury to another bowler. So what's happens here? So he's...
Yeah, well, we were just talking about the ECC, and I mentioned that Belgium are in Group B, and Belgium will actually be here in Krefeld at the end of this ECS for an ECI tournament involving none other than the one country there that doesn't have their flag because they're already in Championship Week, Netherlands 11. So we'll have Netherlands 11 as well as Belgium and Germany, and that'll be a really exciting series, won't it?
I think it will be. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing Belgium. Of course, everybody likes to see the way they play. Belgium ball, of course, is what we call it. They just come out and they like to hit the ball big for sixes. But, yeah, remember, I had a brief look at the Netherlands there at the SCG, and they look good. And there might be a few changes in their side because, of course, with the World Cup coming up, there's going to be a number of players that we probably would have seen at Kardama that would be busy elsewhere. So Be interesting to see who comes into their side. Their still will be strong though. So looking forward to how that goes. So that's going to be an exciting series.
For the Netherlands, it'll probably be their last chance to have a hit out before they go straight into Championship Week on the 16th of October.
Yeah.
So, you know, they'll be probably trying a few players because they might have some players available like Clayton Floyd and these kinds of players that might be able to play now but may not be able to play in the ECC because of the 50 over World Cup if they make the squad. So it'll be interesting to see how they go as far as selection. They'll probably try a few players that may be kind of options as backup players. I'll be curious to see.
I think they definitely will be, yeah. I mean, that would be the smart move to play. But I mean, when we have a look at that, I mean, some of the teams that we've already seen playing ECIs, I mean, if you go group by group, I mean, we've seen the Czech Republic play a lot of cricket. And I'm going to say their batting probably not clicking as how they would like, but they're still getting some good victories under their name. I mean, they didn't play the best, did they, when we saw them at Dresden? The results didn't go their way. But when I saw them in Austria, they did really impress. Of course, we've seen Bulgaria playing some of the ECIs. They're a good team, and if they got availability of a lot of their players, they certainly can swing some results to go their way. And then in Group C, I mean, we've seen Sweden were absolutely fantastic when I saw them in Hungary. Italy, we know all about Italy, and of course you'll see more of them just before the ECC as well. Over to Group D, Austria, I've mentioned already. Hungary, now Hungary are playing some outstanding cricket at the moment. And well, don't forget, they're a team that are right there at the top of the highest run chasers. We saw them do that.
I mean, yeah,
against Portugal.
Imagine if those two get going. I mean, Ireland 11, I think they'll send a similar kind of team as last year. I think Seamus Lynch is in there, Al Makana, the machine, and he had a crazy strike rate up in the high 300s.
And Turkey, would you doubt those guys? I mean, some of the fielding performances and bowling performances that we've seen from them, I mean, on their day, they can skittle any side. So, Group E, of course, England would be the favourites there, but once again, Cyprus, we know Cyprus are going to hit a big ball.
Switzerland have been in great form as well.
Yeah,
you know, if
and
you look
our
at
friends,
their season.
Romania, I mean, no, Ramesh Sathisan's been on the chat. Romania playing good cricket as well, as are Malta. And then, of course, Group F, well, we're in Germany at the moment. We've already seen some of the German cricketers play, and they were pretty decent when I saw them in Dresden. They'll be looking to perform here again as well. And then also, look, let's talk Portugal, and let's talk Norway. Norway really impressed me. Yeah. Norway really did impress me. I mean, what about the bit of bad luck that they had in that match? I mean, with two of those guys getting injured.
Yeah, exactly. You know, they didn't have the run of it. Also, speaking of Portugal, we found out that Jalpesh Vijay from Hornchurch, who actually cracked a very good 40 on finals day for Hornchurch. It's a little guy, but he gives the ball a real whack. Turns out, we've discovered over the weekend, he's got a Portuguese passport. And he was batting 3 or 4 for Hornchurch at the ECL, and I know I've put him in touch.
Did you?
With the guys, so who knows? Maybe he could be another pickup. Remember,
he would be.
Yeah, because to play in the ECC, it's the same conditions as the ICC criteria, which are you need to be a passport holder or a citizen of the country, or you need to have fulfilled the 3-year residency requirement, continuous residency, staying in the country for a certain amount of time. I think it's 10 months a year or 11 months a year. You have to have stayed there. So that's coming up, and it's really exciting. Now, if you want to know what the delay's for, I'll give you one guess.
That one over?
It's just going back and making sure that they have scored that hole over correctly. And if you're going to watch that hole over back, it's going to take some time. So that's why we're here. Shoot a few questions at us, ECN European Cricket Network. We're always thrilled to have the interaction with you. And yeah, we're talking about the ECC a lot because it's coming up and it's less than 4 weeks away now. We had the England 11 win in 2021. It was the Netherlands that won in 2022. The question is, will we have a new champion this time? But I'd say the English team and the Netherlands team, they'll be pretty hard to beat. But we do think there are several teams that could win it. And just look back at what happened at the ECL, the Champions League earlier this year. Nobody had the French team draw to win it, and they did.
Yeah. I think when you look at the teams, you look at some of the players, we know a lot of them. I was talking about some of the ECI events that we've seen already and the way the teams have performed. There's so many good players there that you just think that if you can't afford in any of your matches, and because it's that shorter format this time around, just 3 days, not the whole week, you can't afford to have an off match, let alone an off day. You have an off match or an off day, that's it, you're done.
That's the thing. And last year, England 11 came in, they lost their first 4 games. Now, if they were somehow to lose their first 4 games this time, they'll be going home.
Yeah.
The thing is that in the championship week last year, they had several extra matches that they were able to play. They were able to play 8 and then get into finals. So, I mean, let us know maybe who your pick is. People ask me for like a smoky in the ECC, and I think, you know, France, their batting's improved a lot. We know that their bowling, they were as good as anyone with the ball last year, but they struggled for runs. They seem to have improved a lot with the bat. And also, a team like Austria, for example, which I think have done some very good things lately. And look, let's not count out Germany, because we saw them win in a pretty tough ECI on the weekend back in Dresden. But Germany, I suppose they've perennially underachieved probably in the 10-over format, but depending on the squad and if they have a good start, I mean, they're a real momentum team. They're a team that have never been to championship week that I think certainly have the ability to make it this time.
Yeah, absolutely, they do. And I mean, other teams that we've seen that are really starting to perform at the moment, I keep mentioning Sweden. I mean, you were in Sweden for the ECS. I wasn't there, but I saw them play the international there in Hungary.
They're made for
They
it.
were just the hitting.
Yeah.
I mean, from one batter to another, it was just. And I'm in my mind, I'm thinking, right, if you got these guys in your group, you're going to be worried, because they're going out there and they are just, no matter who can. And there was some good bowling in that series.
Sher Ali scored 100 off 25 balls. I mean, that's the fastest 100 we've ever seen. He smashed the record by 2 balls.
Yeah.
Then he followed up with 100 in the ECIs. So good news is we enjoyed our ECC chat, but let's get back to the action, because they finally tabulated what they needed to sort out. And now we're going to get back to it. And what do you think the odds are of Raheem getting a second over, Rico? Just asking.
Well, I think pretty slim. I know. I mean, I'm going to put myself in his position. I know, like, you know, we're having a bit of a laugh and a giggle, because it was only the comical. But if you're that person, it hurts him, because he's a good bowler. We know that. Look at the way he started the over. He got a wicket straight away. It can happen. It can happen to anyone. All of a sudden, you just lose your way. The thing was, though, he lost his way because of his footing. He couldn't get his feet right. He was overstepping. So that shouldn't really make any issue with what you're doing. All you do is you take a step further back and you get the ball in the right areas. But he wasn't able to do that. And then it went really to his head. He was losing his footing.
It was a 13 ball over, I think. 13 ball over. But that's nothing like our longest over. It was 16 balls, a dealer riff from Falco. And you know what? The 16th ball was a wicket. So the 100% of 16th balls in an over in ECN cricket have been wickets. Just saying, if you'd like to throw a few messages out there, you can. It's at Mr. Maximo or at Rico Full, and you can also follow on at European Cricket. So yeah, they're still trying to sort this out, and so yeah, hopefully it can be done sooner rather than later.
Yeah, check out. Hey, while we're on, I mean, socials here, I must admit, when I was in Dresden with Charlie, I think I was having a bit of a moan. I think it was one of those moments I have now and again, because our website changed a little bit, and of course I use it a lot to do the preparation for the next day, and I couldn't get on with it, so I was having a bit of a moan. A few people chirped on the chat as well. I said, yeah, they've had a look at it. It's not the same user friendly as the last one, etc., etc. And I know that the robot came on and said, you know, yeah, we're just updating it, we're tweaking it. I have to say, 100% better. And you know, I was the first to complain about it. Now I'm going to be maybe the first to say I like it now. You can follow it. All the things that I need are there. It's very easy to go into whichever competition you want to have a look at. So that was good. And so thank you to the guys that are working behind the scenes. Somebody like Nick, Shazad, maybe Ravi there as well. So getting that website sorted, making it once again user-friendly. And I'm liking the new splash of colour as well. I hope that our people in the chat would agree that it is now once again becomes user-friendly and quite easy to get around. And of course, thank you for all your comments and all your support for the European Cricket Network. This is the upcoming events. We are, of course, here in Germany, where our German adventure started there at the RC Dresden Cricket Ground and at the east part of Germany. And what a lovely part of Germany that Dresden was. And then from there we move here to Krefeld. We just started this week. This is day 4. And once again, Krefeld, absolutely beautiful. It's known as a city with a passion for sport. From here, I know, Vinny, you will be going to Rome.
Yeah, I will. That should be great. Eight sides there. We'll have 60 matches in Rome in the ECS, and then we'll have 9 ECIs, and then the very next day we'll be in Cartama for the ECC.
Yeah, how are you going to manage that, by the way?
So I'll probably have Nish with me for the second half of Rome. I've got Corey with me for the first half, and Nish will probably have to take care of the last day on his own because I'll be on the way to Cartama. I'll get there Sunday and be ready to go Monday.
Yeah, and then of course, after a month there in the sunny part of the Costa del Sol there in Malaga, I'll make my way to Croatia. I think you're with me in Croatia now, is that right?
Yeah, I should be with you in Croatia. And then we're still working out a few plans. Such a busy schedule, isn't it? And it is subject to change. We should say that as well. And so, yeah, at the moment we're going up to the 16th of December. Maybe we'll have a bit more cricket as well. We'll have to see. We're planning something quite special. We can't say too much yet after the 16th of December. Again, just to let everyone know, the reason we stopped the game is because if you keep going with the game and no one really knows the score, it's a frustrating viewer experience. So it's probably even more frustrating than having to wait around for 5 minutes to sort the score out. So I think we're just waiting for this. And I think there was some chat that it might have been. It was more no balls than the system could handle, and so again, you got to feel for the bowler.
Yeah, you do.
Raheem Mohammed, because you see it happen in all walks of life. I think it was the overstepping that started just throwing him off his game, and then he was so concerned about that, the control absolutely went, and it's caused an unscheduled interruption.
Yeah, it can happen. It can happen. You just lose it. You lose your way. It's happened to me, I know. And then you just think, well, this is something I've been doing. And, you know, you've been doing it for 20 years. Why can't I just get the ball to go straight where I wanted to go? It gets to your mind. And once it gets up there, well, it takes a lot to get it out of your system. Well, it looks like we might be ready to go again. The players are on their feet. They look like they're making their way to their fielding positions. Now, once again, before we start, we can appreciate this lovely Barhoodingham cricket ground as well. A huge complex. You don't really get to a real opportunity to see the size of this complex, but it goes on for a couple of kilometres, doesn't it? It's a big old place. And football here, of course. I think rugby's being played. We've got like indoor facilities as well.
Yeah, really good indoor nets here.
When we were leaving yesterday, I could see some of the indoor. I think it was they were playing maybe a bit of indoor hockey.
Yeah, but they can put the nets up here for cricket, and that's one thing that I know. Well, the Golden Eagles here, which is the women's team, I've seen them training here quite a few times. Hey, good news! We've got some cricket happening, and it's Raheem who's going to continue.
Oh, the mic. Well, it's been a funny old innings, isn't it?
So Raheem is getting his second over, and his first over went for. We had all those no balls. So I had to do a double take there. And, of course, he took a wicket first ball this over. So he's actually got 2 wickets. So, yeah, looks like he sorted himself out now. Slow ball. It doesn't come down in time. It's going to get hit for 4. So another no ball. He's got to be on world record pace. That's his 8th no ball. And this time it's just a slow ball that never comes down.
Yeah, slow one that goes wrong. And the thing is, though, Vinny, he's bowled 2 before. This is him off.
Well,
in that last over,
there was one.
I thought he bowled 2 high ones.
Well, he had a warning for 3 bounces in an over, but I think he only had a separate warning. They're separate things.
Okay.
He had a separate warning for
I thought it was 2
ball.
high ones, but no.
Everyone check your notes. I think there was only 1 high full. No ball. So now this is a free hit. Whew. How's everyone feeling? I think it's the scores. I mean, they were...
The thing is, what's happened there then? Because at one moment, the last thing I looked at, he had maybe some of the runs, some of the buys might have gone against
I think
his
they might have fixed.
figures.
There were some runs put down as bat runs that were actually buys, and they've gone back and fixed it. That's why it might have gone backwards. But this is why we want to make it so you can see the score when we're playing the game, and that's why these interruptions just are unnecessary to do that. This is another slower ball. They should come back for 2. I mean, you can look at his figures in the end. He'll get 2 for 20. It'll look like a very normal kind of bowling analysis, but there's been nothing normal about these 2 overs.
No, there hasn't. And Thing is, though, I'm having a look at that clock. The clock has stopped, and I'm wondering why. Because
Oh, it's broken.
they've got to be way behind. On
They'll
time.
probably adjust at the end of this over then. And so, oh well, end of the 7th over. Raheem hit the pine for a while. It's 71 for 5.
71 for 5. I suppose the long break that probably was created by him. I'm only guessing, but we believe it was. It's probably served him well because he's been able to spend a bit of time to gather his thoughts, and he's done okay. So that over started everything off, though, didn't it? I mean, he got the challengers back into the contest there. They got a pretty good score on the board. So they're going at around about the 10 and over. They'll be looking at least to get the 100, but I think they know themselves that they've got to go slightly beyond that because we know that PSVA, they are got some good batters in their side as well. So they would be looking to try and get past the 120 mark. High up in the air. Good luck. It looks like the captain who wants to take it. And can you believe it? The man who took an incredible Jalebi one-handed catch at slip puts down what would, in comparison to the catch he takes, be an absolute dolly.
Yeah, so PSV Arkham, for all of this, they're still in a pretty good position in the game. Let's not forget. That's a fairly simple one, and now that's gone down. Would you believe that's the guy that took a one-hand slips catch about 6 overs ago?
That's what I just said. Yeah. He took probably the sharpest catch that you'll see, and then he goes and drops that one. Cricket is a funny game.
It is funny, but I'm not sure if everyone's laughing at the moment, particularly the scorers.
Okay, so here comes Khan again.
Now this is skied as well. Another catching opportunity. Money's on the ball, and your money's pretty safe. It's another one that goes down. And I think I'm assuming they got one there, but I'm not really assuming anything at the moment there, Rico.
Yeah, just the one. It's about to get to the other end. He just never looked like he was going to catch it. And he wasn't in a hurry getting the ball back in. I think the batters missed the opportunity, really. But I think it's all about Dante wanting to stay on strike.
Now hit, and it's almost going to carry. It doesn't. It's pretty good effort from Tahir. In the end, he gets it on the bounce. I should say he gets it. It actually gets him, doesn't it?
It gets him on the knee. You can see him going. He thought, I can't catch two-handed. He thought, I'll go for it with one hand again. The ball doesn't carry this time.
And this bottom edge gets under the keeper, and they'll get one.
Yeah, I mean, you got to say it's been a pretty untidy display in the field from PSVA. It's nothing like what we saw from them on the first day. I mean, you would think that today was the first day they were making their debut, the way that they're going about things and some of the things that happened. But on the actual day, they were so good. In fact, they were very good.
I mean, they're still in a really good position here. Let's not forget that. It's just, it's been untidy. That's the way I'd put it. Now, big swing and a miss. I mean, the batting hasn't been a lot better. Dante's found his way now to 21, but he's swinging like a rusty gate. That will be the end of another over. Call it out with me. 75 for 5.
Yeah, 75. I mean, with all of that has happened in there, only 4 runs have come off that one, so they didn't quite get going. They didn't get the runs that they wanted. There was the drop catches, but the ball doesn't go to the boundary. And that's how this is looking. It looks like one of those slopes that the skier comes down and then does the old the jump. That's the pattern of that one. A lot of people piping in the chat. Let's have a look at the time. So it looks like somehow, I don't know how, that they're gonna survive penalty runs. I really don't know how they've done this.
Yeah, I mean, partly it might have been that. Yeah, it seems so long. Partly because the unavoidable interruption. So, they have bowled several extra balls, haven't they? If I had to count up the extra balls they've actually bowled in this innings, they've bowled 12. So it's 12. That's 2 extra overs.
Yeah.
So they got 3.5 minutes. And the thing is, typically they've been running well ahead of time in this series. Like I say, today's been some exceptions, but that'll be a wide, so that's not going to help as well. The keeper eventually is able to make the stop. That was climbing on him.
Yeah, that's pretty well. That's Muassa's hand, but the bowler, well, he's running back to his mark to try and get this over completed in time. He should do it, but I've said that before and it hasn't happened.
Never know.
It's a better delivery. It's looks like a a strong guy. He's got a strong build, so if he gets the ball in the right areas, he's getting plenty of bounce. It's Shahib Rahman.
A swing and a miss. Half an appeal. You never know your luck in the big city. PSV, hoping they can maybe get one going their way.
Yeah, swing and a miss once again. So not able to get back on ball is Kushik at the moment.
Now this has pretty much gone straight up. Bowler wants it. Bowler gets it. So it's going to be the end of Karanam, who goes for 8 off 10. Swings away, but can't get too much of the middle on it. All happening in the 9th, even though I felt it's already all happened in this game. That'll be 77 for 6.
Nice catch taken. It well, pays to be tall, I suppose. He's able to take it. He gets the congrats from his captain. And yeah, so much happened in the match. But I say, watch out, everybody, for the way things started. You're going to see a sensational, I say this again, a sensational catch taken at slip. We don't see too many catches at slip, but when we do, they're never as sensational as the one that we saw that Wakasta here, the captain of PSVA, take. Anyway, here we go. And okay, it's more the same as Dot. He just keeps checking with the umpire. Hey, umpire, what do you reckon? Did he get anything on this? The umpire just shakes his head. No. So it goes back to his mark. It's been a good spell, though, I have to say, from Shoaib Rahman. He's bowled well. Got the ball in the right areas. Slow ball and good over. 1 for 13 off the 2 overs that he's bowled. So score stays on 77. Just the 1 run of that over. And he picks up a wicket as well. So very well bowled. So Shoaib Rahman. So we go to the last, and well, they were at the 7 over, at the end of the 7 overs at 10 and over mark. We thought they'd get the 100, but then the next 2 overs, they've only scored 6 runs.
Yeah, so, I mean, where would they be without the extras in this innings? 28 of them in total. All right, here we go with the 10th over, finally. And Donthi finally is going to nail this one. Maximo. A decent start to the 10th, if you don't mind. Pitched up and dispatched.
Yeah, well, they're going to Donthi. I think whatever happens in this match is going to be so super key now. I think his bowling becomes so important. I think keep an eye on him in the field as well. But if you can get, maybe turn this into a magical over, get them to the 100 mark, that will be something.
Yeah, if they get to the 100, it'll be a miracle. Big swing. He's pulled the length back a little bit. Got a good result.
Yeah, this guy's a good player as well, though. Hard Khan. And if he gets an opportunity, watch out for him with the bat as well. He made 2 very good contributions when we saw them for the very first time. Team on debut, remember, first time we've seen them on the European Cricket Network on this series. We made a very good show on opening day. This one's just been sliced. They'll probably try and go for 2. They'll want to get there. So it's very good running. And, well, the bowler mucks this up. Not that the wicket at that end matters. I'm surprised they don't throw hard at the end. That is the Donthi running to.
Yeah, you're right there. You got to know the strategy. And yeah, didn't hit the ball. Took the bail off. Seen it all in this innings, haven't we?
Yeah, looking at that again, I wonder if he doesn't touch it. The ball may have just hit the stumps, you know, because
Yeah,
he
maybe.
tries to take it from in front of the stumps.
Oh, good pace that time as it whistles through the keeper. This innings has gone 55 minutes, but who's counting? That shows you the world realigning, because we were running early, weren't we? A nice easy lunch, and now into the OT. Couple to come in the 10th. Smacked. That'll be 4. Really good shot by Donthi. He's flying the flag, hasn't he?
Yeah.
For the challengers here. Challengers making 150 plus this morning. They'll have to do it the hard way this time, but he's making sure they've got something to bowl at.
Yeah, he certainly is. It's a good hit. So gets him 89 a ball to go. So it's going to finish on a 90-something chase. And yeah, if it weren't for Donthi and those extras, they'd be on what, 18 or something?
I don't want to think about it. All right, here's the last ball. chasing the 90s. How many? Well, that's a fair bit about on this. And that has just sliced away. That'll be 4 to finish. So Dante finishes well. Nice innings from him. He's going to finish with 33 runs off 23 balls. And at the end of the 10, the challenge is 93 for 6.
Yeah, he gets them to a score, doesn't he? And we have seen scores like this defended. So, well, the General Dante, he does it with the bat, but he's going to have to do it with the ball as well as 1 or 2 others. And one thing where they're going to have to be super good on is in the field. If they get an opportunity, they've got to take it. Otherwise, they're going to find that PSV are going to end up winning here. Well, there's the 2 umpires that give themselves a little handshake when they go out there. Always a nice moment for the umpires, but had a rough time in this one. A few things that didn't go their way. And but that was a good catch. It's nicely taken by Krefeld, who had to come a long way to take it. Then we saw the run out here. What a great throw that was. And well, that was when everything was wonderful in the world of Rahim Mohammed, who took that run out. Then this, well, it was given out, which was a shock to everybody because the umpire puts his finger up, but batter clearly hit it. It was obvious, which we call back. That was not a good look there for Gopan, who earlier had taken a catch. And how about that? Is that one of the most spectacular slip catches that we've seen on the European Cricket Network? This is amazing.
Well, it was the best of times and it was the worst of times for PSV Aachen, really, when you consider that slip catch. Probably one of the best slip catch we'll see this year, if not the best. And it was all kind of going to plan with these early wickets. But then, unfortunately, like a game of pin the tail on the donkey at about 2 o'clock in the morning after a few drinks, things went off the rails really quick for Rahim, and that was the over that held us all up. Despite that, I mean, they weren't really hurting the scoreboard until Dante late. This was dropped again. Sign of the times as Tahir, who took one of the best catches of the year, then dropped an absolute goober. This one wasn't taken. Well, you just needed him to trip over the stumps or something like that. It would have summed up the innings. Some good pace at the end, although this was a nice shot, wasn't it, in the 10th, as Dante swung them into the 90s. And, well, the umpires, they can shake their hands as they say, yeah, that's a job well done. Well, a job done anyway, as we get to the halfway point of match 18.
Yeah, a job done. This is one of those matches, when I look at that, you look at Rahim there, getting a wicket, getting a run out. You see there, Wakas Tahir taking a super duper jalebi cat. And then the world changes around drastically for them. I've never seen anything like that. Wakas then goes on and drops the cat. We all know what happened to Rahim Mohammed with his bowling. But well batted there from the General Dante, 37 of 23. But, well, the worry there, of course, for PSV Aachen was the 28 extras that they gave away. 8 no balls, only 5 wides. But there was all those buys as well from those no balls that, well, go down for buys for the wicketkeeper. They shouldn't really. A quick look at the bowling figures. But Rajan Bubashir, what a spell of bowling from him. 2 for 4. And then also 2 there for Rahim Mohammed, who, when you look at that, you think he's bowled all right.
Yeah,
he doesn't tell the story.
Normal figures, aren't they? Nothing normal about it. Yeah, Raja is consigned to the annals of history. His 2 for 4 seems like it was about a year ago. But we're going to have a break. We'll be back in a few minutes with the second inning. 94 for PSV Aachen to get the runs here in match 18. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. We're going to go back and do some more counting, and we'll be back shortly with more European Cricket Series.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. As well, this match has taken slightly longer than we expected. It's match number 18. Well, everything's happened in this match. But what I can tell you is thanks to Najunja Dunti, who made 37 of 23 and also 28 extras, that Current Challengers have put 93 on the board. So 94 will be the chase for PSV Archer. And what we've seen the team making their debut in this series earlier in the week, they played very well. They batted well as well. They showed that they're a team that can score big runs. They scored well, a load of them when they took on their opponents, Kern CC. So this is the Kern Challengers they're taking, but they played Kern CC. They put 159 up on the board against them batting first. They also showed that they're pretty useful when they were chasing as well. So they'll be up for this. And, a bowler just warming up while the umpire waits for the clock to tick down, and it gives the go ahead. You can see there that it is Arvindaran that's just warming himself up. And that means that this first ball will and should not be a wide. That's what I say. Let's see if it is or not. The two batters wait. And they're probably, and we'll see that come up on the graphics in a moment, and they probably will be going with the likes of Muaz Hassan and also Yasser Hussain. They're your normal opening pair. Both these guys have put partnerships together for 88 and 81, batting first together. And, well, this one will just be a lob over the bowler. This is perfect tennis lob. The likes of Roger Federer would be very proud of. He gets this completely wrong, and the bowler loses his footing, can't get it, and is going to be alive straight away for the batter. So Yasser Hussain gets lucky first up. And, okay, it's a good take there. Kind of a good take there. Good stop, maybe, there by the keeper. That's Kaushik. That wasn't quite able to take it, but no stumping chance. The foot stays inside the crease, and then he looks at the bowler, Kaushik does, and says to Aravind, yeah, nice bit of movement there. The ball's moving around. Asking the question, the umpire doesn't give anything for this, and pretty sure this is, let's see how close this is to the wide line here. Yeah, that's a big time wide. That goes right over the line. That has to be called. The foot stays down, so good work there from Kaushik, but not out. And it's a good time to welcome back into the cube Mr. Maximo. Vinny, welcome back.
Yeah, can't always trust your eyes at this altitude. But, it will be a top ball. PSV Arkin getting the rub of the green with that wide call, I think. That seemed clearly over the line. Now it's going to be another dot ball.
Kaushik is just checking with the umpire, saying, didn't he have his foot up? The umpire shakes his head, said, no.
Gets good little away movement last minute. That one, I mean, even that's close, maybe just inside. But we haven't seen double digits defended yet in this tournament. The best defence is 104. As this is lifted up, leg side, and they kept it quiet, and now there's some scoreboard pressure. Maximo as it literally lights the scoreboard up. There's 6 to get it started. You saw them click up on the board. That looked pretty nice, didn't it?
It's not one way to do it after missing a few. He gets a bit greedy, the bowler, and watch this, nothing there, and then boom, come on, get him up there. That's 6. Okay, Grizzly. Okay, we will. And pretty soon go chung chung chung, 6 up. So nicely hit.
Yeah, so the best defence so far is 104. Do you know what game that was?
What game?
The very first game.
Yeah.
Remember the very first game, and it was the Challengers that did it against the Arkin Rising Stars. Now this should be out, and he's dropped it. We just misjudged it. He was on his heels, wasn't he? The ball was dipping on him. It was dying on him, and it really should have been caught. Instead, it'll be a single. Hussain gets lucky, 7 without loss after 1.
Yeah, well, it gets dropped on 6, and just have a look. He doesn't move forward at all, does he? Now, whether he picks it late, I'm not sure, but that's an opportunity. They get lucky. 7 off the first.
It's a reasonable start. I mean, you just got to try and push it up to the 2 a ball or more. 220. That number's getting out of hand. Rico, it's got to be time for a golden ball. We have to kind of reset the counter, surely, at least before the ECC. It's Krefeld's brought the golden ball before. Remember that it was VFB Gelsenkirchen that were able to win a golden ball last year. Here's the start of another over. And it's going to be Nikhil Patil who is bowling. So you know what I'm on? I'm on Amber Alert.
Yep.
Especially with a modest target on the board. That Patil does like to run out non-strikers pre-delivery. So there's no excuses for the non-striker not to know this. Let's have a look. It's quite fun, actually. Oh, he's a candidate. Anyway, this is going to be turned around the leg side. It's going to be 4, and Hassan is off the mark.
Yeah, this is nicely played. He gets the swivel on MJ style. Oh, as this one goes to the boundary. And yeah, you're right, he's a candidate because he's daydreaming, isn't he, as he's walking down the pitch.
Yasir was lucky when he got dropped in the last over. He might be right out of luck. Have a look at him, 13. I wasn't even watching the striker that time. Yeah, see, don't turn your head till that ball's gone. Now they like this. And Karanam is saying, hey, have a look at it. Don't worry, they'll have a look at it. He's liking it. Let's see what the replay shows us. This won't show us that much. Let's have a look at the side on. Does he drag his foot? Takes clean, he's safe. Yeah, so I think he just gets the toe back. We'll try and pinpoint the exact moment he breaks the stumps. But for me, yeah, I don't think that toe's ever up in the air. Do you, Rico?
Nah, he doesn't. If it was probably momentarily, but he's got his foot and the toes down before Koshik takes the bails off. He's keen to take the bails off, and maybe he will get lucky eventually. But that's another good shot, isn't it? He plants his foot down and plays away on the leg side. Well, that's where we are, the Byatt Woodingham cricket ground. And this is a bit of a slog sweep, and I think that was Simon that just ran over there. And
Simon,
got
he's
the ball.
feeling pretty good about himself, isn't he? But that was all about the movement across the stumps that allowed him to go for that fine leg period, the fine leg area.
Yeah, Simon gone off his deck chair pretty quickly there.
Oof. This is up, it's in the air. Is it going to be caught? It is going to be caught. What a wonderful catch that is, and it's the captain, Rohit Narayanan, that takes the catch full stretch. And if you're going to defend a total that's in the double digits, you better field well. That was a brilliant piece of work. It's 16 for 1.
It's a huge, huge wicket because it is Hassan that will go. What a good catch this is. This is all about anticipation. He thinks, okay, I've got an idea it's going to be there or thereabout. I'm going to take off now and hopefully get there. And he does. Sensational catch to get out a dangerous batter. So Muiz Hassan will go for 8. That's a big, big victory. That's a great, great wicket to get. Hassan, we know he's dangerous. He hits 2 fours and he goes. And that brings out Fahad Khan, who can be just as dangerous on his day.
Yeah, sensational catch, really. And that's 2 great catches from each, one from each captain. Because remember, Wakasta here, the PSV Arkan skipper, took that one-hander at slip. We won't talk about the other one. And then Narayanan with a blinder as well, prowling around the cover region. Fahad Khan, and there we go. Well, it's 1 brings 2, and he does it again. We said he was a candidate, Hussain, and he is asleep at the wheel. There's the ball.
Just walk off, buddy. Just walk off.
He's going to be gone. And again, look, the other thing is, look, I picked the ball before. I actually, you know when I groaned on the catch? I groaned at delivery because I saw that Hussain was just turning. Look, he starts watching before the arm goes over. He's caught napping. Like I said, as sure as the sun comes up in the east, you know the Patil's going to try it at least once a game. And it'll be 2 wickets in 1 ball. And just like that, it's 16 for 2. Both openers gone.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Yeah, both are gone. And you gotta do your homework. I love the celebrations, by the way, from Nikhil Patil. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
He's up and about. He's dancing around with joy. That is a hat-trick of Manchester.
He
Look
loves
at him.
it. He said,
he's
look,
gleaming. He's gleaming.
The surprise factor's gone. So, you know, what's unsporting is normally that, you know, maybe the surprise factor, and some people would argue that as well. But you know he's going to do it, so you got to watch. You got to watch. And yes, he was off with the fairies, wasn't he? Now, full toss, and this is going to be 4. Well, this is where, if the batting dressing room was in earshot of Nikhil Patil, they'd be giving a little bit of lip service to him, but that'll be 4. And well, it's interesting when he chooses to do it. It's just like the first morning when he took a wicket off the first ball of an over and then followed straight up. It's like he almost wants to double down on the pain and get the boot in while you're down, isn't it? As that'll be the end of the over. And the score is 16. We'll make that 20 for 2 after 2.
Yeah, and you know what's going to happen? The scores are going to go funny again because every time he does this,
I hope not.
It all goes funny. Is it all right there at the moment? You have a look because it does something. Whenever I see a wicket like that, it does something to the scores.
It's the only thing in cricket, maybe except for like a retired out, you could argue, or a timed out, that it doesn't actually happen on a delivery. It happens between deliveries. As this is cracked towards point, they'll scramble through for a single. But that's why it always, I suppose penalty runs the other things that. They're the only events that don't really happen on a ball. They happen outside a ball. So, that's why I suppose they're considered quite unusual dismissals, but we make the unusual usual here at ECN. It's a new world.
Can you just check for me that they've got the right batter given out? But I don't think they have. I think because
we're in trouble
it was both
here.
The openers that were out.
We could have another delay coming up because it's definitely Hussain is out.
Yeah. It should be Fahad out there now, and
because what happened was
Rahman.
It was, correct. Because they've definitely got that wrong.
Yeah.
Because
Cardi's. Here we go.
Well, okay, I'm not taking responsibility for this. I want a question. I want a quick random question in the chat.
Yeah.
Give us anything because they are going to have to fix this. But, we're expecting it. I suppose that we're watching all the games. It pays to do your homework.
Yeah.
And all of the other teams, I know I was chatting to some of the Golden Star Bond guys in the break saying, look, say what you like about it, but you know he's going to do it, so you just have to watch. I actually said, when you're the striker, you penalise for a lapse in concentration. You can pay for it with your wicket. You play a bad shot, or even with the running between the wickets. As the non-striker, it's no different.
Yeah.
If you get run out before delivery, it's because you've had a lapse in concentration.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, though, if you do your homework, as soon as he came with the ball, me and you were thinking, here we go. And then when we saw that ball bowled, we thought, oh, he's a candidate because he's not looking.
He's not. He turned his head. Yeah. You can't assume. Everyone knows the famous expression of why you can't assume, right? He turned and faced the batter before the arm went over, and that was essentially the moment he became a dead man walking. But the thing with Patil interests me is that he's quite. Like, when does he do it? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, when? Yeah. It's when he chooses to do it.
And
the fact that he chooses to do it after a wicket. Or if things start rolling against him, then that could be a time. But, the thing is, I haven't seen him do it unsuccessfully yet. Every time he's tried it, he's got a wicket, right?
Yeah, so
that's on the non-strikers.
So he's looking as well. He knows when he's got the candidate. Well, there's a bit of warming up being done there by the Golden Star Bond side, and they know that they've got a big day here today. They started well today with a victory, but they still got 2 more matches to play, so they're doing a few warm-ups before they play the next one. They will be playing the PSV Archon side straight after this, so PSV Archon, they'd love to start with a win themselves, so Golden Star Bond there. Just they're doing a few warm-ups. They got a big day today, 3 matches for them, 3 matches for the Kern Challengers as well.
It's a simple nickname, but probably a fair one for Nikhil Patil. The Man-Cat Man. You have like the Candy Man?
Yeah.
he's the Man-Cat Man. There's no way around it.
A Man-Cat don't exist anymore, though. You can't use it.
No, the Man-Cat's never existed. Right? It's always just been a slang term to describe it because Vinu Man-Cat did it back in 48, 49, around then. But you know what? At the time, there wasn't actually that much fuss about it because did you know that they played each other? It's Bill Brown, the Australian batter who got out. They played each other in a tour game, and he warned him there. And he said, look, don't, I'll get you.
Yeah.
And then in the test match, guess what? He did it.
He got him.
Yeah. So, and even Bill Brown, the batter at the time, he wasn't dirty about it. And he blamed himself. He said, that's my error.
Yeah.
So I think if you speak to any professional cricketer, not any, but most will say that it's fair because you have an obligation as a non-striker not to leave the crease until the moment the ball is bold or should have been bold.
Yeah. It's one of those, though, when it does happen, when it happens at international level, it gets nasty, doesn't it? It's all. I mean, it's a bit like when we saw in the Test match and we saw the run out, if you like, of Bairstow. You know, it gets nasty, but it's the laws of the game.
It's
Play to the laws
and
of
it's
the
like
game.
their laws, MCC. You can't, you know. Kroom's got a very good random question saying, "What's the best bit of advice you ever received?" Good question. Really good random question. I would. I don't know.
No, got you
I'm
thinking.
trying. Yeah, no, it's got me thinking. That's the noise you're hearing in the background.
We talking in general?
Something.
Anything, or we're talking cricket related?
Oh, just a best bit of advice you received.
Okay.
You got anything that springs to mind?
There's one. It gets you got to get the thinking cap on there.
I often think life has a way of evening out. Right, that's an expression more than advice. But you know, if things are going really well, enjoy it, but just realise, you know, it has a way of coming back. And also, if things are seeming a bit tough, and everyone goes through periods in their life where you know it's a tough time, things can turn around. So maybe the best bit of advice I've ever got is hang in there.
Yeah.
Hang in there, everyone. And well, eventually we're gonna have. I just know that the scorer's tent right now that they're going to be pretty frustrated with that error because it's going to cost them another 6 minutes, and we were running about 15 minutes behind already. Well, I mean, it's still quicker than a 2020, so just remember that. Okay.
Okay, advice. I mean, one thing I could come back to is say just always look after yourself in terms of, you know, sort of, you know, the old saying that the body is your temple. I think that, look after yourself, because I think now as I start to get older, I can look back and say, I'm glad I did, because things could be different. Hey, we're starting.
Whoa. All they had to do is put us on the screen. And there's
was
wide,
it.
so we'll bowl that one again. I've got a big question.
Yeah.
Now, this has been the story of the year for me. Rico's beard. And can you confirm?
You love doing that, didn't you?
Will it be? That's actually quite nice. Will it be around for the ECC?
I think it will for the
yes.
ECC.
There you go.
Though I have
something
to say,
good came out of this game.
I have to say,
Another wide. Oh, give me a break. Oh,
I was going to say, I have to say, when I saw the you know, because we had quite a few rain delays yesterday, when I was watching some of the highlights there without the beard, I'm thinking, I look so much younger
looks like your son.
with that. So I might be tempted to
No,
shave
but you
it.
don't want to look young.
Don't I?
No,
Why?
that's. If I've learned anything from movie stars, it's that you want to,
Oh, I see.
as a man at least, you get better with age. You age like a fine wine. Oh, well, looks like there's.
What's happened now?
I'm not
More
sure.
delays? No,
What
I
else?
don't know what's going on?
What have you learned?
Hang on, what about you? What's with this?
So in
Have you got
Cyprus.
gel on that? Oh, you
No,
have as
so-
well.
so-
You spiked it up.
Well, otherwise it goes forward like Lloyd Christmas out of Dumb and Dumber. So I got a little. Not up. There you go. So I've got hair. You can actually measure on the logo on the background. But that's actually to do with when I was in Cyprus, and I back in April, right?
Yeah.
My birthday in Cyprus, day after my birthday. I said, yeah, just give me the all off. And the guy's like, no, I'll give you something special. So he pretty much left this on top. So ever since then, when I've gone for a haircut,
Special.
I've said, yeah, he's like, zoop, he gave me that, and then he left it on top. So I just decided I'm going to roll with it. And the jury's out with me for ECC. I mean, it's a bit of a novelty. I do like the idea of having hair in theory, but it requires a little bit of maintenance.
I thought maybe that
I won't say
Mohammed Cameron took you somewhere.
Yeah, it's not completely uniform on my skull.
I thought you were
I
gonna
will
say-
say that much,
I
right?
thought you were going to say it's not completely real.
Well, they have had, you know, have you ever seen the hair in a can? So one of my ex-teammates,
No.
there's this hair in a can. You spray it on, it looks like hair.
Oh.
Have you not seen this? But anyway, we went on a night out once, and our team manager's completely bald. Well,
Yeah.
not completely, he had the bald spot. So the idea is you spray it on your bald spot, right?
Oh, I see.
And then problem was, like he scratched it once, he had a big finger mark. So there was just a complete strip where it was
yeah.
missing. And then the other thing is occasionally people, when they sweat, it'll start like dripping down their face.
Oh, you get a bit of a
So
colour
there you
on.
go. I don't think I'm quite necessary. Don't need the spray on hair just yet. And apparently you can even tattoo hair on. That's what Helena's telling us. I don't know.
So there's a few ideas there. I can go with a
Yeah, but
spray
at the
can
moment,
or a
look, I'm
tattoo.
quite happy with what I've grown here. But I don't know if it'll be around for a long time. But the beard, I think the beard's here to stay.
No, I thought we were ready to start, but not.
Yeah,
I think
probably the
everybody's-
worst bit about
I think
this.
even the players and the umpires are now listening into our conversations. So, I mean, it carries along the ground.
Yeah.
Hey, what else can we talk about? And, what else can we talk about? What else is happening? What
Just see what you're going to come
you're
up with.
pausing. Well, we talked about ECC a lot. So
Yeah,
I don't
we
think
did.
we talked about ECC.
Let's talk about ECL qualification, the
ECL
Champions League of
qualification,
European Cricket, February and March next year. Big week coming up because I know Switzerland have their club final. It's going to be Alton versus Power CC.
Yeah.
We've got Scotland playing their final with Carlton and Forfarshire, the two teams that have
We've seen
been
it
before.
yeah.
They will do battle. I know that the English final is the 17th of September. So just this time of the year, when we get to September and October, it seems like every weekend somewhere in Europe there is a qualification match for the European Cricket League. So we'll keep an eye on that. And we'll start, I suppose, filling in the blanks a little bit once we know, which clubs are qualifying.
Okay, fair enough. I know what I was going to ask you.
Go
Can
on.
we have a 6 counter on the screen,
Yeah,
on
that's
the
a
display?
great idea. Maximo counter. I've been
Yeah.
asking for it for ages.
So every time, because, I mean, I know yesterday, because of the weather, was slightly different, though that last match was awesome.
But being
But the
six
first few days,
counter
yeah.
for the whole tournament.
Yeah, every time there's a 6. Bing,
So we have
bing,
100.
bing.
We should have over 1,000 Maximos.
Yeah.
In the ECC, because the Maximo rate there's normally about 8 per innings. You've got 218 innings, 208, 416, 832, 1634, 32,000. Sorry, 32.
1,000?
No, not 1,000. So 200 so you got to double it 3 times. So
Yeah.
416, 832, 1,600 or so sixes is
Yeah,
how many
yeah.
I would expect.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. It'd be good to have a counter. So every time this one goes ping, and
Yeah,
I like
Maximo
that because
counter.
we had so many in Dresden. And I was thinking it was just 6 after 6. It was a bumper
It's a great
bumper
idea.
series. I think we need.
It's a
that.
great
I
idea.
like
If
that
not,
idea.
if we don't get it in time because we're 2 or 3 weeks away, let's try and get it at least for the ECL start 2024. I'd love to
Yeah.
have the Maximo counter, and then you can celebrate. The 100th 6 coming up or the 1,000th 6 coming up. I think it's a matter of time.
Yeah, certainly yes.
All right, do you want me to try and get to the bottom of this?
The players are now having a few drinks out there, and
Now this is the problem with this software. Every time they try and reverse Yassir or try and say, no, he's out, the software keeps popping him up saying, no, he's not. Maybe you can't change a ball. Do you know what it is? We've never had this before. I know going back and changing a ball is problematic, but you're going back, you're not changing a ball because the ball never happens.
hasn't bowled. So you basically you can't say that. You're saying he's out.
Yeah.
Then the system is saying, but ball hasn't been
Yeah,
bowled.
what
How
ball
can
do you
he
want
be
to
out?
change?
Yeah.
And there is no ball.
Yeah.
Glad it came, actually.
But we have had. I mean, it's not. I mean, all right, we haven't had we haven't had as many as we've had here. We have had like the man cans, if you like, before. But it is interesting. So
One thing I'm excited about is that we're not in the wet today.
yeah,
That we've got plenty of blue sky. So that's certainly been a good thing. The fact that we've got clear weather. And there we go. It's just nice. See, we're making our own clouds here. There we go. 2023.
it's a cloud machine.
Is that clean
That's
smoke?
nice.
Hopefully.
Okay, Kartama, what's the one thing you're really, really looking for? And you can't talk about empanadas. No empanada talk.
Hopefully the new chairs, which we've ordered, the commentary box.
What about mascot? Now, I was saying that we should really be looking at trying to get a duck. We
Now
should
you
be trying
can't
to
get.
a
Now
duck.
I know. I
because
heard
the
this-
robot
I got,
just no.
I got to squash the duck talk
Why?
because it's not safe. Because the thing is, the mascot's meant to make everyone happy. Now, if you're going out to bat and a duck's offering to give you 5, you can't touch the duck. You can't even look at the duck. So the duck's gonna. Derek is nice on the screen, but I don't think we'll be able to get.
That's nice up there.
Also, I'm not ordering anything else from China. I've learnt that hard way. That's some
You never-
Krefeld architecture. Talk us through this, this Rico.
I like the greeneries up there.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a palm tree or something going
Got a
up
good
there.
view of the ground.
Anyway, what are we going when we get to Karma? Is the other robot going to be there by any chance? Because only one turned up. What was the story? Where's the other one? Did you
My
get a refund?
dispute is still open. It's My Mandarin is not as good as you think. I've been trying to sort it out. A bit like the movie Frozen.
Are we starting?
I've learned to let it go.
I think we're starting. We're back on.
Oh, look at the sideways glance from the umpire. It makes me nervous. Karanam, it was actually, when he was first born and entered this world, I think his first words were, "How's that?" at the doctor. Because he will appeal for pretty much everything. Can't say I saw an edge there. Maybe a little noise. 90 minutes into this game at the moment. Likes it again. But I don't think this is out. Nice take though, good hands in all fairness to Kaushik Karanam.
This is when, as an umpire, you start to get just a little bit tickled off with the wicket keeper who just keeps on knocking. Could you see the look of him there? He just shook his head and says, "Here I go again." Oh dear.
A few people saw the smoke and they think it means we've got a new cricket pope. Oh. If I'm honest, when I eyeballed this, I thought it was a wide. Let's have a look on the replay. I still think that's probably a wide because it grabbed a bit of the line, but thankfully it's not called. Could be our longest 10-over game start to finish.
Feels long, doesn't it? It does feel long.
Keep an eye on
It's
it.
not usual that me and you almost run out of things to talk about. Anyway, this is over the top. Chase is on, and it will go over the line. So it's going to be, give it a 6.
Was it? I thought that was 4.
I thought it was 4. Let's see.
Maybe
Have a look at it
time for
again. Does it
another,
go all the way
another
over?
delay. Let's have a look. Where does this come down? It comes down. Oh, yeah, it was 6.
It was 6, yeah.
It was 6.
Which ones?
But the one thing that might save us time-wise is that PSV Aachen, they're ahead of where they need to be, and they could chase this 94 down with time to spare. We'll have to see. End of fairly long power play. It's 30 for 2.
Yeah, they have lost 2 of the key batters. I mentioned these 2 before, that usually when you got Waz Hassan and Yasser Hussain out there, they both put good partnerships together. We saw that when we first saw them. And on 2 occasions, they scored over 80 runs together. So, yeah, that is going to certainly play a part. Though something like Fahad, though, this guy can bat.
Hello to Lily Panda as well, who's watching from New Zealand. Nice to see you, Lily. Hopefully you're well. Here's Goganeni. The ball missed outside the off stump. They've missed a few out there, haven't they? So there's a question from Annie in the break as well, saying, how many man-cads do you think Nikhil Patel would take in the series? What's the counter at? Is it at 3?
3 now. He's got
3. You've got to keep the counter. And as far as there not being no such thing as a man-cad, I mean, there never has. It's just like it's a colloquial expression. It's always been a run-out.
Yeah.
So the mode of dismissal has always been run-out. This is a straight pull. Should be handled on the boundary. It is by Donti. He batted very well in the first innings of this game. Interestingly, in indoor cricket, the official indoor cricket rules, there is actually there's a separate mode of dismissal called man-cad. So they do it slightly different. Yeah, it's actually called that. It's actually called that. But also the rules are a bit different. You have to complete your action first, which I always think's crazy. So, as a batter, you have to be very, very sure the ball's left to hand.
Yeah.
I think it's to do with the less distance you have to run. But there was a change in where they put it in the laws of cricket. Up in the air and falling safely. Long chase and a good chase. A very good piece of work down there. And they'll get 2 in the end. So some people have misunderstood what happened as far as where they moved in laws of cricket. So it was always been a run-out. It's always been a run-out. It's in the run-out section, which is where it belongs. I can't remember what law it is, like 36 or something. But then they actually were trying to emphasise that it's unfair for the batter to gain an advantage. So they moved that little clause to unfair play, trying to say, hey, it's unfair for batters to go out of their crease, so we're going to move it to that part of the law book. But people tend to mistook that as thinking, well, the idea of a man-cad was unfair.
It's unfair, yeah.
So they eventually, in the last edition, they put it back into run-out where it belongs. And so now people are saying things like, well, it's just a run-out now. Well, it's kind of always been a run-out. It's just, I think...
It's the law that it's gone under. What's changed anything?
It's always been listed as run-out. And the funny thing is, though, when they moved it to unfair play, everyone thought the bowler's being unfair. They'd moved it there because they were trying to say the batter's being unfair. You can't... Leaving your crease before the ball's delivered isn't fair. Steps across, so this probably isn't a wide. Regardless, might have just clipped the line. Again, good keeping by Karanam. Seems to have found his chops a little bit in this innings, hasn't he? I like the way he moves his body over there to give himself some extra insurance.
Yeah, he does. I mean, one thing he does do, I mean, he's standing up, but he covers the area behind pretty well. And if he's not taking it in his gloves, he's getting something behind there. So it's brave keeping as well.
Steps right across, clips away. And this will probably run away for 4. The field's getting quicker as the day goes on. Well, Simon's off. Oh, there you go. Doesn't look like a guy that's come off a 24-hour shift. I think the deck chair he's bought has got him feeling $1 million.
Yeah, he was off his deck chair pretty quickly with Simon. There he goes. He's up. He's running. Says, I want it. And almost trips over the string of the banner there. That wouldn't have been a good look for Simon. I bet he's having a nice chat there with some of the Golden Star Bond guys there as well. End of the over. They fall just slightly behind. They were going at 10. So it's 38 for 2. So a good over there from Gopi. Goginani.
Yeah, so 56 off 36. I mean, they're going at the rate, not above the rate at the moment. So,
okay, watch out though. More trouble ahead.
So you got to know by now that he's a good chance of trying it. So there we go. There's the red line. And they're pretty much sitting on that red line at the moment. So,
well, the only lines the batter's got to think about, the non-striker, is that crease, because look who's coming on to bowl.
but it's pretty effective. It's pretty effective at stopping the batter backing up too far. It's a good deterrent.
Yeah, not
All
so
right.
much
Are we going?
discussion is
Has he
going on
tried it
here
more
now.
than once in a game though? I don't think he's tried. He hasn't tried it twice in a game yet.
No.
But I remember the Challengers had this reputation before, so he's known for it. It's not like a recent thing in this series. Everyone knows when you play him, you better watch out. And he's laughing about it. He says, hey, look.
He's not like he's. I mean, I've seen people do it before, but never celebrate. This guy's celebrating like anything. He's like,
people
he's
say there's
jumping
no
up and down
skill.
with joy.
They say it's not a skillful way of getting someone out. The skill is recognizing the opportunity. That's the skill.
Okay, so Fahad.
All right.
Let's
I'm
have
not
a
even
look.
watching the batter anymore when Patel bowls. I'm watching Fahad at the non-striker's end. Well, he ain't moving, so that's a good sign, as it's going to be 1 down to deep backward square leg.
Yeah,
I've only seen 2 tactics, though. One is not backing up at all,
Yeah.
which you've seen a couple of times. And the other one is not the good tactic of just not paying attention. Somewhere in between, there's a happy medium there. This is hit hard and low. It's not caught, but it is blocked by Donthi, who'll keep it to 1. Next best thing to taking the catch.
Yeah, I mean, it was catchable, so it will have to go down as a chance, you'd have to say. But he does save the boundary, so Fahad gets a life on 15.
Short and absolutely horned, and that's gone over the trees. That's in the car park. Maximo! Well, my Mancat alert's just gone from amber to red, because that ball will take a lot of finding. In fact, it'll be a new ball coming out there. Patil gets smashed.
That's a proper shot, isn't it, from Shahib Rahman. It's absolutely blasted.
Now, analysing Fahad, we saw that he doesn't actually back up at all. So, now he's gone off the screen.
Where
Pretty
is
good
he
tactic.
now? He is.
Ooh, hit straight and hit pretty well. That's going to be 6 as well. Maximo back-to-back. Rahman moving things along, and he brings up the 50 with that stroke.
That's a good shot, isn't it? Really good shot. He gets that little shuffle across his stumps, but the ball is angled into his pad, so it's not quite where he's wanting it, but he's able to adjust and still hit clean through it. That's a great shot. So 2 60s on the spin. Hello to Lily Panda. Having a chat there with Maya.
Lily's a bowler.
Maya
I
as
want to
well.
get Lily's opinion on the run out pre-delivery. Would you ever try it? Would you warn first? Or would you just not think about it at all? This is cut away. It's going to be more runs. I think that might have gone all the way as well, and it has. Maximo back to back to back, and after a lot of delays, now Rahman's moving the game forward pretty quickly.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, no hay 2 sin 3, Calypso style. Shaba, Shaba. And Rahman, well, now he's up and running, and he wants to try and finish his off pretty quickly.
Remember
It
how
fell.
he got on strike, though, with the drop catch? It wasn't an
Yeah.
easy one because it was hit so hard at Donthi, but if he holds on to that, then Rahman doesn't face up and whack those 3 6s. Hello to Iggy Mitchell, who's watching from the UK. Nice to see you, Iggy.
Hello, Iggy.
I think he's just here for a short time because he said hi and he's also said bye. Maybe he's gone back to lurking. Last ball, the over. And this is hit pretty hard as well. Still on the way up when it leaves the ground. Maximo. That could be the over. That puts it to bed. So, yeah, Patil, he serves his run-outs cold at the non-striker's end, but he gets lit up in the end of the 5th. And the score is 64 for 2.
Yeah, a little bit of karma maybe there. And as Patil, he's going to go magical. 26 come off that over. And that puts them in a good position because now at the end of 5 overs, 64 for 2.
This has been our schedule on the European Cricket Series this year. It doesn't even include things like the night series we've had. Of course, we had one at Gibraltar start of the year and Portugal. Of course, all the international cricket we've done last couple of months as well. But the next stop is Rome before the ECC break. And then 3 more European Cricket Series to finish things off. And for more information, you can always go to europeancricket.com. Anyway, here's Donti. Last roll of the dice time, 30 off 30. This has worked off the stumps and hit really, really well. And that could have gone all the way, and it has Maximo. So PSV Aachen now in an insurmountable position, you'd feel. They get it down below, run a ball.
Yeah, good little cameo partnership between these two. Fahad Khan, 22 not out. Rahman has raced to 35 of 12. So after those earlier wickets, they've come strong.
Yeah, this is hit too long on, but just be a single. Well, Lily's answered my question. She said, Warn first time, Warn second time, third time, gone. I will say the warning is probably a good middle ground, isn't it? Because there's no obligation on it, but I don't think there's any negative connotations to a warning because it's basically like a moral coating you're putting on yourself so that then if you want to do it, then it doesn't seem as sneaky. But see, in a sense, this bowler Patil is already warned by doing it, so everyone should be on a
Every
warning.
time you're playing against them, the warning's already there.
Yeah, exactly. Hello, James Stewart, watching from Estonia. Hopefully you're well. Pitch dart miss here. This should be gone, and it's dropped. Same position. Now, Donti can't say too much about this because it's the same place that he dropped to catch just last over. That's Naga Gunther that can't hold on.
Yeah, he has this for a while, doesn't he? Because it doesn't pop out straight away. And it's another drop. So Fahad's been lucky twice on 15 and now on 23.
Yeah, now won't be a run here. Well, I think Helix heard me say the word bed, so he's ready to go to bed. So Helix, hope you have a restful night's sleep, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, have a nice sleep. He'll be
dreaming of
Mancats.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Have you ever had that? In your dream, it's hard to run. Do you know that? Have you ever had that problem?
Yeah.
So I've
need
had
to get somewhere. You just
my
can't,
2 nightmares. Well, one's crossing the road. You get halfway across and something's coming and you can't run. The other thing is I've hit the ball and called yes, and my partner's run gets to me and says, "Look at me, like, why aren't you running?" And I'm like, I can't move.
Yeah.
That's crept into my dreams at times. 73 for 2 after 6, 21 required off the last 4 overs.
If they keep batting the way they are here, they're going to look to finish this off pretty quickly, which will help us. We'll try to get us kind of back on time. We're probably running a fair bit over at the moment, but a quick finish here will help things out. And who's they going to with?
Gunther. As soon as you drop a catch, you get a chance to bowl. And now this is skied. Well, surely they're not dropping this. 2 fielders, though. And that was an issue, but it was taken in the end. And then I suppose everyone's all smiles when it is actually caught. So it might be a consolation wicket. We'll have to see. Maybe it could be the start of a turnaround. Who knows, Rico? But Gunther with his spin takes a wicket first ball of the 7th at 73 for 3.
Yeah, well, Farhad finally does go. He was dropped twice, wasn't he? And Donti dropped him, Gunther as well. But Gunther then says, well, I might have dropped you, but I've got you. And this time the catch has been held. So Farhad Khan, 24 of 12. He's of 13. Ball number 13 sees him depart. So unlucky 13 for him. The new batter that is making his way out there is Karwan Nadeem.
Nanda with a catch. He had a bit of company, didn't he? But he held it in the end. Gunther is moving his field. You can still believe here that you might be able to take a whole bunch of wickets. Obviously, Shoaib Rahman's been batting really well, but he's got to try and push the runs required above the balls remaining. Again, at the moment, it's 21 off 23, so -2 on that equation. Swap bowled, though. I like it. He's taking the pace right off. At least it's something different, I suppose, as Nadeem has come to the crease at number 5.
Has he got a little plait behind him as the bowler? Good
Yeah.
a little bit of
Yeah,
I think
good
he's got a
eyesight.
little plait, isn't he? That's wide, and it will be called by the umpire.
Yeah, just moving a little bit too much. Gets to that away curve, doesn't it?
If your hair keeps growing the way it is, you could have one of them.
I think
A few beads in the back.
I'd have mine coming down the front, maybe. I seem to get a little bit at the front. Low full toss, dipping, but yeah, forcing the batter to make all the pace. They'll just get a single. So Lily Panda is watching while snacking on some cashews. Do you have some favourite nuts?
Cashews.
I
My
like
honey roasted.
cashews.
Honey roasted cashews. Or normal salted peanuts.
I like them salted.
But cashews, yeah.
So there's 6. That'll do. As Rahman is having an absolute heater here. Maximo moves into the 40s. They're now only 13 to win. That was an authoritative strike.
Yeah, it's a really good shot. Hasn't he batted well? And Shoaib Rahman, I liked what he did with the ball as well. Actually, he bowled pretty tightly with the ball.
Yeah. I think it's all over Red Rover now, really. Rahman has bossed it. Too short. There's more runs coming. The question is how many.
Come on, Simon. Oh, Simon. Yeah, mind you, he has the phone in one hand. I thought he clocked him on the leg. Look at him.
Oh, did he?
He's
All right.
up and ready.
Let's have a look at Simon, where this hits him, or if it hits
It's
him.
on his shin. Look.
He's in the vortex. Oh yeah, that's a shinner. Yeah, that's going to be sore. Now 9 required. I'll get 1 here, which means Rahman will remain on strike and be odds on for a half century now, wouldn't he? 7 overs down. PSV Aachen playing their first ECS, of course, this year. They are within a handful of victory. It is 86 for 3 after 7. Coming up next, of course, more cricket. We've seen Golden Star Bond, who are warming up in the background. You saw them there a moment ago. Well, they'll get to play PSV Aachen, who might just be fatigued by the amount of time this game's taken. But Golden Star Bond, they've been waiting in the wings, haven't they?
Yeah.
So you've got 2 teams in a bit of form. They both have 3 wins going into that game, I think. That's listed to start in 12 minutes, but we might have a bit of a delay. We'll keep you up to date with that. Let's go back to the action, though. Dante is going to get us going, and the ball's going to get going as Rahman brings up his 50, and I think that one smashed into the camera tower. Well, that's Valentine's up there. I hope you're okay, because you just got Maximoed.
Valentine is up there. You see it there. Valentine, you're all good?
Yeah, give us a thumbs up, Valentine's, if you're all right.
We always like to see a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Valentine. I like it. I was just about to say, this is it. Game done.
This game's over.
It's
Get
all
us
done.
out of here.
It's going to finish with a 7-up, and that's it. It's finished. There's no point walking back to your mark. It's done. You're off.
Don't worry about the free hit. Free hits next time, because they're going to finish on 99.
Valentine likes doing this to us. He did it to us in Cartama, didn't he, when the ball went up in the tower. And when we went to him, he was lying on the deck, stuff
That's
all
right.
over the place. And had us worried. You don't fool us anymore, Valentine. You don't fool us anymore, but I like it. I also like this from PSVA. They're a team on debut in this series, and that's their 3rd victory. What a debut it is. Only the 1 loss, 3rd victory for them, and they're looking good.
You know what? Fittingly, though,
What?
that game finishes on a no ball. And there were plenty of them. Now, just got some updated information about the next start time. It'll be delayed by 10 minutes. So it will start at 1:25 GMT, which is 3:25 in Central Europe, and it's 6:55 p.m. in India, 7:25 p.m. in Bangladesh. 10-minute delay to match 19. Let's roll into the highlights. Well, they just needed something in the 90s. You'd fancy them to get there. And a bit of bad luck for the challengers, not able to turn that into a catch first up. But PSV Aachen, they did, I suppose, lose their openers for not many. And, of course, all eyes on Nikhil Patil. He started with a wicket. This is a great catch by Rohit Narayanan, by the way. And, by the way, you don't want to fall asleep at non-strikers end. And Patil, I mean, it was almost too easy for him. He had time to saunter over to the stumps and says, yeah, that's how I do it. The man-cat man was in session. Unfortunately, he'd see the other side of the coin. As Well, it looks like I'm cheering the Mancat. I promise I wasn't.
I've never seen a celebration like that for a runner of Mancat. But fair play is what he does. They threw themselves around. They tried hard, didn't they? But I think I'm also going to say, look, when you lose your two top batters the way they did, there was Simon, and Simon was all right with that one.
He was
but
busy.
one did clonk him. When you lose your two openers the way that they did without scoring too many runs, I mean, fair play to PSV Archon. I think the way that the response you saw from Fahad Khan and from Shoaib Rahman was sensational. Rahman batted so well.
Yeah, true. I was just thinking, do you think that he should have to wear some sort of ankle bracelet, as we saw Valentine's donating the piece? Maybe taking one. I think that Patil should have to wear a blue ribbon on his arm or something, which just alerts everyone to the fact that he's a known man cutter. He's a serial man cutter. Anyway, they do end up doing it with 17 balls to spare. We'll quickly wrap up this scorecard for you, as it was Fahad Khan 19 off 11, which started things going, but Shoaib Rahman really finished things off. 59 off 20 for him, and just the 4 extras, but I think they just didn't make enough with the bat, did they, the challengers, to really challenge PSV Aachen, who were playing in their first ECS, like we said. They ended up doing it at the start of the 8th over. As far as the bowling went, well, there were 2 successful bowlers. One was Naga Gunther with his spin. He got a wicket first ball. He finished 1 for 13. Arvind Muthu-Subramanian bowled okay, 9 for 17. The other successful bowler, though, was Nikhil Patil, who got 1 wicket and also 1 run out backing up. But he also went for a bunch, didn't he? He ended up with figures of 1 for 39. As Shoaib Rahman took him down. Essentially, the challengers would fall to their first loss of this ECS. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes then to take you into the 4th match of the day. Just reminding you there is a 10-minute delay to the start of that game. So we're about 17 minutes away from the first ball. Until then, me Sandu, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full with me. I think we've earned our little afternoon tea break, but we'll see you the other side of it for more European Cricket Series.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Biohudden Cricket Ground here in Krefeld, Germany, as we get ready for the start of match number 19 here on day 4. And it's time to welcome back the Golden Star Bond that have made a cracking start so far. They, as you see there, 3-0 in this series, and they're up against PSV Achan, who, well, they did get that victory, so they're a team on debut, and they're 3-1. So you've got two teams that are in good form going head-to-head in this one. I mentioned already, big day for Golden Star Bond. They've got 3 matches in the day. So they've got one more after this when they take on the Köln Challengers. That will be an interesting one as well, because, of course, the Köln Challengers haven't lost a game so far as well. 119 to 103. Is what the bat versus ball wall computer is telling us. 136 runs for and only 81 against the Golden Star Bond. That's why they are where they are sitting at the moment. And they'll be looking to continue in the good form that they're in. The captains were in the middle for the coin toss, and what I can tell you is that Golden Star Bond winning the toss and electing to bat first. So that seems to be the pattern from the teams today, acknowledging the fact that if you go out there and put big runs on the board, you can go on to win the matches. That has to be said, on the last 2 occasions, it has been the teams that have been doing the chasing that have been victorious, because teams batting first have come up stuck. There's the dashing kit of the Golden Star Bonds. I think it's turning out to be everybody's favourite. I know that Vinny Sandhu's liking the look of the purple with the big golden star. So PSV Achan, they're a team that have impressed. I mean, I liked one thing about that last match is even though they lost 2 of the main contributors pretty early with the bat, so Yasir went early, as well as Muaz Hassan, who is the wicketkeeper as well, they were still able to get a good, convincing win. So how do they go about this attack of Golden Star Bond? Let's see. It's going to be Mohammed Arif to open up the bowling. Let's see if he can get a wicket straight away and put some early pressure on Golden Star Bond. The umpires will wait for the clock to tick over, so I can tell you that Syed Naqvi is the non-striker, and then at the striking end is going to be Naheem Khan. So Naheem at the top of the order for this one. They've got a number of players that they can go to be honest. So that is what they're sticking with this time round. But plenty of batting, as we know, still to come. Still got the likes of Govinda there. Also, Paritosh Briagi, who was in sensational form earlier. Don't forget, really, player of the match performance from him, 51 of 17 in a win against Köln CC. So, I think we're ready to start. Let the battle begin between bat versus ball. Bit of sun and cloud, but very pleasant out there as this one gets worked away on the onside. The chase is on, and he's not going to catch up with this, or is he? Well, he does, you know. He says, I need to remove the cap for wind assistance, and he gets there. A couple of runs. Yeah, the cap gets flying off. The Grizzly just slows up, and the captain able to get there and get the throw in. Surprised that he's not standing at slip, to be honest. Short, and this has been crunched, and it will go to the boundary this time. Well, Simon, and Simon thought he was going to get another one there. Well, good job, Simon held back. Otherwise, you could have seen the fielder charging into him. A good chase there by Gopan. Gopan ने तो काफी चेस की थी, बच्चों का लग गया. Hello to everybody on the chat again. To Lily and Vinny were well. They're putting a Man Man song together. I'm liking some of the lyrics of that. Oh, this is close, really close. And I think he knows Naeem Khan. He's probably a little bit fortunate still to be there. Short. Oh, that has been absolutely walloped. Simon, go fetch it, will you please, buddy? That goes a long way. Simon's after it. He's going to... Oh, there he is. I was going to say, take him a while to get there. Let's see your arm, Charlie. Come on, Simon. Show us your arm. Give it a throw. And he can't. Of course, I was just thinking of Charlie there at the same time, because I bet you if Charlie was here, he'd be right there with Simon, because he'd be thinking, maybe this is where I'll get that catch. And Simon's after this pretty quickly. And what a good hit this is. He's onto it so quickly. Cracking shot from Naeem. I don't think the short ball is the answer to him, Arif. I really don't. Maybe try and go back to trying to get him to drive, trying to get him to hit straight. You nearly got one through him. Well, this is high up. And it's going to drop and plug a little. Batters will come back for two. It's a positive start for the Golden Boys. Just getting his breath back, I think, Naeem, after having to run a few. And well, doesn't want to run this one. He says, "Kinda मैंने साथ चढ़ गया हूँ और नहीं नटना। वाइड तो मिल गई है 15 हो गए एक बॉल रहेगी." World Distance Learning Day today, by the way. It's a day that we embrace the learning that takes place outside of the physical classroom. So a day of celebration. I know a few of our listeners are always up to something. Anybody focusing on this one? Oh, well, I'll tell you what. He tries to get funky. He tries to get sexy. And he's going to get 4 runs here. Well, I'm not going to say this is sexy cricket. It's dangerous cricket because it could have gone wrong. But you know what? Somehow, from that ridiculously low position, he gets himself in a position to play this shot. And he gets 4. 19 off the first, so it didn't quite go right for Arif. And one thing that we've talked a lot about today, because we've had the time to, haven't we? 25 days to go to the Euros of cricket. That's right, European Cricket Championships. So we'll be starting on the 25th of September. It's our stellar event, isn't it? It's the big one. And I can tell you that we're all looking forward to it as well. And come on down if you can and join us. I know a few of you in the chat are going to be there. I know Dave was telling us yesterday he'd be there, and anyone else that is going to come along, we'd love to see you. We're going to have a Cerveza Victoria, as we know that Victoria Cerveza will be our official beer partner once again. Not just beer though, it's ciders as well. And don't forget, they do sin alcohol. So if you're worried that you're going to be doing a bit of driving, don't worry. That's what myself, Vinny and Corey are always on, and they're very nice as well, the old sin alcohols. They turned the run down, and that makes sense. No point taking a risky one. And Saeed Naqvi is probably thinking, I'm not going to risk getting myself run out. Raja Bashir is the bowler. Yeah, we love to see you at Carnaman. Of course, the fan zone is electric. Okay, well, he's going to get lucky, I think. He's going to get it over the man at third. It might even go all the way, this one. You know, the two umpires look at each other. I think we're going to need... No, I thought they were going to look at the monitor here, but it's one bounce as it goes over. So 4 runs, a little bit of luck. Hay suerte, poquito por Nagby, pero también tienes 4 carreras. So runs coming quickly. 19 came with the first. Got so much batting here that there's no need to hold back from GSB. And that's a really decent delivery. Gets the ball to move away, doesn't he? A fair bit. There's Mubashir. So nice ball. He walks back to his mark. Yeah, more on the weather. I mean, it's been very pleasant. The sun's been out a lot. There's a lot of cloud about. I know that in a lot of parts of Germany, there's a lot of heavy rain. Even around here, I think we've seen some rain. But here, well, we've got a little oasis of sunshine that keeps coming out and warming us up. And long may that continue. Good full delivery. The batters, good running, good understanding between them both. Not ball watching. They go on the hit. Normally like to talk a little bit about this day in history. And, what can I tell you? I can tell you one big one. Unfortunately, no longer with us. Bashir goes down the leg side and probably spoils a wide here. And well, the non-striker has to dive to get back in. Nagby. Yeah, on this day, back in 1997, we lost to Diana, Princess of Wales. That tragic day that was sort of embedded in a lot of people's minds. What a sad day that was. And 1997, and at the age of only 36, she passed away in Paris, France. High in the air. Oh, this is big. Not only does it go high, it goes long. And I don't think this one's coming back in a hurry. That goes into the jungle. Wow, what a hit that is. Humongous. So, new balls, please. 1949. Richard Gere, American actor and humanitarian, was born. And if you like your music, 1945, Van Morrison was born. There's some key dates there for you. And those of you that like your aeroplanes, I know Charlie will like this one. In 1966, the Harrier jump jet fighter bomber made its first flight. Just a few days in history for you. There's that ball. Well, not that ball. A ball comes back. So 30 of the first 2 overs. It's a blistering start. And they're looking to get to, I think, about that 45-50 mark here. As this is now going to be Shoaib Rahman to have a bowl. He had a good match last time with his bowling and particularly his batting. He's certainly impressed with his batting. He'll start with one outside the off. It gets carved away. They'll take a single. So Nagby at the moment seems to be just not quite hitting the boundaries, but he hands the strike back to Naeem Khan, who's made a good start. And this will be a good little contest. And well, he throws everything out of this, and how much does he get? And he gets plenty. This is going to probably be 1 bounce 4. You can see the umpires are asking for the fielders to help him out. They're saying, is it 4 or 6? It's going to be 6. It's going to be manos. Arriba, 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 porque eso es 6 carreras. Well, he threw everything at it. The old uppercut. And Rahman will go the distance. Good hitting this from Naeem. Look at the strike rate, over 300, sensational. And now he attacks and he hits this on the up. Oh, it could have been an incredible catch. It really could have. He saves the boundary. That's Mohammed Arif. And now, how much damage has he done in trying to take this? He's definitely hurt himself. This was absolutely crunched. And that would have been a sensational catch. And, well, I wonder if you're going to need the old magic spray out there. Well, he's still there. He's staying on the field of play. He says, no, I'm okay. Though, well, I tell you what, when the ball's being hit that hard and you try to catch it, there's no shame in showing the paint. It's hard to say that. You got to say that it ends up being a chance. That's what it will go down as. This one is played away, and Nakmi now goes big. I reckon it's going to be more of the same. Yep, put him up in the air like you just don't care, because this is 6 more. He hits that good, hits it out of the middle. And, well, that is hit sweet out of the middle, sweeter than a bowl of glove jumbo. Lovely hit. Hello to Neville Russ, who's joining in the, well, it's like a party atmosphere on the chat at the moment. We're writing, looks like we're writing song lyrics at the moment for the Man Cad Man. I know Vinny Sandy was in there earlier. Lily's been at it as well. And well, I think Crew might be even getting in on the act. 45 with the ball to go in the power play. $15 off the over so far. This will be a wide. And just trying to keep it out of the reach of the charging batter. I think here, Ramon, I mean, he's being charged at, isn't he? So, if Naeem's going to play that game, I think it's a bowler. You're just thinking, all right, that's what he's going to try and do. I've got to jam in the Yorker. Got to back himself to jam that Yorker in. And he tries, but he doesn't quite get it right. And what an amazing shot this is. This is quite an incredible shot. It takes the score to 51 of 3 overs. He goes for the full delivery. Look how he plays this. That is class. Class, top draw, top timing. 51 of the first 3 overs. And, well, what a fine time to welcome back into our commentary position here to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu.
Nice to be back. And one thing I love about cricket is you never know which direction it'll take you, particularly on ECN, and it's spurred a hive of creativity in the chat for this Man Cad Man song. There's all kinds of lines. Maybe someone can pull it together into a song. Lily's been very good. Looks like Kevin or Kroom, he's basically working on a cover version right now. So I like it. Yeah, he's saying, well, it's Kroom's lyrics. His is called A Bowler with a Man Cad Eye. His ball in hand is the trigger. His action cold as ice. He's a master of run-out guys. He can change his action. He can change his pace. He's always one step ahead of the batter. The man with the Man Cad Eye. This probably goes to a tune, which I don't know right now, but I like it. Batters better beware. And you know what? Challengers still have one game tonight. Might want to get the old VHS tape to... Who are they playing? I think they're playing GSB tonight. By the way, Naeem's less than quietly gone to equal his best score in ECN cricket with 37 in the first 3 overs. And another 50-run power play, Rico.
Yeah, and good guy to have in the side is this guy, Rashid, remember, 5-wicket taker. So it's a miscue, should be taken, and it will be taken. So, well, yeah, Rashid does it again. And remember, we saw him take those 5 wickets, and including a hat-trick, of course. And he picks up a wicket straight away. No runs off him. Nice catch taken. So nice to see that Mohammed Arif, after trying to take what would have been an absolute blinder, that he still has those hands functioning as he takes the catch. So 52 for 1.
Yeah, nicely taken. Had to take on the run, stay balanced, didn't he? So it'll be Bairagi who's coming out to bat, and he's been very good as well for Golden Star Bond today. 52 for 1. It's a flying start, isn't it? Well, Maya is in the chat. I see that Kitty Hundley is in the chat as well, watching from the USA. Hello, Kitty. Nice to have you. It looks like we've got Deck in the chat who's saying, it's a party, baby. Fire up, Vinny. Well, Deck, who are you? Where are you watching from? But I do appreciate your enthusiasm. Also, Maya found the link of a video where Charlie's interviewing me for his university project.
Yeah.
And that's, well, must be quite old now, over a year old. So, yeah, I think that was probably, yeah, well over a year now when Charlie interviewed me as part of his broadcasting studies that he's doing at the moment, studying business and broadcasting in the UK. So she said it was very nice. Can't remember a lot of what I said, but I'm sure she gave it a good listen. Feel free to post the link in the chat if you like. Anyway, back to the job at hand. They got rid of Nutvi, but now they've got to get rid of Naeem Khan, don't they? Rashid strikes straight away.
And he could have another. Fielder gets underneath it and takes it. So they do remove both the openers, and it's Rashid who's doing it again. And comes into the attack at a difficult point. He knew the batters are going to go after him. And, of course, Naeem, who's hit the ball so sweetly, goes to 37 of 11. But the 12th ball gets him, and it's bowled by Rashid. 4 sixes and 2 fours for that 37. But once again, that the two openers, they leave Golden Star Born in a good position.
But he won't better his top score. He equals the 37 that he scored against the Bayer Spartans last year. Yeah, promised a lot. He seems like one guy, it's a matter of time till he gets a very big score, isn't it? If he can bat a long way through the 10 overs, maybe bats the 10 overs. Because this is going to be Gurinder Singh, Guri, on the back of the shirt. He's coming in at number 4. Well, Craig's got more lyrics for the song, saying, here he comes, waddling to the crease, completing his action, but not finishing his release. Hey, hey, it's the man cat.
Down the leg side, not out, the shake of the head from the umpire. Good full length delivery, but he just strays a little bit down the legs. And well, I get the feeling that Goodwinder probably still had his heart in his mouth for a little bit. He's looking straight at the umpire. And sigh of relief, and the umpire gives that little shake of the head. What an over this has been.
Yeah, coming back, but not enough. It's been a game-changing over, really. Last ball of it.
And he finishes it well. So only the 1 run from it, picks up the 2 wickets, and at the end of the 4th over, it's 53 for 2.
Brilliant over from Rashid. And let's see if he comes back straight away. I'd be tempted to. Just think you got to throw what you think your best options are up front here. Don't let this innings get out of control. You can see that run rate was up and up in the kind of 19-ish for a while, and then it's come back now to 13.25 and over. So they keep it to 130, then you've got to realise that Shoaib Rahman's coming off some big runs in the last game. They've got some good batting. First thing is they've got to limit Golden Star Bomb, which is never going to be easy.
Yeah, they play one way, the attacking way, and they're back deep, and this one is high up in the air. The fielder thinks he's going to have a look in, but no, he's not. That is the captain. And for a moment there, you can see the wickets are here. He removes his cap and thinks, nah, I'm not going to be in call for this. And then he puts the cap back on and says, right, I better go fetch it. Yeah. 6 runs, big hit.
Plays on length, really, doesn't he?
Good comeback, Yorker delivery, and good on the batters as well. They dig it out. As Waragi, who says, okay, that's a good ball. I'll accept it and respect it and take the single. And then hand the strike now back to Guri, who hasn't got off the mark yet. A couple of dot balls to his name.
Matter of time. Here's Rahman coming off those good runs last game. Clean pickup might have been interesting there, you know.
Yeah.
But it was, I suppose, slightly to his right-hand side, and he's a natural left-hander, Mohamed Arif. Finally, a game that seems to be going to the plan. I've got to say, I do love the uniforms. You mentioned it early for PSV Aachen.
And that's a nice shot, isn't it? He gets into position, and it's almost like he picks this. I think it is the attempted slow ball. And that gets worked away, gets himself in a nice position. I tell you what, Simon thought when he came here with his deck chair, he's going to put the deck chair down, have a sit down, maybe watch a bit of cricket, maybe read a book, have a picnic. Well, every time he sits down, he's up again doing some fielding.
He's going to have leather poisoning, I think, by the end of the day. He's had so much of the ball down there. Simon LaCure.
Misses out on this, and yeah, he's disappointed. Baragi, he knows he should have played that better.
Yeah, just swing and a miss. A good comeback here. Yeah, PSV Aachen, look at that uniform, and you're right, it's like the abs. It's like those T-shirts that have the perfect abs on them.
Yeah.
You see people wearing.
Slower delivery follows the batter. Baragi tucks him up a little bit for room.
This is oh no, he's absolutely barbecued his partner there, but they're going to get away with it. Have a look at this. So Bairagi runs one, and then he's the only one that's interested in two, and eventually he sells Govinda on it, and he changes his mind straight away. Have a look at this. It seems like it's an easy one. He said, come on, okay, come on, let's go. He says, really? Okay, let's go. He says, oh, actually, no.
Oh.
If Govinda got run out there, he would have had a grievance.
Yeah, just watch this. Direct hit would have had him, and maybe even a better throw.
That's all on Bairagi as well, wasn't it? Because he was the only one that saw two there at all. Anyway, end of the over, 66 for 2. We'll head into over number 6 now with Fahad Khan.
Up in the air, fielder coming across, opportunity, and he can't get there. Sort of drops just before him in the end. I thought he had the time to get there for a moment, but Shoaib Rahman is not able to do so.
Yeah, so fucking can't. Good player. Comes in, gets a lot of power off short run.
This is over the infielder, and it's going to get over the boundary. So it's going to be 4 runs. And Biragi gets going again. Remember, he was not player of the match in match number 17, where Golden Star Born easily got to the 83 they required for victory. They did it only in 5 overs, chasing that from CC, so we know they're dangerous, and if he gets going, we know he's very dangerous.
Yeah, he sure is. 2 highly entertaining teams going head-to-head here.
And short, and down the leg side, and he waits for it, and then clobbers it pretty good. He's going to get 4 more. So
the issue with this kind of he actually beats him with the bouncer, but if you don't have the fielder back, then it's kind of all for nothing, isn't it? Because you only need the slightest bit of bat on a ball like that to get it over the infield, and it's going to end up 4 or 6, even though that was kind of a moral victory for Fahad Khan.
Fahad walks back to his mark, 10 off the 3 balls. He's one of the top players, we know that. He's shown it already. And he goes for the shorter one again, and this time it will go the distance. And once again, Simon is up and running, and he's getting worn out. His side, he's getting worn out.
Let's see if we can get the throw of Simon here. He likes to go underarm. He's running it in. And in Australian football, that'd be a free kick. You can only run 15 metres with the ball without bouncing it. But Simon, yeah, nicely done. Back in the chair.
Yeah.
Look at that. I mean,
he's enjoying himself.
So many touches of the ball, but what a beautiful way to spend a Thursday afternoon.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I bet he's got some nice things, nice goodies in the back. Oh, he's up again. He's ready for another. Look, he feels another coming.
Walking with the bowler now. Helena was just saying, our director, who's in the truck today. And we should also mention that Martha is off sick today. So, Martha, I know you're probably watching. So, hopefully you're feeling better and we have you back soon. So, we're 1 person down in the crew, which means Helena's working double time. Yeah. She said she would love to not be pushing the buttons. Would love to be in that deck chair. Maybe Simon and her would like to swap places.
Big well done to Helena and, of course, Valentine that have been holding the fort. Oh, well, he's, I think, accidentally. I think this is he guides this back to the bowler. If he had kicked it away, they would have been asking a question or two here, because he sort of gets trapped in his feet. I don't think he really knows where it is here. As he tries to run, he thinks, oh, it's over there.
There was nothing intentional about that. If anything, he helped the bowler by kicking it at him. But yeah, that's not intentional. He's not in any hot water at all. End of the 6th over, and the score is 82 for 2.
Going well. And if they can keep going here, Baragi's set. Govinda hasn't really quite got going, but we know he's dangerous. He's already scored a half-century in this series. In fact, he was the first man to do so. So he's the one that started things off here in Krefeld. And looking to get going himself. But that's not a bad over there at all. Oh, well, this is pretty wild. And they're running. They'll get the 1. But, yeah, that was a wild delivery from Marif.
Yeah, it's high-ish, isn't it? Probably have a look at this one. Oh, yeah, that's no ball.
That was yeah, there it goes. That's a call, because that was very wild and wide outside the off, and it gets called straight away by the match officials.
Easy call. So I still want to know where Deck's watching from. Saying, where's Krefeld? Well, Krefeld is just outside Düsseldorf.
Yep.
In the west of the country. It's not too far away from Cologne as well, which is about an hour to the west, I believe. That's the kind of shot. It's not the right shot to play by Ragi. Try and fetch this when you got no outfielders on the offside, apart from a long off and a deep third, but there's nobody square. So this is one he should be trying to hit over cover.
Yeah, and of course it's a free hit as well, so misses out on it, gets nothing. So Arif gets lucky, gets away with it. That's nicely bowled. Good length, good areas from Arif. So trying is Baragi, but he's not having much success over Arif at the moment.
Yeah, it's good return for just keeping the line right, keeping it outside the off stump. Baragi's getting itchy. Does he double down on that plan to go leg side, or does he maybe try and go over cover? He dabs instead and he'll get a single.
Yeah, he's probably thought, okay, it's I can't get him away. I'll let Guri have a go. Guri certainly will. He needs to start getting a few out in the middle of his bat as well. He's 2 or 4.
Oh, listen to this. I just read this comment that Kitty seems to have a new hairstyle.
Yeah.
Very, very short. And there's a bit of a backstory behind it, and it's quite heartwarming. You know, I'll tell you in a second after this ball from Arif. Bowling to Guri. Well, good old-fashioned French cut, and that's probably going to run down the hill, and it does get to the rope. So not convincing, but effective. Bowling without a fine leg, that's always a risk. And the result, 4 carreras. Yeah, Kitty said that her oldest daughter had long hair, got tangled up really bad, so we had to shave her head. So Mr. Kitty and I shaved ours in support, so she has no hair now. But she did it so that it didn't make her daughter feel too bad.
Ah,
Nice.
that is a lovely story.
That's very, very thoughtful. Good parenting.
Yeah. I think I'll use that story when somebody says what happened to my hair. I'll just say that my daughter's hair
Yeah, you could use that anyway. No, feel free. There's also some cricket out there. This one's 4 runs, worked off the hip. And I like the way he got front on really quickly and turned on that. And look, Simon, he's like a puppy, isn't he, at the moment, going after the ball. I might have to settle him down.
You can imagine when he goes to work tomorrow, he's going to say, "Oh, I'm so tired, guys. I'm so tired."
Yeah, what did you do on your day off?
Yeah.
Fielding. Anyway, that's kind of into the gap, but it's knocked down, and that will be, well, it's a dodgy 2, and it should be run out, but it's bounced straight out of the palms of the bowler. Oh, well, you don't try, you don't know. They get 2 from nowhere, 95 for 2 after 7.
Yeah, Arif can't believe it. We'll see it again here. He does everything right, doesn't he? Gets behind the stumps. He's waiting for it. Come on, get it into me, he says. In comes the throw, and he just couldn't take it. And then, well, he goes down on his haunches, doesn't he, when he realises that the opportunity has been missed. 7 overs completed, and 95 for 2.
Yeah, it's a mixture of actually being quite quick between the wickets and insanity with Bairagi out there, because he should have been gone by a mile, but he's actually pretty quick, put pressure on the bowler who fumbled. Let's have a look at the European Cricket Championship groups. It's the Euros of cricket. It starts in less than 4 weeks now. And the first match, I can tell you, Spain versus France, Rico. That's going to be a fantastic game to watch as we see Bairagi try the reverse. And yeah, Spain-France first game, because France, where their bowling was top class last year, just they struggled for runs, but I think they've improved a lot in that department. We've seen them playing quite a few times this summer already.
Wow, he's just losing his shape altogether, Bairagi. He's a player that plays well when he's timing the ball, he's stroking it, and now he's going after Rashid, isn't he there? They held him back a little bit, Rashid. They could have used him early after bowling a really good 4th over. I think that sometimes teams do that, think it will help and can work the other way around. Good delivery, full, tries to give himself a little bit of room, that's Bairagi. And now the fielder, well, he falls over, but luckily he's got some support coming from behind him.
They really played themselves back into this contest, haven't they? They're going to get blown away in the 50-run power play, but they've been able to take a couple of wickets and keep things relatively quiet with these 2. Just seems, though, that GSB have kind of lost the plot a little bit with their shot selection here, though, Rico, getting a bit one-dimensional, and with some disciplined bowling, PSV can They're just basically making Bond chase the ball from outside it, off stump, trying to get it, trying to get them to drag it to leg, and hasn't been a very effective tactic at all.
Well bowled again. It's been the usual story of where, because they've got off such a good start, they're thinking that they can sort of whack everything to the boundary, and they forgot that they can still take the singles and still try and work the twos as well, and then put the bad ball away. They're trying to put the good balls to the boundary as well. And Goodwinder, well, he's in danger of being castled here. Rashid is bowled well. Firmly hit, and as well stopped on the boundary by the fielder. Makes a stop.
Then he rolls it in just with a quick roll. And so they're actually looking for 2 there, but I suppose it was a good roll because it rolled pretty quickly to the fielder. Yeah, so Raheem's okay there?
Yeah, I mean, I think he may have hurt himself when he was bowling, and that's why we perhaps haven't seen him bowl here.
Yeah.
And when he rolled that one in, though he made a good stop, he was sort of rubbing his right arm there, so maybe he's got a bit of an injury there, which is why we're not seeing him bowl. Anyway,
Well, they've got 2 games, so you're only meant to bowl 4 overs. He pretty much bowled all of them in the first game. So maybe that's why 8 overs down, the score's 97 for 2.
when you look at the score here, just take another look at the bowling figures of Mohammad Rashid. It's quite incredible.
2 for 3 of his 2. But the first 4 overs, well, the first 3 overs were 52, and the 4th over was 1. But even if you take them in 4 overs, the first 4 contained that 1 run over, but still there were 53 off the first 4, and then just 44 off the second. So really slowing things down instead of speeding things up.
Yeah. Now, well, you know, they've got so much batting. It's almost like you could be saying, right, all right. I was just about to say, if he doesn't hit this one out of the park, then you call him back. Gurwinder Singh says, I know what you're thinking, Rika. I know what you're going to say. Before that shot, he was only at 13 off. That was ball number 12 coming his way. Well, he's accelerated slightly. He goes to 19 of 12, but he's got to keep that going. That does bring the 100 up. So the 100 coming up in the 9th over, that's a good sign. They should be looking to get around about the 110 to 115 here and then go big in the last. Still trying to get to that 130 kind of score. Let's see how close they get to that. Doesn't quite get this right. He wants to run hard. It runs the first one hard. Will he try and come back for 2?
Well,
they're taking it on, and he's not going to make it. So
look, it's one thing to go for 2, but you got to run the first one hard. I think he liked the idea of running the 2, but just have a look. I don't think that Guri really sprints this first one, or maybe it's his version of it. See here, he turned and kind of jogged 3 or 4 steps. Maybe the fatigue setting in. There'll be 1 and run out as he goes for 20. The score 104 for 3.
Yeah, well, he probably heard me saying that if he doesn't get going, he may as well come back. Well, he will come back. He gets to 20 off ball number 13. And is it a good thing, a bad thing? I don't think it's a bad thing, because I still do believe that any one of these batters from Golden Star Bond can come out, and if they click, they could quite easily go boom, boom, boom. And before you know it, that 130 is on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Guri was fine. I mean, he scored 20 off 13 as strike rate of 154. So it's not a bad innings. But now we might have 2 in a row. This is in the air, and it's going to be Arif to try and take the catch, and he will. So it'll be 2 in a row. Shirzad goes for a golden duck. A wicket for Farhad Khan, and the score is 104 for 4.
Yeah, he's going to make his way back. He was there to try and get quick runs once again. He gets across, doesn't he? But he doesn't get the ball that he wants. He's well bowled, short of a length. Catch has been taken by Arif. He holds on to this one. He's second. It's time to see Derek. Hello, Derek.
He's a good-looking duck. Well, Derek's going to make his Kartima debut, by the way. Because remember, Derek was only discovered, in Portugal in the ECS just after the last time we were there for the ECL. So
that's right, yeah.
Yeah, so Derek, I wonder what he'll make of Kartima. He'll enjoy it.
I think he certainly will.
He'll be busy.
OJ's got, well, there shouldn't be a problem because we, of course, have got the lake at the far side, haven't we? So I think the Derricks will be more than happy.
There's a few in there. I remember when we've been to Sporting Alfaz for ECS cricket before in Spain, they actually do have a duck pond right next to the ground. In fact, Egan once almost stepped on a duck, remember, when he was chasing a ball?
Here we go, hat-trick ball.
The first one's a run out, but Still,
hat-trick.
kind of. Yeah.
Team hat trick.
Pay it. This is Gajera, the new batter. So, I mean, every time it looks like GSP are running away with it, PSVR can just seem to find an answer, don't they? There's only 7 balls left. So, I mean, we're looking at maybe 120 or something like that. Something very chaseable. Remember, the power play went for 52 in the first 3 overs.
Nice looking shot. Has he got the timing right? He has. He'll get 4. So takes the score to 108 at the end of the 9th, but it's not the 9th that they wanted. And it's a pretty good over there from Farhad. So we go to the last over as the wind picks up. I've got to say, Vinny, some of those dark clouds coming over this way, they don't look too good.
There was a slight forecast for some rain later on today. At the moment, I don't see it. But anyway, fingers crossed. Yeah, so they scored 52 off the first 3 overs, and they pretty much took 6 overs, excluding that ball there. They took twice as long to make the next 52.
Yeah.
So it just shows you how Aachen have been able to kind of get it back under control through the middle overs. Bairagi, he's been there, but yeah, hasn't quite been at his most destructive. I mean, he hasn't done a bad job. He's 31 off 18.
Yeah. He's been trying to hit the ball too hard. He's forgotten about his time.
Just forgotten his areas, I think. Raja Mubashir will be the bowler for over number 10. Seatbelts on. Here we go.
Gandhi. And that's a good example of it. Bairagi, in the innings he played earlier, this is 6 runs. He's not missing out on a full toss down the leg side. He misses this completely.
It's the line between trying and trying too hard. It's a funny one, isn't it? If you're really trying to hit the ball a long way, normally your best ones are when you're not really trying to whack it. It's in the timing, a mixture of timing and power that you need.
Yeah, once again he misses out, and well, sometimes it's a little bit painful to watch. I mean, the number of dot balls that we've seen from him are really now mounting up. And though he has, he's got a score on the board, hasn't he? Of course, 31 now of 19, but it's been nowhere near what we know that he can do. Remember, he got his 50 last time off just 17 balls.
Yeah, and even good players, they go through little patches where they're not hitting the ball that well. This is probably one of them.
This is flicked away. They should be looking to come back for 2. They will take on the arm, and it will be out, I believe. Yeah, and it's well, got to be done, I suppose. And Chachi will know he's running into the danger end, so they'll only get the 1 here. Bairagi will stay on strike.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised because it's square of the wicket. You could pretty much go to the keeper's end just as quickly. So they end up going to the bowler's end and they get him, just. And so, yeah, I mean, basically what it means is that the set batter does get back on strike. That's what that was about. A good decision by the umpire. I don't think he waits doesn't need any help. He looked out by maybe around about a metre or so, maybe not quite that much. We'll have a look at it on the replay. Good position by the bowler as well. It's right where he needs to be.
Yep.
And yep, there you go, just out.
Yeah, I think you got to take them. That's the whole thing about it. We're in the last over. You got to run hard. You see many a times your fielding teams don't get it right. It's a good delivery again.
So he gets back on strike, which I suppose strategically is the thing to do, but he's kind of a bit out of form at the moment, isn't he, Paratosh? Yeah. He's been joined by Shah Zeb at the other end. So 3 to go, 110. We seem to think about 120 would be where they're at. They're going to have to hit a couple of boundaries if they're going to do that.
Yeah, even if they went with where they were at the halfway point and double that, they're still going to finish well short of where they are. 130 is what they should have got minimum, so they fall well short.
That'll do, as he just launches this one leg side. Well, eventually, you can play yourself back into form. Maximo! Badly needed runs for GSP, who just going to move that along to 116. Let's have a look at that scoreboard. Is it still there? 110. Let's click it over. Yeah.
You can finish with.
Goes leg side. 110 will become 116. There we go. It's gone over to 116 now. 2 to come then. The 120's on here. Should make for a pretty interesting second innings, Rico.
Yeah, I think it will be. If you can finish with another couple of boundaries, gets them to a decent one. Well, he goes down on one knee, it's up in the air, and it's going to be taken. So gets the wicket. Nicely done by the fielder. That's a good catch by Shoaib Rahman. So It's the wicket once again. It doesn't quite get it right. It goes high a long way and always looked comfortable. Very well done.
Yeah, well, I said 2 runs because I saw how high it went, but then when I saw it with Shoaib Rahman, well, he's not going to miss it. He's a very good cricketer. You can tell that. So Bairagi, I mean, it's not a bad inning. Someone had to score the runs. He gets 38 off 22. He strikes at 172. It's just, I think because he is such a good player, we know that he can bat better than that.
Yeah.
But still, if that's a bad innings and you're getting 38, he must be a pretty good player. 116 for 6 off 9.5. And look, it is. It's Nawabi to face the last ball. Here we go.
And unfortunately, well, let's see. I mean, I thought he got pad on this, you know.
He must be out because
he's walking. I thought he got pad. I mean,
no, it must have hit the gloves as well. It's really slow when it comes to him. Let's have a look. It's definitely, yeah, it's straight off the gloves. Yeah, it made a paddy sound. So, I mean, sometimes you look at the body language. And so, yeah, I think that'll be caught in the end. And it'll be a golden duck, I think, for what do you call him again? Because he twirls his moustache. Doesn't he have a... Well, it's not him. That's Shazeb, who I don't think actually faced the ball.
He didn't face the ball. Nawabi's coming up now. Where is Nawabi? Has he come off already? He knows the duck's waiting for him.
Never mind.
He's run off. He's the clever one, is Nawabi. He's got on his Harley and he's come off pretty quickly. And they're going to finish on 116. That is a great comeback, really, for PSV Archon. They've done really well to restrict, because we were looking at scores 130 plus. Simon, well, he had a very busy innings, didn't he? He sort of did move. It was almost like the Archon had an extra man out there, because Simon was doing a lot of work. That would have been a great catch, but what I liked about that from Mohamed Arif, he doesn't take that one, but he does go on to hong 2 others. But it was a cracking start from the batters. All right, they lost. They were losing wickets, and that's Arif, who then comes back and he takes a catch to remove Nakmi. But they were still going really well. So even though the catches were being taken, the runs were being scored quickly.
That would have been a nasty one if Guru was going to get run out that way. But, I mean, you really got to go back to Rashid, as we saw Simon doing a lot of work there on the leg side boundary. Look at that. Looks like he's ready to come in and unleash a thunderbolt. Looks like he's opening the bowling at Lords there with that run out. A bit of Bob Willis about that. But, yeah, look, I mean, you look at Rashid and his 2 overs is going for 1 and 2 respectively. Man, that's the difference between them chasing about 120 and 140, I think. And we saw this run out, and it probably wasn't absolutely necessary. But I think they just wanted to give someone else an opportunity. They gave new batters opportunities, but Shazad came out and he got out for a golden first up, and really nobody able to take the bull by the horns. And Bairagi, well, he was trying his best as well. Sacrificed another partner to get the strike back. And although he did hit a 6 off the next ball, just struggled to find his touch. In the end, he holed out to Rahman late in the piece. All things considered, I think this is about an average score, Rico. 11.6 and over. As we saw Nawabi, he gloves this one. And he was caught off the last ball of the inning. So 116 for 7. 117 will be the target. I just got to say, it's been a while since we've had a golden ball, Rico. And it's that kind of score, isn't it? As we look back at the scorecard, Bairagi top scores with 38, but he didn't go at the kind of pace that was set by Naeem Khan, who scored 37 off 12 early on in the piece. Just a shame that maybe Naeem Khan couldn't go on with it. Maybe they could have gotten a few more than the 116. Also, shout out to Gurinder Singh with 20 and Said Naqvi early with 13. Just 4 extras, so a lot better from PSV Arcade, because they had problems in that department last time. But as we look at the bowling figures, there's really one man that you got to tip your cap to. Rashid, he was outstanding.
It's amazing bowling figures. I mean, just have a look at that. He's bowled 2 overs. He's picked up 2 wickets, but only conceded just 3 runs. So leaps and bounds above everybody else. And the other guy to mention, Rajat Bashir, I think he bowls really well as well. Just 2 for 19 from himself. But and I think in general, all right, Mohamed Arif, a little bit expensive, goes with 32. But I think they stuck to the task well. And the way they came back into that in the last 5 overs, well, superbly well done. And they keep themselves in this match. And, well, they're looking to inflict defeat on Golden Star Bond for the first time in this series.
But the thing is, you look at the 4 overs that those 2 bowled, Rashid and Mubashir, and you get 4 for 22 off 4. And I think if you look at the other bowlers, then you got something like 6 overs, 1 for 94. So it's a big difference between how they went, how their teammates went. Anyway, the result is something decent, especially at the end of the power play when GSB were 52. If you said as a PSV Aachen supporter, you're chasing 117. You're really happy with that. But they'll have to bat well. Should be exciting. Join us in a few minutes when we return for the second half of match 19 here in Germany. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Back soon with more European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the match between Golden Star Bonn and PSV Aachen. And the team making a debut on the European Cricket Series, and it's been a good one as well. They've played some really good cricket, and I get a feeling that they've given themselves a chance of another victory here. Golden Star Bonn were going along nicely. You heard I say when they got to 51 in the power play when Naeem Khan was batting beautifully. 37 of 12, but once he lost his wicket started to fall, and the run rate slowed down. And well, he goes after a wide here, and that sounded like a bat breaker to me. It didn't sound good at all. He has a look at his bat, and maybe it just caught right at the toe end. But 116 is what Golden Star Bonn got to. 117 is the chase. He spoils wide here, really, and just out of the reach of the fielder. Let's see where this hits it. Yeah, right at the bottom. So Yasir Hussain. Oh, what a shot. This guy who's batting here is something else, and he got out to a good catch in the last match. It was a brilliant catch taken by the captain. But what a good shot that is. Yeah, the captain of the Cologne Challengers took a really good one to remove him in the last one. But he's class, and he's looking to show that here. These two normally bat well together, Hussain and Hussain. And this time it is left. It's too wide from Baragi. Once again towards Hassan. Comes down, doesn't quite get the ball that he was hoping for, but he works it out onto the onside. He'll get a single. Hands to strike over now to Hussain. Baragi. And that's in the slot, and this is bye-bye Bolota. That is going to go all the way over the trees and into the car park at the other side. He gets it just where he wants it. He's coming down, and I think he goes for the pads here, Baragi, to try and hide this ball. But it was expected to be there by Hussain, and he absolutely belts it. I think when you see a batter doing that, you're better off trying to get the ball past him on the offside. And that's what he does this time. That was the ball to go to last time. To keep it out of his strike. It's a good comeback from Baragi, but he's gone for 15 already in the over. They'll be a little disappointed in their minds about where they ended up in this with the score here, but they've got to put that behind them here now and really fight. And, high up in the air, chance taken, and that's the wicket they needed as one of the top four batters back. Hussain doesn't get this right at all. Good delivery from Baragi. It needed to be a little bit short of a length. No mistakes at all there from Lela Grubeli, and I reckon he's just going to hold on to that ball because no doubt and he'll be bowling the next. That was the end of the over. It is 15 for 1. So yes, here Hussain gives his wicket away. He goes for 7 on forward delivery. Just reminding you, 221 matches since we've seen that golden ball. Are we going to see it pretty soon? Surely we are. Surely it's not going to continue this way. We're not going to take it all the way to Rome. Surely not. Anyway, a wicket goes to Baragi, the man that picks it up. So now here's another Grubeli. He normally does good things with the ball. Let's see how he starts here. And wow, this is close, but I think maybe just outside the line. There's a big appeal, a bit of pressure on the umpire here as well. Umpire staying firm, and I get the feeling that impact here is probably just outside the line. Let's have a look. Yeah, outside the line is a very good delivery. It's a very good shout, but I think the umpire gets it spot on. So, good start though, good length. Here comes Leila once more. And this time it will go all the way. It's all about the length you bowl. You get it wrong slightly and you'll get dispatched. And that is an awesome shot. Superb hit from Muaz Hassan. Now that one disappears pretty quickly. It's wide, I think. Catches the wide line. A wide ball. See what he was trying to do there. Thinks, okay, if that's where you like it, I'm going to not give that to you. I'm going to keep it outside the off. Now he knows now here, Muaz, that that's what the Krefeld is going to try. Let's see if he adjusts. Well, this time he steps inside it, and he'll work this away. And 4 runs, so he does get a bit of bat on this as well. Yeah, quite clearly. 4 más. The same way that GSB started scoring runs freely to different parts of the ground. That's what we're seeing here now from PSV Hachan. So, Krefeld in a spot of bother. It's going to be another wide. So I think these ones he's trying to sneak in here, he's far better off going a bit fuller, and because he gets a lot of movement away when the ball pitches, and that's what's taking the ball too wide. And Kitty, well, Kitty's in with a Sweet Carolines now. Well, that was a Sweet Caroline, wasn't it? It was huge. Hits it down the ground, should just be a single. As Guri makes the stop, Gurwinder, wearing his traditional bright yellow cap to go with the golden stars on the back, on the front of their shirts. We've got the little logo on the back as well. Okay, so the new batter is Fahad Khan, who's doesn't like to hang about himself. And he doesn't. But has he beat Guru? No, he hasn't. And Guru takes the catch. So Fahad Khan will be another victim of the Golden Duck. He tries to go for it. I told you, he's not going to hold back. He thinks he hits this clean enough, but that is such a good catch from Gurwinder. And that is the end of Fahad. And hello again to Derek. Well, he's happy. And the batter's not, though. He's going to make his way back. And a very good catch taken. And, once again, I think the fielding in the deep from most of the German teams of players has been very good. So second wicket goes. Fahad Khan not able to get any runs on the board this time. Gurwinder takes the catch, and well, as he does, Krefeld gets the wicket. So there you go, it's on your graphic there now. There's still a ball to go in this over. 13 came from it, so score-wise they're okay. But a couple of wickets down, and this one gets played cautiously, and Lela Krefeld gets there. Does the fielding himself. There's the end of the second over, 28 for 2. And, well, we get a chance maybe to have a look at where teams are on those standings. And you can see why this battle is so important. Unbeaten at the moment. Our Golden Star Bond, they're at the top of the table. They want to stay there. But, well, if PSV Archen can get a win here, they're level on points. They'll be clear by 2 points at the top. And that'll be something incredible for a team on debut. But Golden Star Bond will get an opportunity to go back up there, though having played a game more when they play the last match of the day. Fine time to welcome back into the cube Mr. Maximo Winisandu.
Yeah, thanks very much, Rico. Good to be back. Got to say, Kroom has outdone himself with some of the Mancad-related songs that he's doing. He did one to Rocket Man. Then I followed up. I did one to that Man, I Feel Like a Woman. But then he actually won the battle because he said, you know, that song was like, so, you're the Mancad Man. That don't impress me.
Yeah.
So, I can't even do it. You know what I mean? Anyway, it's up. And this should carry the line, and I think it does. I'm going to call it from here. Maximo, 6 runs. And yeah, it does go all the way. So, yeah, I've lost a couple of wickets early. Run rate's good, though. I think the key for Golden Star Bond, they've got to keep taking wickets, Rico.
Yeah, they've got to keep taking wickets. And at the same time, I think PSVA, they've got to keep playing these shots. And that's the only way they're going to win it. So, Atat Shazad comes on to have a bowl. It didn't quite go his way with the bat, did he? He was out first ball. But now, with the ball in hand, he's trying to be destructive himself, but hasn't started well. 6 of the first.
Yeah, Shazad. Not a game to remember for him so far. Golden Duck and whacked for 6 first ball. Anyway, can turn around. He's a good player.
Oh, not with that one, but that's great work by the wicketkeeper, Naeem Khan, who himself is having a good match. Scored well at the beginning and now makes a really good stop. Otherwise, that would have been a minimum. Nobody back there.
Really good player. I think he batted very well. I love his technique there. You know, he goes as far as he can with his feet and he sees how far away it is and he says, yeah, I can dive that far, so I'm going to dive. It's really smart wicket keeping. Good movement from Shazad, but he's got to straighten it up.
Better.
He's a tough bowler to face because it's not an easy, predictable arc that he swings at. I mean, that one kind of sneaks across. I wouldn't say he's a big hooper of the ball, but he does just enough with it, and he's unpredictable. Yeah,
and like we've seen already, he does have a bit of pace that can trouble some of the batters, but that's where he needs to be. That's got to be his line. Got to be going across the right-hander. Now, of course, Hassan's now had a look. I wonder if he tries to give himself a bit of room and try and hit over the extra cover inside out. No, because, again, the bowler gets it wrong.
Again, it's a great take, isn't it? I mean, it's really
look
good
where
footwork.
He ends up. I mean, look how far he has to go, because not only is this ball going down the leg side, but it's swinging away from the keeper as well. This is such a good take.
Rod Marsh, in a video which I watched a lot as a kid, said, you know, your hands are important, but your feet may be even more important, because I've never seen a pair of hands walking around by themselves.
Yeah.
And so, as a keeper, your footwork is super important in getting you to a position that you can catch the ball. And he made that look easy. It was quite a difficult take.
It's a good delivery. He gets a bit of bat. That's such a good ball. And I think he might have clonked it onto his foot a little bit there. That's the ball, though, isn't it? That's the ball that's going to get him wickets.
That's a brilliant delivery. And sometimes bowlers that are a bit unpredictable, that aren't that accurate, can be more threatening as a batter, because you really don't know where the next ball's coming from. If a guy's putting it on the spot every time, even if it's a good spot, at least you can concoct a plan for it. But really, you're having to react to Shirzad, and he's not slow. So let's see what Hassan can do. He's 24 off 9.
On the leg side again, it's another wide.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything on that. I saw that pad coming off a while ago. I think Naeem's got some pad issues, but yeah, he's smart here because at least he's got a bit of a plan. And yeah, that's a bit of a risk as well, because if it's straight, you might be an LBW, but you're also a very good chance of scoring runs because there's no fine leg. You're kind of going with the movement. And it also means, I mean, that ball more often than not clunks into the pad, but he gets the wide, gets another delivery.
He does show a bit of his leg stick there, though, so that's also a risk if he does miss it. Shot. Ah, that's a great shot. And I think he knows this is all anticipation. He knows the bowlers having issues going down the leg side. Sooner or later, one's going to be there. And look, he waits for it. And he does exactly as I expected him to do. He waits for it. He goes inside out, hits it out of the middle. It goes all the way. 6 runs over that extra cover area.
Perfect batting shape, wasn't it? And that's just a case of reacting, selecting a very good shot, the right shot, and playing it well. So Hassan's a threat here, isn't he? He's got 30 of the 43 runs so far in this match, in this innings.
What's the reply going to be from Shazad? Can he get it right? And he goes too wide, and this gets played away beautifully. This is exquisite batting. How about this for a shot? Sensational. Oh, yeah. A boom, boom, boom. Shakalakea. Oh, yeah. And this is flat, hard 6. What a shot.
Yeah, brilliant shot. And it's turning into a similar power play runs-wise than the first innings. Now, TSB were able to get it back under control as far as the first innings goes, but let's see what happens here in the second. Shirzad, number 21 with the ball remaining.
There we go. Shazad, he's gone magical already. 21 off the over. And, well, he fires this one in with a bit of pace. You can see he's frustrated. He's Atta. It hasn't gone well for him. 21 come off the over. And I like that as well there from the batter, Moyes, and also the bowler. A little fist bump at the end there. They acknowledge each other's efforts as well. You got a quality player in Moyes Hassan. I'm telling you, this guy is going to score so many runs in this series. He's got a lot of talent. He's going to go on to score big runs. I just feel it. He really is. And it's not going to be easy bowling to him. Atta, he had a few issues, but I think if only he could have, and this is the difference here, if he didn't bowl those 3 wides, he wouldn't have bowled 3 of the last 3 deliveries. He wouldn't have been hit to the boundary a couple of times. You've got to look at it that way. That's why bowling a wide can be so hurtful and so criminal in these series. It is when was the end of the over, and I'm not. In comes Churchill. He's got a bit of height to him as he tucks up the batter. I don't know why it says the 7.1 there. That was clearly the start of the first ball, so we might just have to
I think maybe,
that
well, the
for a
scorer's
moment.
had a tough day. They might have just kind of come down and knocked their head into the keyboard, so I'm sure that'll get sorted out. Did I say 7.1 a minute ago?
It just keeps changing. It did say 7.1 a minute ago.
Am I awake right now?
So here we go.
Is this here? Are you here?
Churchill, who's
Trying to do something
bowling.
else in the background anyway. All right.
So in comes Churchill once more. And, well, does this go over the stumps? It might have gone over the stumps. No wide has been signalled. So bowling just a little bit short, and I just get the feeling that Hassan has probably thought, okay, I know where the next one is going to be. He's going to be ready, you know. He's going to be all ready to go for it straight away. So Churchill, Gajira, in he comes. And, well, he goes fuller, actually, so he sort of surprises the batter. And, Hassan takes the single. You can see he's a little bit frustrated. He doesn't like taking the singles, does he? He likes to be hitting the ball to the boundary. So, now Rahman, who at the moment seems pretty content, Shoaib Rahman, just to hand the strike back to Hassan. But don't forget, he played a scintillating innings himself when he scored 59 or 20 in a player of the match performance in the victory against the
Not just that. Look,
Challengers.
Gajera's not here. Look at he's bowling, and he's nobody's ghost. I actually heard of this last night. Apparently, one of the baseball teams, they had one player. They started playing for another team and started trashing the old team. When he played at that stadium, they didn't put his score. They didn't put his name on the scoreboard.
Deliberately?
They just had it. Yeah, it was blank, and they tried to say it was some sort of like glitch in the system or something. It's never happened before. So he said, "Yeah, this club's really disorganised. They miss training. No one's even spoken to about it." And then when he came back and he played it at his home stadium, this is Major League Baseball, Chicago White Sox. Just saying. Yeah, they didn't put his name on the scoreboard. Had everyone else there, and not him, just blank.
Well, the man with no name. Well, we'll have a song about this now,
Yeah,
I'm sure.
well, to me, he looks like Churchill Gajera.
It is.
But on the board, he's nobody.
That's a good delivery. Pitched up, and the fielders have to stop this. They do. Nicely done. Will they take the 2? No.
Good fielding.
Yeah, it is good fielding. Good team fielding as well.
He's finished his over now. I want to know what it says on the bowling scorecard. He's a ghost, Gajera. This is good fielding, though. Get down, give yourself the biggest chance. Bairagi does well. End of the over, and I'm going to go with, I'm just not sure anymore. I'm going to say 52 for 2, but I make it, no matter who bowled it or who didn't bowl it, 3 singles off that over. So very important over there. Just bringing it back for GSB.
Yeah, that is all there was. It is a really good over. So well done to him, especially after that one from Atta. Did go for 21. So yeah, well bowled. Really good over. So just helps him a little bit. When you keep an eye on that rate, it's around about 10.
Look at the worms, how close they are to each other. They're mirroring each other, aren't they? Anyway, this is easy catch. He almost fluffs it, but Guri is going to take it. And an important wicket as I think Rahman is going to go, and we know what a good player he is. He's going to go for just 2 here in match 19. It's 52 for 3.
Guri catch the Parlega, catch the Palia, Parana, Bolia, Tapper Maria. Look at this. It comes up and it catches him on the chin.
Oh, yeah.
Out of his hands, and it comes back and it hits him on the chin before he takes it. So he has a good sniff of the Grizzly. So well done to him for keeping hold of it, because, I mean, this one could have put off a few. Watch this on the hands, and then watch this. It goes out of his hands, and here we go.
Mwah.
On the face.
Yeah, he gives us a kiss. The old kiss and catch.
Yeah.
It's illegal in 39 states now, but it will go down as a catch to Gurvinder Singh. And the score is 52 for 3. Time for a new batter. And who's come out there now? I think it could be Kawan Nadeem who's going to face up.
Swing and a miss. So Paripali is the bowler. Harsha Paripali gets a wicket of his first. Now gets a dot here as Kawan Nadeem has a big swing and a miss. Okay, high up in the air, Jury chasing Khan, and so is the fielder that comes across from the boundary on the far side, Guru Kubeli. But neither one of them could get there. It ends up being a single. Singles is what you want here at the moment, because you want to get, while he's out there, Hassan on strike. You don't want to be chewing up too many deliveries. Get him on strike and get him hitting the boundaries once more. Keeps you ahead in this match.
Paripali following up on the good work last over.
And, well, this is whipped away.
Well,
it's going to be 4 more.
That one's actually hit his chair. I mean, we're lucky he wasn't in the chair there, Simon, because that would have been an absolute shin buster. And then he attempts a little shovel pass. And this one is going to disturb his nice little Thursday afternoon relaxation time. Look at that. Bang. And that, well, the way that bounced up, it could have been very uncomfortable.
I was going to say, it's probably a good job that he wasn't sat in that chair. So, Parupali, not a good delivery here. And, yeah.
Ouch.
It's going to be 4 more. I just get the feeling here that bowlers, when you're bowling to Hassan, because you know he's set, you're not bowling the same. He wouldn't be bowling these deliveries to a new batter. So Harsha is not bowling the right line here, and now he wants to make a change. He's having a discussion here with the captain and Zakir Khan, when he looks like he's gonna do as requested. So they put another man out there on the leg side.
Well, as soon as I gave him a wrap, Paripali, he's gone for back-to-back boundaries, and the game changes again. Last ball of the 5th now. Hassan on 45. And he'll swing and miss. End of the over. It is 61 for 3. All right. We saw a great slips catch by Wakas Tahir, didn't we? But I'm going to turn the clock back now to ECS Italy in Milan. And this one from Ali Sadat. This is our contender for slips catch of the year. This is a very good one. And just have a look at the catching. And now this is today. So, yeah, we'll try and show you that again in a minute. That this is the one today. And we'll get a better angle on Wakas's here. He took an absolute blinder. Look at that. Goes up with the one hand. But I'm going to give you... We've got time, I think, to show you Ali Sadat's one more time, which is... He's playing for Cividate against Cina Brescia in the Milan series. And, yeah, we'll have a look at this. Bang, left hand. And I think there's an angle from the behind camera, you see. And this was really early. It was in the first over. And, of course, Cina Brescia, we know they're a very, very good team. But have a look at this. Bang. Right in the left mitt. So not often you see slips catches on ECN, and well, they are 2 of the best. And this is 6 of the best right now, because Nadeem is getting in on the action, and he starts the 6th over with a Maximo. Well, I've just noticed that Gajera's now name on the screen, so now that he's come out of the shadows, they seem to be able to handle him, and there's 6 runs. Yeah, well, now he's not he's not the unnamed hero. His name is there, and it was only 3 of his first over. His first ball of his second goes for a big 6. They need wickets, and they need to keep believing. Otherwise, his match is going to be over pretty quickly, you know. And that's better. That's a better area, better ball. And, well, I think this, if I remember correctly, that Churchill is a man who had all the trouble with his glasses the first time we saw him. Every time he bowled, they came off. And a few times
He got pretty close to stepping on him. I keep saying it.
Oh, yeah. I
I
remember watching that, yeah. So watch yourself.
He comes again. And that's well bowled. Good delivery. And does he catch him himself? Have a look at this. I reckon he bowls this. Well, he either takes them off while he's bowling or he catches them on the way down. Let's see.
Yeah, that's a caught and bowled of another kind, isn't it? He needs to speak to Viv Kingma from the Netherlands. Apparently rubber on the sides. That's what stops them flying off. Oh, look, he's got... Well, maybe he needs to take off his glasses and give it to the umpire. Because this is, am I seeing things? Was this a huge wide or not?
This was a wide. I can't believe it. I can't believe that he's got away with that.
PSV the benches will be charging soon.
I cannot believe he's got away with that.
It's just a missed call. Anyway.
It's going to be a difficult one. And Guri couldn't get there. He's got some backing up behind him. They're taking on the throw. Oh, and now he gives one in the gut. Well.
Right in the golden star. I mean, if the umpire checks his phone when he comes off, he'll definitely have a missed call. And then, I mean, I like going for this catch. He has to put the glass on yet right here. And then, well, that was a bullseye.
How much worse could it be if he doesn't put the glasses on?
You've had a moment there, haven't you? We've still got a whole game to go after this. I've left you alone too long, haven't I?
Oh, dear. I did have a moment there.
I just
can see him. I can see him stepping on his glasses.
He's going to trample him. Oh! Well, where's the ball gone? I know where the glasses have gone. Check the ball, check the glasses. Maximo 6 runs.
He's going to step on his own. He kicks these. I'm telling you, he kicks these specs.
I mean, what are these glasses? They're made from bulletproof glass. Because let's just have a look. Nice and slow when he steps ready. Here we go. Oh, yeah, he kicks him.
Oh, dear. Can I give him a bit of string? Can I go out there and give him a bit of string? Is the end of the over, but we'll see this again. He definitely, let's have a look at these. So he bowls, off got the specs. Where are they now here? Oh, yeah, look, he does boot him. He gets his foot on him. Oh, he's so lucky he ain't smashed those.
Yeah, well, there won't be enough sticky tape to hold them together. By the way, the ball went for 6. So Nadeem takes out his frustration with the non-wide call on the ball. He's 15 off 8. It's 75 for 3 after 6. They need 42 off the last 24. And although you still feel that PSV Arca are in the box seat, that could change very quickly. Now, Atta Shirzad is a real kind of wild thing. You don't know what you're going to get from him.
Yeah.
A good over here, good getting them back in the game. But remember his first over went for 21. Here we go with the 7th.
Good delivery. That's where he's got to be. That's, well.
Good option.
Oh. If this hits, this would have been close.
Yeah, really well summed up by the fielder, Zakir Khan, the captain, because he says, you know what? I actually think I can see peripheral vision that you're struggling, so I'm going to throw at the keeper's end. It's just a shame that it bounced over the stumps. Didn't give him a chance for the direct hit.
Okay, so running hard, Hassan. Been stuck in the 40s for a while, but Nadeem's played his part. 15 of 8, but he hasn't played and faced Atta yet. In comes Atta. Oh, wild, wide.
We've got a few wild things, don't we?
Yeah, I've got a few wild things. Yeah. Austria.
Javid Zandran is probably the most famous wild thing. We also got Amjad Sher of Finland. He's also a wild thing. He was actually the original wild thing back in 2020. Yeah.
Okay.
Back in 2020. But we love a wild thing. Okay, that's a wide. Doesn't hit too much. Didn't swing back. Can he get rid of Nadeem, who's made a flying start? That's well bowled. I think that's just inside, and the umpire agrees. Maybe I just want it to be inside.
I like the way he looks back straight away at the umpire to say, come on, give me this one. Give me this one. Let's have a look. And
yeah, I'm going to say...
I think he's good with that.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's just inside with the angle. Anyway, had no room to move.
Now, this is where you find that Yorker in, because the batter thinks there's going to be another one there. He doesn't. It's been well connected. The fielder can't pick it up cleanly to get the single, so Hassan goes back on strike. And you can see that Zakir Khan, the captain, a bit frustrated. He's not able to pick this up. Zakir, we haven't really seen too much of him, really.
Yeah, he's been under the radar a little bit, but well, it's a long tournament.
I think I know he was a bowler. I think we did see him bowl on their first day. He didn't bowl badly either. Well bowled.
So I was chatting to some of the Golden Star Bond guys when we had that extended lunch break, and they were saying, you know, we love the uniforms, but one of the issues is when people wearing them in public because they look a bit clown-like. You know, let's just say they're not quiet, are they, those uniforms? And I said, look, I can relate. Like when I'm in Barcelona doing some commentary, you know, the ground's really close to the city.
Yeah.
Sometimes I like to walk into the city, have a drink, maybe have a wander around, and if I'm in the purple suit, I do get a few funny looks.
Do you
And
really?
I don't think anything of it, but, you know, people aren't always used to it. They haven't seen ECN. Anyway, this could be out. He's dropped. He's given it the crocodile style. Time to defog the glasses as Gajera. Not sure if he cracked them or not when he booted them, but this catch goes down.
Yeah, and that for me could be your opportunity to win this match, because that's Hassan that you put down, and well, that's big. Hassan gets dropped on 46.
Yeah, true. They need 2 a ball from here. They've just dipped below that red line for the first time in ages. Good game this. Dare I say it?
Could be. Yeah, you think.
Golden Star Bond have
you
golden
think.
in their name. That's all I'm saying.
Well, this is going to help the batting side. It's a good shot, 4 runs, and he hits it well. I think he just gambles here. He thinks he's going to be there. He's ready for it. And that's one thing he hasn't been able to do, unfortunately, for me, as Atta. He's bowled well. He's bowled with a bit of pace. There's a much better second over from him. But he just hasn't been able to execute the Yorker. And that's where the advantage for the left-armer comes into play. This is going to be the final match of
Challenges
day 4.
are back, and you know what that means. It's... Hold on. Where's the team list? No. I don't see any Patil. The Mankad man sitting it out, is he? I'm looking. Nah, he's not in there. And Shivan Goyal's going to come in for him. For Golden Star Bond. Of course, they'll be going back-to-back. Pujan Patel comes in for them. He's 12th man for this game. Simab Walize comes in as well. That's the last game of the day. And we'll have to see how we're going for timing, but it is listed to start in 25 minutes' time. 5th game of the day. So no Mankad man.
They've kidnapped him. I reckon he's been kidnapped and duct taped in the changing room somewhere. They're not letting him out. I reckon that's what's happened there. Anyway.
Yeah, maybe there's worries for his security. Well, maybe he's going to come out in a fake moustache as another player. I don't know. Anyway, Hassan 47. 34 required off the last 3 overs. We've got a game on here, folks.
Yeah, we have. Now, okay, this is now a big shout, isn't it? Because Naqvi now is going to have a bowl side Naqvi.
And Naqvi typically opens the batting for Golden Star Bond. Getting pretty dark here, but no rain, which is good.
Oh, it's going to be a wide, but this is you can see the agony from the bowler. This is only about a couple of centimetres away from the leg stick, but anything that goes past there, oh, that's so close.
Yeah, well, it's Sydney or the bush, isn't it? You got to hit the stumps. If you do, it'll be out. If you miss, it'll be wide. Simple as that.
Down the ground, and this will go all the way. Bolle. Kinna Sona. Shaka Lagya, and with that 6, Muaz Hassan moves on to 53. He brings up his half century of just 21 deliveries. Well batted. And at the moment, it looks like a match-winning innings, doesn't it?
Looks like it, but you never know your luck in the big city. I mean, they still need about 10 and over or so. Naqvi almost had him an inch away, wasn't he?
And there he goes out in the arm, and he just gets it over Nuabi. And they only take the single. Only take the single.
Nuabi had to back it up, didn't he? And he wasn't going back quick enough. Decided not to turn and run with the ball. It just looped over him. So
it's interesting they haven't used him. He'll only get the 1 over.
Yeah, true. If they use him at all.
Okay, another chance. This one has to be taken. And it has been taken. So Atta, he wants to spike it, doesn't he? And he decides against it. It's a good wicket to get, and they get Nadeem. Nadeem's been useful as well, don't forget. He scored a quick fire 20, but that's all it'll be, 20. Ball number 12 gets him an Atta. Look at this.
That's right in the fingertips as well. And then fans of the NFL know the famous fake spike play by Dan Marino of the Miami Dolphins. Well, there's shades of that there. As he says, I really want to smash that. Now, umpires don't like you doing that. They think you're changing the condition of the ball. I think it's not really. I mean, spiking the ball after a catch is all part of the game. And by the way, this ground, it'll never damage the ball.
You're not going to damage it on this ground, are you?
Anyway, I know Simon is in the chat and he's got a few concerns about the clock. I haven't been watching the clock really. Let's have a look. And well, Nuckvy does get a wicket in the end, 91 for 4, with a quarter of the innings remaining.
Yeah, it's a huge over, isn't it? I mean, have a look. Yeah, it's
Should
going to
be
be close,
okay.
but it should be okay.
Spinner bowling as well.
Okay, could be 2 in 2. Nuckvy, he's going to get 2 in 2. The catch has been taken, so Nuckvy all of a sudden puts himself on a hat-trick. Zakir Khan, the captain, taking the catch. That's going to be the end of Mohammed Rashid. Rashid, he's been brilliant with the ball, but not so good with the bat in this series. So wicket goes. It's going to be a golden.
That was a good one, actually.
He's going to go. Oh, Nuckvy. Is he going to turn out to be? Look at him. He's so cool, isn't he? Just chewing away on his gum, staying focused. And, well, we've seen man can man. Are we going to now see a hat-trick man as well? That's what we've had. We've had a few already here. Remember?
Yeah, Rashid. Yeah, he's got one. He's the last one to do it. And he's not going to bat now. It's going to be Raheem Mohammed who's going to come out to bat. So he had a bit of a trend lately of hat-tricks and 5-wicket hauls in the same game.
Okay, Zakir Khan takes the catch. Nuckvy.
Here's Raheem facing up. Hat-trick ball.
Flights it up, but he hits it into the ground and take the single. And I suppose now the play has to be from all the batters that come out now. Only one thing to do. While he's out there, give the strike to Hassan.
They don't get an extra minute because it's the 5th wicket, not the 6th.
Yeah.
I got to say, I would like to see any wickets after the 7th over be a minute to take that loophole out. You know, 'cause I've seen some teams getting penalised for taking a wicket.
Oh, that's well bowled. It's a really good delivery.
Anyway, that'll be the end of the 8th over. And the score 92 for 5. Big swing and a miss. Where were the batter's feet here, Rico? Did he sneak out at all?
I'm thinking about... Okay.
Pretty much stayed at
foot
home.
stays down. I was just wanted to see the glove work there. It's not a bad over, is it? 92 for 5.
So no hat-trick, but still a pretty good over. Went for 9 in the end. Okay, got pogoed once, but apart from that, it was just 2 singles and a wide. And there were 2 wickets back-to-back in there as well. 3 minutes to bowl the last over as well.
And the fielders are in the wrong place. Oh, they've got to get going. 3 minutes. The clock is ticking. 3 minutes. And the game with Guru Gabelli, he's going to take a bit of time. And now he almost trips over.
All right. Hopefully we don't have penalty runs here. Here we go. All happens in the 9th, and it starts right now.
Hits it well. One bounce to Gurwinder. Gets the ball in straight away. This is what they've got to do. He's got to run back to his mark here. You've got to see some intent. Time is ticking. You've got to be quicker.
We're at 2 minutes 30. 2 minutes 30 to bowl 5 balls. So, I mean, as long as there's no extras, it should be okay. But you've got to hustle. You've got to be aware of it. Because even if you're a second late, it'll be too late.
Oh, shot. Oh, what a shot this is. And this will eat up a bit of time. Well, Simon's trying to help him out. He says, come on, I'll give it to you back quickly. Well done, Simon.
Simon, he's a bit of a GSB supporter, I think. He was hanging out with him at the lunch break. So he says, don't worry, I'll save you a few seconds here. I'll make sure it doesn't get past me. I won't say it was textbook fielding from Simon. He is a medic, so if he does hurt himself, hopefully he can do some first aid.
He's got to ensure those fingers, hasn't he?
Got to get it right, though. Gurubelli to Hassan again, who's on 58.
Shot is high up in the air. Where's he going to go? He goes all the way. Balle. Gidna Sona. Hassan just keeps on going. That one would have been a wide as well, you know, but he plays for it. He gets it out of the middle.
Oh,
what
such
a lovely shot.
Yeah, and there's a big gap there as well, so he knows even if he doesn't get it completely, then he should get away with it. So 3 balls, and you don't, I mean, you do focus on the clock here, but also you've got to get the ball in the right spot as well.
All right, gets the dot in. That's big. Now, this is where he needs to be just wanting the ball back.
Yeah.
Saying, right, give it back to me, run back to his mark, and he goes.
If you can save 10 seconds here by hustling, then you want to. Plus, it also makes Hassan face up again. I mean, he's had a rare miss there, and hopefully you can get him into another one. Well, the umpire stopped the game now, so that'll actually stop the clock, it says here as well. So they'll either stop the clock or they'll add time on when there's unplanned interruptions.
Now, what's going on here now? He's getting a talking to here about something. I don't know what that's about.
Well, I think there's just a slight technical issue, and that's why the clock stopped. So there's a minute 19. They got to bowl 2 balls. They should do that.
Look at that from the captain. to Gurugubeli. He's having a good chat with him.
Lana's got a question in the chat. Does the bowler know the time left? Well, the thing is here, they get informed about it at the start of the over, what the time is. So they won't know exactly what it is right now, but I mean, they'll be constantly relaying that to the umpires as well.
They know. You know why they know? They hear us.
Yeah, well, hopefully.
Well, whatever we say, they can hear us. I mean, the fielder on the boundary is just a couple of metres away. And when we're talking, he's giving the instructions to the captain.
And we don't want to see penalty runs for time. And we know that they're unavoidable in a series. You're going to have them. But we want to see people making the time and keeping the game moving. That's what it's all about. I mean, I know Andrew Leonard, who does a lot of international cricket. In fact, he was even doing the Ireland-India series last week. He said that was his favourite innovation that we've got in ECN. He said it's a really simple, effective way. The clock is managed, so it's not okay. Now the clock's run out. Let's have a look at the allowances. The allowances are all baked into the clock.
Yeah.
So anyway, we got 2 to come, and as we say, it all happens in the 9th. Hassan has had a bit of time to think about it now. It is a little bit ironic, though, when we have a technical delay, when we're trying to keep the game moving and we're timing it to the
What's
second.
happened here now? I mean, have they sent out a search party to find Patil? Is that what's happened? They
I think they're still adding up the over from match number 18. And I think that the people from Georgia want to recount.
Word has got out that Patil is not on the team sheet. They've sent out a search party. They reckon he may have been kidnapped and duct tape somewhere. I don't know what's going on here at the moment, but
frozen in time.
Now, who does this affect? All right, who does this affect more? I think it affects the batters more.
Well, I think so, but he did swing and miss at the last ball, which meant he could probably use a moment just to kind of compose himself. I think if I was bowling, I would have been trying to push this one through. Normally, I think the bowlers particularly advantage from rushing through, because the batters, they're having to probably change their game based on the situation. So it gives them less time to formulate a strategy or a plan. I know I used to hate in 2020 cricket when I had an off-spin bowler or something bowling super quick, and as soon as I faced up, he was coming in. And it didn't even have time to kind of settle. But having said that, I mean, what have we got? We've got 14 off 8 here. You got a set batter, though. I think this is not too dissimilar to the situation last night when Jamshid Khan was set.
Absolutely,
If they were to lose Hassan at this stage in the next 3 or 4 balls, it's going to be a tricky little finish.
Changes
for a new
everything.
batter.
For me, I think Gurugubeli, remember he was rushing to get the over in. Him having that 2 minutes or whatever it was there helps him. He takes a deep breath. He's got his breath back. This helps him more than the batters.
Huge ball coming up.
Oh, and he's absolutely laced it. And he's going to go into the car park. That is a biggie, 6 runs. And, well, there's me thinking Gurugubeli could be the one who is benefiting from the delay. Not to be is going to be Muaz Hassan, who now moves into the 70s. What a knock it's been.
Yeah, and so we know who it helped in the end. Can he double down? He'll try. But can he get there? He can't. I think he just mistimed the jump, didn't he? Bairagi was on the way down as the ball was still sailing over the top. I thought he might be able to pull off a worldie, but instead it's going to be 6 more. And surely PSVR can get home from here. They just need 1 to tie, 2 to win off the last over. End of 9. And it's 115 for 5.
Yeah, well, Lela Gurugubeli, we know he's a great player and he's done many marvellous things for his team, and he was asked to come and bowl what they needed it to be a really perfect 9th over. It wasn't to be all happens in the 9th, and it did. And, well, that one went for plenty, courtesy of those 6s. There was a 4 and 3 6s in the over. It went for 23, and now, well, 2 runs to win.
Here's my strategy. You got to pretend the score's tied. Prevent a 1. Your only chance of doing this is by keeping Raheem Mohammed on strike. If he gets a 1, the game's as good as gone, because he'll have just to score a 1, and Hassan's on 76, so you might as well gamble here. 2 to win for PSV in the last over.
And well, he does it in the classy way, and doesn't it mean something to him? It's going to be 4 runs, and it's going to be another victory for PSV. That means that they go 2 points clear at the top of the standings. 8 points to the 6 of the Golden Boys, when the Golden Boys have faced defeat for the first time. But they will have a chance to bounce back in the final match of the day when they take on the Kern Challengers. But what a victory, what a display for a team on debut. Well, they've got the abs, haven't they? And now, well, they're using those muscles to give them good, positive results. What a knock. And I said, when I saw this guy the very first time and he batted Muaz Hassan, I said then, this guy is class. He's going to score a lot of runs. That's exactly what he's done here today.
Come really good, and so with GSP losing, there's only 2 teams out of the 11 now that are still undefeated. The Bayer Boosters, who are 2-0, and VfB Gelsenkirchen, who are lucky to escape with a point in a game against the Black Caps yesterday. Anyway, we go back, we have a look at the highlights. Again, it was a pretty promising start, wasn't it? Got to say, their son, he really turned it on in this innings, and they needed someone to step up. There was a bit of chaos there as well, but and Moaz scores 41 off the bat. The next highest score in that period was just 2 at one point, and then just kind of found a way to keep going. 76 he finished off, just 28 balls. Simon was doing his bit, and Nadeem was pretty handy for him as well, 20 off 12. So look, they did kind of lose a few wickets, and this couple at a key point just might have thrown them off kilter. But in a bit of a tense ninth over, it was Hassan that had the answers in the end.
He did, but don't forget he was dropped by Chachu on 46. And that was the big moment really for me. Chachu, if he holds that catch, you win the match. And I remember saying at the time, that for me is where the match could have been lost. And then there right at the end, a catch there could have been something different. It wasn't to be. That meant with the last over in play, they needed something spectacular. They needed a bowler to get the perfect over in. And Naqvi, though, well, he bowls not a bad ball, but a good shot there played right at the end by Rahim. And that is it. He's done and dusted. And he finishes with 6 not out. But what a great knot there from Muaz Hassan. 76 of 28. Outstanding knot. Outstanding player of the match knot.
Yeah, and have a look at that. You got 96 runs there between Muaz Hassan and Cohen Nadeem, and nobody else able to get out of single figures. But yeah, that kind of a score, you have someone put a sizable individual contribution, you normally get home, and that's the way it works in the end. Last over finish, but it is PSV Aachen on ECS debut in this tournament. They get over Golden Star Bottom with 5 balls to spare. As far as the bowlers went, a lot of good performers. Naqvi with 2 for 13, just went for a couple of boundaries at key moments. They bowled some good balls in there as well. Singles for Bairagi, who we never saw again, and Guga Rabelli ended up going for 1 for 36, and Parapali just a lot over 1 for 9. So slight update as far as timing goes, just a 5-minute delay in the original start time for match number 20. So instead of quarter past or quarter to, it'll be 20 past or 50 past, depending where you are in the world. So pretty much starting in 15 minutes. Until then, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Fall. Hopefully you're enjoying the action here. Still one more match to go. That means it's random question time as well. Maybe even a bit of a food chat to come as well as we get ready for that match. We'll see you shortly. Vinny Sander here with Rico, and we're back with more after the break. You're watching the European Cricket Series. Hello to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to Krefeld. We are in Germany. It is the European Cricket Series. We're in day 4, and we've finished 4 matches now. We're into the 5th and final match of the day, match number 20. And this is a match between the Cologne Challengers, who are taking on Golden Star Bonn. News from the toss that the Challengers won the toss. They've decided to bat first, and why not? They did that the first match of the day in the Cologne Derby, and they ended up putting 153 runs on the board. It was just enough as they ran out winners by 5 runs. Rohit Narayanan was excellent this morning. He's led the team well. A half century for him, and he's also taken a very, very good catch today. He's listed to open the batting. I'm sure we'll see him do that. Golden Star Bonn just went down to their first loss, so they'll be keen to avenge it. Both these teams actually coming off a loss, and they find themselves with identical 3-1 records. So, yeah, you can see Golden Star Bonn are big favourites, but the Challengers, they've had their challenges, actually, over the last couple of years in the European Cricket Series. But they made a strong start with 3 wins. Then they did fall to their first loss in their 4th match. It's exactly what Golden Star Bonn did. And now we'll have a look at the conditions. You can see there is a bit of cloud cover, and there are a few light spots of rain. I don't think it's anything that'll hold us up. We know the forecast tomorrow is a little bit concerning. Now you can have a look at the rain. Yeah, let's really see. Can we zoom into any rain in those clouds? I think we're okay at the moment. It's the softest of a patter, softest bit of a patter I've ever heard. It's going to be Guru Gabelli who's going to get us going. And we're almost ready for the first ball. Running ahead of schedule, although having said that, we are 1 minute early, but we're 5 minutes late for this game. And I'm kind of glad it's only 5 minutes, considering some of the delays that we had, the unanticipated delays today. Gunther is opening up. That's what it says on the screen. I'm amazed that Narayanan wouldn't be opening up. But anyway, what do I know? Yeah, that is Gunther who's facing up. And it is Aravind at the other end. So, yeah, obviously, Rohit Narayanan has decided to shuffle the deck slightly. I find that quite curious because he was in great form at the start of the day, 76 off 27. And I'm sure, he missed out on the middle game of the day, scored 2 or 4, but I'm highly surprised we don't see him there. We also don't have the Man-Cad man in the lineup, no Patil. Disappointing. See, he's bringing people back with his tactics at least. So here's Leela to get us going. Game 20 live from Germany. And starts with a pushed single. Guntur is off the mark. Guntur also bowls some wrist spin. And, well, I haven't actually had a peek at the chat because I had to take a personal call in the break. But I am looking forward to hearing some more Man-Cad man lyrics. The only problem is he's MIA. Not Man-Cad in action. Missing in action. Nikhil Patil. This is going to be called a wide. And so I want to give a warm welcome to everyone watching, of course, on Fan Code in the Indian subcontinent. And everyone who's watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. Now, it is last game of the day, so we do ask you random questions. Throw a few at us. This isn't a question, it's a comment. The first one I've seen in the chat. Next one seems back a bit, so that'll stay the friendly side of the wide line. It's from Gary Wheeler, who says, hi, we are all in agreement here. Rico should keep his beard as he's a fashion guru. So there you go. Rico's beard is here to stay. In fact, I'd like to see him go long enough so that he could twirl it. Imagine Rico with the twirling moustache, Nawabi style. Slow ball full toss, but not really attacked by Aravind, who gets off the mark with a single. Yeah, have a think about it. I like it. Yeah, Rico's beard has really gained some traction over the last few months. Yeah, there it is. Look, Helena's on fire today. This isn't live. This is when I gave him a standing ovation for saying he was keeping the beard. Well done, Helena. Isn't it interesting that Helena's saved the photo of me stroking your beard? Out of everything she could have saved. Helena doing a great job as our director today. I always think she's done more cricket than she has because she does such a great job. All right. Unanticipated delay, but seems like we're back into it now. Man, this is a wide that's chased, so he does get plenty of bat on it, enough to get it for 4. So Guntur gets his first boundary. I won't say it was 100% convincing, but it's effective. 4 runs to the challengers. Yeah, for sure. The Glen Challengers will be wanting to make sure that that's a blip, not a trend. The fact that they do lose a match in their last start. But I just think it shows that this is a very, very even competition at the moment. This one is a wide that he doesn't chase. It's the last day of August as well, so does anyone have any new month resolutions? Maybe let us know. I'm trying to launch New Month's Eve as an excuse to go out and have a party. I might celebrate tonight. This is pulled away. It'll beat the infielder, and he won't be able to chase it down. That's Pujan Patil, who's come into the lineup. No, that's not a little bit of TP that stuck to his back. That's just a very long number 1. Looks like he's been in a, like, you know when they used to launch the cruise ships and they'd all throw the streamers? And he's got one stuck to him. Maybe a wedding. Anyway, would have survived about 3.5 years ago with that on his back. Someone would have chased him down and looted it. Last ball of the over. This is a missed time pull, and it's going to be a simple caught and bowled. And if it wasn't caught and bowled, it would have been a run out. So Gunther is going to go 9 and out. He makes a slight cameo in the captain's place, but he will be the first man to fall. End of the first over. It is 12 for 1. And yeah, accidental or not, just kind of puts the ball on the stumps. And looks like it will be Harsimrat to be the number 3. So yeah, I'm not sure if there's something wrong with Narayana. Maybe just a long day. As these guys from Clone Challengers, they've been here since the very first ball of the day. So he may be resting himself, not sure. Maybe a slight injury. This is our social media. I'm going to put it out there. Someone send me a message. I'm going to check my Instagram at Mr. Maximo. In fact, I might even do an Instagram live. Haven't done that in a while. So you can throw some random questions in. And you can message Rico how much you love his beard at Rico Fool. And speak of the devil, here he is, Rico Fool, coming back.
I'm back.
Match 20.
I am back. And, well, wicket first up. Yeah, a little bit surprised with the batting lineup that we're seeing here. Surely the challengers, and after a superb record from them so far, are not thinking that they're changing things around already. They did lose out to PSV Archon, but they'll be looking to finish with a win here. But, yeah, I must admit, like you, I'm a little bit puzzled with the batting order at the moment.
Yeah, Shirzad, good bowler, but he's inconsistent, but that's part of his beauty. And we have a bit of a mix-up. The batter dodges the ball, but I wonder if it'll put him in jeopardy here.
He hits this pretty well, actually, but straight to the fielder. Atta just maybe struggling a little bit with his knee or something. You can see he's...
Look at this, and then he jumps out of the way of the ball, but I wonder if this hits. See, he jumps before the line. You've got to hold your line and just suck it up and take it.
Yeah.
If it's going to hit you. You don't get out of the way and get run out. This is driven through the covers, and it may just pull up. It may not, though, as I suppose this is different between Game 5 and Game 1. It's bone dry out there now, and there's 4 runs.
Yeah, he's making that extra effort, which I don't mind from the bowler, Atta Shazad, to get the ball outside the off. He doesn't want to stray down the leg side, but He's putting it in a nice area for a batter just to get a good swing. He's got to get it a bit closer. What he's not getting here, though, today, is that ball to come back. No swing.
He's not, and when he has, it's gone way down the leg side.
Yeah.
It seems that anything outside the off stump has pretty much stayed there. Maybe it's an angle of approach. Maybe he'd approach a little bit wider and get his body angle right. See, that's good line, but doesn't swing gun barrel straight, and that's going to be 4 more. Good drives back-to-back by Aravind.
Yeah, I think here, though, as a captain, Zakir Khan, if you know and this is what he's going to be bowling here now, so put a man out there. You can put a man out there, and you could even bring the long on in. If you, I mean, keep third up there. You have to, I think. You've got to have the third wide up there because they'll have a slash. But put a man on the extra cover boundary and bring up long on. That's what I'll be doing.
Well, here's the comeback. Pressure's out. I wonder if he throws in a short one here. No, it goes full and wide. And it's actually pretty good there. This could be close if he hits. In fact, he's going to be run out. He just took forever to get going. Aravind is kicking himself because he goes back-to-back 4s, made a late decision to go for the single. Had to be a direct hit, and it was. It's 20 for 2.
Yeah, good work from the fielder. I like this. I mean, this is the sort of thing that you practice over and over again. You know, those little fielding drills. Run in, get low, underarm throw on the stump. He gets his man, as brilliantly done. You see it there, and look at the joy. And superb. They need to come back strong, don't they, after the defeat. Remember, both these teams have faced defeat here today for the first time. The Kern Challengers, they went down to PSV Archer, and so did the Golden Star Born to the same side. So, having faced defeat and also been winners in one of their matches, the two teams that are 1-1 on the day go head-to-head.
Couple to come in the second. Full toss, driven again. This time it's fielded. Well, here is the first random question, and it comes from Craig. Element, hello, Craig. Hopefully you're well. He says, random question. Should cricket have double plays where you can get both the batters out, like a catch and a run out, like we just saw?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like it. I remember discussing this with Charlie, and also I think I've had this discussion with Corey as well. Yeah, I like it.
I like the idea of it, but the execution is problematic. So I like the idea in theory, but I'll tell you why it's difficult in a moment.
Go on then. Oh, this one has
Well,
been
that's
hit
fielded
hard.
good old Pujan Patel by cracking him in the shins. Welcome to the action, Pujan. He's been sitting on the bench today as 12th man, and I think he's happy in the end that he fields it, but I don't think he's happy with how he fields it. That'll be the end of the over. 21 for 2 after 2. Okay, so the issue with double plays is traditionally in cricket the ball's dead after a wicket, right? So the issue you've got is if you open up to double plays, then what happens if you get like the same batter out twice? So you see, for example, on a catch, you then get that batter essentially disappears. They don't really exist anymore, the guy who's got caught. So then you've got one guy, but you kind of need 2 active batters to make a run out. As this has gone through everyone, I think. It's knocked down partially by Naeem Khan. I think this will be a bye. So, I mean, I like the idea of it. So, for example, running out both batters. You could do that. So, what kind of double plays could you have? And when can't you? So, could it be like bowled then run out?
Yeah.
It's
one
I
that
like
comes
the
to
idea of
mind
it,
is
but the execution is messy.
Yeah, one that comes to mind could be when you catch one batter out, say caught and bowled, and the other batter's out of his crease. You run him out as well. And so here, for example, the ball gets thrown to the other end, and because the non-striker's sort of coming down because he wants to take the single. But that's a good delivery. Let's focus on this first. This is a really good ball. It's right up there in the slot. And, well, what's he done to his glasses, Chachu? Because they're not coming off anymore. I reckon that they've been tweaked.
Maybe his head's grown slightly. Who knows? But anyway,
good
it's
delivery.
a Yorker that cleans him up. And so, yeah, nice breakthrough there for Golden Star Bond. Yeah, so, I mean, I like the idea of double plays. But you'd probably have to be specific about what the double plays are. And, yeah, maybe some golden spray. Not some golden spray. Maybe if they do make golden spray, they're a perfect candidate.
Golden Stars, the Golden Boys, golden spray, maybe. Yeah, that was a good delivery from Chacho. Yeah, so, for example, one good one that comes to mind, the batters, they need to get a hustle. The bowler bowls, LBW, everybody goes up. They're still going for the run. and the bowler picks the ball up, throws it down the other end. The batters haven't crossed.
But here's the thing, like if you then run out the guy who's just LBW, then what is it?
No, that doesn't matter because he's already out. But if trying to get the other batter out, you
Yeah,
see.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah. But
maybe, yeah. I like the idea of it. They actually have had it in indoor cricket occasionally. They tried the Northern Territory, which must be where we trial things. It's to be a wide. His name just loses his footing down the leg side.
I think when I used to play indoor cricket, we used to have it. I think you could get.
You have to be pretty specific. I mean, I'd say keep it to catch. Maybe I'd say keep it to catch and run out double plays.
Okay.
So if you're going to start, you don't open a can of worms too much. You go catch and run out. If your partner's caught, you need to get the ball's not dead until you're safely in your crease.
Yeah.
So you'd probably start little. Because, you've got to think of all these unintended circumstances. But double play, that would be cool. So, like, or as a keeper, I'd love a stumped and run out the other end. That's where you can stump him and then throw the ball at the non-striker's end.
Good one.
Maybe, caught and run out or stumped and run out.
Yeah, good
There
one.
we go.
I
That's
like
what
that.
we'll start. Because then you could throw it. And the thing is, that even if it goes for 4, it's not going to be 4 overthrows, is it? Because you got like a free shot. Anyway, probably, I think one of the things we try and do at European cricket is keep it as simple as possible. So we probably won't do that. But it certainly got some discussion going. Thank you, Craig, for your random question. What's your opinion? Let us know in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Hello to John LaFollette as well. Where are you watching from, John? And he's saying he hasn't been able to get on much lately because of this crazy thing called work. Yeah, well, we're all doing it. Archana thinking Golden Stars look a bit tired. Well, we'll see. They might get tired chasing this one because it's clipped away off the pads by Hasimrat Maximo. 6 to the challengers. Gajera, who is showing up on the interface now. He disappears, though, over the leg side boundary. Good shot. Yeah, Kroom saying he played a form of cricket where double play exists, but only for run out after catch. So I suppose that makes sense. If your partner's caught as the other batter, you just got to get to an end.
Yeah.
You got to get to an end safely. Well, this has launched it down to the ground. What a shot by Hasimrat Maximo. 6 more, as that will be the end of the power play. Clone challenges are 36 for 3. I'm just going to go back to it, though. I'll give you an example. Say you're caught and you're in the middle of the pitch. Then which end can they run you out? Do you know what I mean? Like suddenly you're there by yourself. So I'm in my crease safely, and they break the stumps at the other end. It's unprecedented. But I like the thinking, and keep the random questions coming. I might try and do an Instagram, Facebook Live. So if anyone wants to go to my Instagram at Mr. Maximo, now's the time, and I'm sure I'll get some good random questions in there as well.
I'm pretty
Haven't
sure
done
you
this in a
will.
while.
Okay, now this I like. I think it wasn't used in the last match, and I think, I'm not going to say it was a mistake, but normally when this guy bowls, he always does something Rahim Nawabi. So let's see how he fares here. So he's going to get a shout here early on. So, of course, the man who's missing, I was trying to work out who's missing. Of course, they're missing guy who bowled very well in the last one towards the end. That's Syed Naqvi. Chance.
Lucky.
Can anyone get there? No.
Yeah, lucky miss hit. Yeah, well, I hadn't done the Instagram Live in a while because I've forgotten how to start it up, but now I have. So let's see. I'm going to press the button. I'm going to do that too. Let's see who we get. Let's get some more random questions going. Last game of the day here in Germany.
Yeah, Syed Naqvi is missing, and that's why I think he got Patel playing.
He was handy for some spin. Nawabi gets a bowl though and gets this past the off stump. Hasimrat misses out for the first time in a while. So yeah, Kroom, he said that he played a form of cricket where they had catch and run out double plays. I suppose when you're trying something, it's best to start incrementally. So start with something like a specific situation. Anyway, big hello to everyone that's joining me on this Instagram Live. And Mr. Maximo, feel free. And even if you're in the YouTube chat, you can jump on now.
Yeah. Anything? Come on around in questions.
George Hankins from Hornchurch has come in. Hello, George. Hopefully you're well. Yassine is watching from Sweden. Yassine Khan, maybe he was the youngest player to ever take a fifer on the European Cricket Network. That was back in the ECS. It's, Nawabi basically barges into one of the batters and then tries to run him out. We'll get a load of this one.
Well, Nawabi is maybe not the man to take on.
The first question I got, though, I'm going to have a look at this replay first because it's a pretty good one. Nawabi versus Hasimrat, and there's a big weight advantage to Nawabi there. Well, my first question was, where's Rico? And the short answer is this is where he is. There's Rico. We're in Germany. And yeah, throw some random questions in. Last game of the day. We're into the 9th hour. This is where we are, the National Performance Centre in Krefeld, just outside of Dusseldorf.
Yeah, this is a good one.
Go on.
What are the 2 things you never leave the home without?
Good question. Up in the air, though. I think this is going for 6. It's travelling, and it's out of here. Maximo! Hasselmartin almost got knocked over like a feather, but then he gets his revenge with the bat from 22 yards as he takes Nawabi downtown, 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. And he gets 6. And Nawabi, similar to Churchill, bowled a pretty decent over, but couldn't avoid being hit for boundaries towards the end.
Are there streakers in big cricket events?
I've got a question from Helena in my ears, and it's a good one. She says, are there streakers in big cricket events? And streakers, basically, they're field invaders that are not wearing clothes. The short answer is yes. In fact, in cricket, I think it was one of the first sports where it became a thing.
Yeah.
Can you think of any other sports before? Was it even? I mean,
they have it in football, of course. We know that.
yeah,
Was in football.
70s is when it kind of took off, wasn't it?
Yeah, it used to be the old.
Yeah.
It was, I suppose, the hippie movement, right?
Yeah, so, and we've had one streaker ever in European cricket. So, yeah, I'm gonna keep going with these random questions. Got Jared Wilson, who's watching. He's saying, will Ireland come back for redemption this year? Because, of course, yeah, Jared, very, very good cricketer, plays in Ireland. And we've seen him at the Carter Oval. I mean, I think Ireland are a very exciting team, no doubt about that. Well, Simran's asking why no Belgium this year. And we'd love to go to Belgium again. We love Belgian ball, but the tough thing this year is with the calendars, certain slots with availabilities and things like that we haven't been able to make it. But keep an eye on it because we'd love to be back next year. Hello to Costa del Sol Cricket. And let me just see who's thrown in a few questions here. I'm going to have to scroll through. Meanwhile, 45 for 3 here in the 5th over. Hello to Regenda. He said he's enjoying the commentary. And thanks to Rico and myself, thanks to you for watching. As this is, well, bowled by Zeb, who's got snuck 3 dots in here.
Yeah.
Egan Dantas, we were just talking about him tripping over a duck earlier, and he's in the chat.
Egan,
We've got
how
Rob
are you?
Lever, who's watching from Romania, of course, played for Transylvania. And you had a great time with him in Romania. Hopefully you're well. Mark Desfontaine watching from Hungary. Got Chris, and he's got a random question. What do we like to do when we're away from ECN? Good question. So it's just going to sneak in. I think this is a wide. I don't think it's completely inside the line. So my call would have been a wide, but we've seen the umpires getting a bit lazy to move the arms in the later stages of the day. What do you like to do away from ECN? There's my question for you.
The best thing for me is, I mean, obviously when I'm away, I'm also working a fair bit anyway, but the best thing is that long walk in the mornings with the dogs along the seafront, the cliffs, and yeah, go for a nice walk. We'll meet a lot of other people that are dog walking as well, some friends on the way. And on the way back, I'll stop off at me local and I'll have a tostada with the old olive oil, tomato and the cheese, and the dogs will have one as well.
That's nice.
Yeah.
So last ball of the over coming up in over number 5. It's a big swing and a miss. So Hasselmartin, he hits them sometimes he doesn't. End of the 5th. The challengers, they're 46 for 3. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. It's day 4, match 5. So you're 10 hours of live cricket a day. We're live every day on YouTube, ECN European Cricket Network. If you are maybe just watching on the social media right now, come and have a look. We've also got a live chat in here as well. It's very interactive. And haven't we had an entertaining day? Now, our biggest disappointment here, Nikhil Patel, who took a 6 for the other day, including a man-cad, so he actually took 7. The man-cad man, he's not at the 11. So
he's missing.
I suppose the non-strikers can relax a little bit.
He's missing. Hey, what's happening in front of us now? The rain has started.
A little bit of rain.
What is going on? It's more than a little. It's pretty heavy. This.
Yeah, well, it said 6 o'clock and it's 5:40. And we've got some rain here as the first ball is 6th.
Yeah,
Knocked away to the leg side. Yeah, hello to Peter Lewis as well. Yeah, so for me, what I like to do when I'm away, I suppose one of the things I like to do, I do like music. I do like to play the piano. So that's something that I don't get to do very often. But as you know, airports.
Yeah.
Airports have piano sometimes. This is a proper shower now. I can't see them sticking around in this.
I think Tyrone
They'll
will
give
have
it-
a look
they'll
at
give
the
it 2
skies.
minutes.
He'll look at the skies and think it's going to be like the other day. Be thinking, of course, Tyrone weren't here. I mean, Suleiman was here. He's probably having a look and say, I think this will pass. Still going to miss.
Yeah, so
think he's saying it'll pass. Yeah, you're talking about. Of
I've
course,
got
where's
instructions
Nikhil
to protect
Patel?
the camera, so I'm going to do that like this. But it's not really getting wet, Helena. Do not worry. Close, but I missed with the towel. Now I am getting wet.
You're getting wet. Come on, Vinny, sort it out. Okay, Vinny, this is yours. Never
Well,
mind, it's gone way over you. That's a big hit.
I'm 20
Boom.
metres tall.
Shaka-lugya, shaba. Yeah, a few people saying this is to Nikhil Patel. You gave us so much to talk about, and when you kept running those batters out. But where are you now? Where are you now? They don't want to know where he is now. He didn't even get a chance to say ciao.
Life is precious on my Instagram. You're getting a lot of on my Instagram just saying Rico is the best commentator in the world. Please let him know that.
Well,
you've been told, Rico.
Thank you very much. I mean, love all the input. And, of course, love all the... I'm not so au fait with all the technology like, of course, some of the others around me are. But don't you start.
He's followed up. He must feel
big
sorry
thank
for
you.
me because he said, Vinny, you are too good as well. Thank you. Life is precious. You're too kind. Hello to Malia Stanik's watching from Switzerland. I think they're a good shout.
Oh, yeah.
In the ECL as well. I know that everyone's getting excited for the European Cricket Championship, the Euros of Cricket. This is hit down. This won't be an easy stop in these conditions, but he does well.
Bravo.
Doesn't he? That's Guri down there, Govinda Singh, keeps it to 1. And, yeah, so Dr. Prabha saying, Maximo, you're good in fielding. Why did I not apply for fielding coach for Top Nations? I'm happy with my job. I mean, I get to deal with cricketers, but I also get to escape
How does
from
he know
them in
you're
the
good in
cube.
fielding? When have you seen Maximo doing some fielding? That's what I want to know.
I didn't post this, but if you looked at my mantelpiece, I do have the best fielder award from the Prague T10. But it's a bit unfair because I had gloves and 10 out of the 11 players didn't have gloves. I didn't, yeah. So hello to Uruguayan cricket as well, who are in that. That could be
looks
Benedict.
like they might be coming
off
here.
56 for 3 after 6, and we will have a delay. Now, hopefully, it's just going to pass. I can still see a bit of blue sky.
I think it's going to be like the other day. By the time they get off, they might go back again. I just get the feeling. This is what I was saying, that Tyrone would have had a look at the skies and thought, I don't think, because there's clearer skies as well. This might just be a passing one, but he's out there at the moment. He's having a chat with, I think, the batters mainly. The batters probably have said, you know what, we'd rather wait and sit it out.
Thing is, yeah, I mean...
Well, Nawabi doesn't want to come off. He's out there, Nawabi. He's saying, I don't want to come off. What are you doing? There's only a bit of moisture.
They got a first innings in at least. I'm just going to quickly go through some of my comments. What I mean by saying that, they've got at least 3 overs done in the first innings. So, I mean, if they need to reduce the game, you can kind of go straight into a second innings if you lose 4 overs. What else have we got? Please say my name. Raj Shaker, thank you very much. I'm going to keep rolling through this a little bit. And hello to James Parman. I see you with us. Jason Van der Merwe. Well, watching from CIYMS.
Yeah, John Tucker was also lurking, saying hello, of course.
Rajmani Sandhu watching from Italy. It's a bit of a who's who. Jack Hogarth watching from Scotland.
Hello to Rajmani. Hope you're well. Looking forward to seeing you. So I won't see you in Rome, but looking forward to seeing you probably in Carter, I hope.
Yeah, so Jack Hogarth is saying fourths for Carlton to win on Sunday. I can't split it. I want to know, maybe it'll be a golden ball or maybe a super over you'd have there, I'd imagine. A few people liking Rajmani as their favourite player. So hello to everyone. And Grizzly Bear Sports has joined, of course, big supporters of European cricket. Now, I'm hoping that this is just a quick delay, but what we might do to buy us a bit of time, and we'll give you some information in a couple of minutes, let's roll through the highlights of this first innings here in match number 20 with the challengers so far. They've scored 56 for 3 of 6 overs.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. And, well, they had to be brave. We were a little bit surprised, actually, with the batting choices. But this was an easy one, wasn't it, for them? Well, that started a debate, didn't it? Could you get 2 batters out at the same time? And, well, going by that, if you could, it would have been 2 out because the non-striker was out of his crease. But Gurugeli, he gets the breakthrough with the caught and bowled. And then there was this, a superb bit of work from the fielder with the run out. Sensationally well done. And they were in a bit of spot of bother. And applause from the wicketkeeper, and 2 right too, because that was great bit of work from Harsha. He's a pretty good fielder. And then we saw Jack the Fate style here as well when Narendra Donti was bowled for a golden duck, and that's not like him because he's normally one of the key players. And then the rain came, and unfortunately it never went away. Harsha Prabhupalli was doing his bit in the rain, and but the batter was doing a lot of the hitting as well, a lot of hurt there. And Hasim Murat, 27 not out at the moment of 14 deliveries. It's nice to see him out there getting an opportunity. Remember, we haven't seen Rohit Narayana, the captain, go out there. But
Yeah,
the
true.
thing is, talking about going out there, the players are on their way back out there. I
Well,
knew it'd be short-lived.
There you go. It was a passing shower, and there's no reduction in the overs, so that's good news. We only lost a couple of minutes, so we're still going to play a 10-over game. Doesn't really affect things too much at all. I suppose a slight break in concentration. Anyway, I'm going to stay on the Instagram for maybe another over or so. So throw your questions in there. Kitty asking which match did the Mankan incident happen? Well, pretty much every match where Nikhil Patel has been playing. Was it the first game of the day and the third? Have we had two today?
We've had two today, yeah.
First and third. Yeah. And we picked it a mile away, didn't we? Yeah. The Mankan man. Anyway, Parapali is going to start bowling here in the 7th over. Still 4 overs to come. He runs at him, drives him into the ground. It doesn't beat the bowler, but they will scramble through for a single. And yeah, big thank you to everyone. Hello to Hornchurch CC. Well, they're saying someone still looks rough after a long weekend. Well, hopefully I don't look too bad. Maybe it could be because I'm into my 5th game of the day here. But hello to all the guys from Hornchurch. In fact, we played Hornchurch on the stream when we had the rain delay yesterday. Their game against Darmstadt CC, match 1 of the ECL earlier this year. This is lifted up now. I don't think it's going to clear the fielder, and it doesn't. And he drops it, but he keeps it in play. Govind Singh ends up conceding the singles, but that could have been out.
Yeah, I think he's in 2 minds here. He doesn't quite know if it's going over him or not, and I think he knows in hindsight this is a catch he should have taken. But he palms it forward, not able to take it on the return like some players have done. But he does save the boundary.
He's worried about his feet, isn't he? But I suppose if you catch it, then you can worry about where your feet are. Zeb got a really good first over. Didn't go for many at all. Now he gets nicked away, and it's going to get past the short third. It's going to be 4. So Karanam has just had a bit of trouble getting going. He was 7 off 12 before that ball, but he does get into double figures with a nick.
He does this time. So he's been there or thereabout. He's had his opportunities going on, but he's never really gone big. But this is a nice little partnership. And Hasim Murat, I think, liking what he's done out there as well. He's played some nice shots and making the most of the opportunity here.
Matty Cooper asking what draft ales will be available at the Malaga Oval. The Cartmore Oval, that is, actually. I can tell you, Victoria Cerveza, Victoria Beer, they've signed up as a partner again for the ECC. Now, this is a full toss, and it's skewed up high in the air. Not an easy catch in these conditions, but he takes it. That's an excellent bit of fielding down there. Karanam nicks one, gets lucky, nicks one, gets unlucky. He goes, and it's 62 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good catch. And don't forget, the ball's a little bit wet now.
I don't think that's high because he plays it with a straight bat. So normally when you see them playing with a straight bat, it's an indication that it's low. And I think now he gets his marching orders.
Yeah, he's going to have to go. So Kushik, once again, hasn't really been able to take full advantage of the opportunities that he's been given here today. So he's going to have to depart and go for 11 of 14 deliveries.
God, Dr. Prabha asking, which player, according to me, has the best batting technique in ECN?
Ooh.
Oh, it's a good one. It's a really good one. You might have to say someone like a Baz de Leede. I think you look at what he's done. And the fact that we've seen him in European Cricket Series for his club Voorburg in the Netherlands, or VCC as they're known. I think he'd be a pretty hard one to go past. But there's a few that aren't too far behind. Hello to Paolo Butchimatsa, who's popped in as well. Jawad from SI has also popped in and popped out. New batter makes it a short stay at the crease as it's 2-2. Shazeb gets some good reward for what's been pretty good bowling from him. And suddenly we're on a hat trick. And there's a golden duck. And guess what? It's Rohit Narayanan that comes out. And he makes a very brief stay after his first half century on the network. He has 2 failures. And that one hurts. It is 62 for 5.
You don't play about with the batting order. I know that. Paolo Buzzi, you'll be saying that as well, won't you? You don't play about with it. Of course, Paolo was there when Derek made his debut there at the SCG.
Of course. Yeah, back in the day. And by the SCG, we mean the Santarém cricket ground.
Yeah.
Hello to Miles, asking what I think of Hornchurch. I actually loved it. It was such a nice community. We had a beautiful kind of family day. Oh, well, Here's the good news. It's not a
Never
hat trick in
happened.
the end.
It never happened. We'll see the hat-trick ball here one more time.
So, I mean, some things in the world are on 7-second delay. But let's give it. He played and missed it. Here we go. Let's have a look.
Yeah, this
This
is
is
the
the
hat-trick
hat-trick
ball,
ball.
folks.
Now, remember we had that situation yesterday how we had a replay from the ball before affecting another ball, but that's no hat trick. It's not to finish the over, and the score is 62 for 5 after 7. Coming up tomorrow, we have more cricket coming your way. It will be day 5. It is Peacock Friday. I know that Ryan Ruhr Sports will be back to play 3 times. We'll also see Bond Blue Stars, who are previous champions. They're playing in the first 2 matches of the day. We'll see the Bayer Spartans and the Bayer Boosters, who will be here, including the Bayer Derby in match 24. So stay tuned for that. It all starts the same time tomorrow, 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe and 12:45 in India.
Okay, so you've got Nanda now comes out, and it really you got to try and keep this guy, Hasimrat, on strike. That's got to be the play here, because he's a set batter. Nobody else really has made any input in this innings. And it could be the end of him here as well, as the man who's got the longest number 1 on the back of his shirt takes the catch. That's Pujan Patel.
Good catch for a guy whose only previous bit of fielding was getting cracked in the ankles. I mean, that was high and slightly greasy conditions as well after the light shower that we had. And it's going to be the end of Hasimrat. Hasimrat, who goes for 28 off 17. So 2 new batters at the crease, and Challengers just losing their way. They don't really look like the team that put 150 plus on the board this morning. Right now in the 8th over, they're 62 for 6.
Yeah, and well, Harsha, fresh from taking a really good catch to remove Kushik, is well now in the doing the bowling again. And he's having a good day here at the moment. It's Purapalli.
Yeah, this is Murthy who's coming out now. Now, Rohit has said in my chat, try to introduce a strict fitness regime, just suggesting. Now, I don't know if he's talking about the competition as a whole or just me, but you're probably right. Certainly on the second account. Also, Faizan saying, where is Charlie? Well, Charlie's in the UK studying broadcasting right now.
Charlie will be back at, you don't know if he started now, he's had a week of break or so, but Charlie will be back in uni. You know why he's telling you that about the key fit regime? He knows that you'll be going to Rome soon in Italy, and he knows you'll be on those carbonaras.
Yeah, it is carbonara fortnight coming up. Luke Edwards has tuned in, and I knew he wouldn't miss a trick. As the sun comes out behind me, you can see that. Well, that looks like 6 to me off the bat. Murthy misses the first one, but he doesn't miss the second. Maximo! Handy runs late in the piece here for the Challengers.
Yeah, when Murthy goes boom, shakalagya as the sun comes back out. Well, there'll be a rainbow here somewhere. And I think that Grizzly is ended up at the bottom of it. What a good shot.
So Luke actually did get a thick outside edge that flew to the keeper's right when I batted against him on Monday. On an impossible pitch, by the way. When the keeper put it down, he said, I would have been his rabbit if the young ones could catch. I suppose. Here's the famous quote. If my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a bicycle. And Luke, a big hello to you. And he's a good sport, actually, Luke. Luke played as part of the Hornchurch Club in the ECL. And he got his chest waxed for the Oddballs Foundation for charity. And there were the 3 of them that did that. And that's very nice. And Luke, had a great weekend with you guys. Thank you so much. Now I'm in Germany, and I'm already into my 10th game in 2 days. Parapali has 1 ball to go. It's a swing and a miss. End of the 8th over. It's now to swing straight through it. It is 69 for 6.
He's bowled well, hasn't he? Look at those bowling figures, 1 for 17. And it just hasn't, I mean, the Cologne Challengers, I must admit, I'm very surprised with the way that they've gone about the batting here. A good opportunity. I mean, they won the first match here at the beginning of day 4. And they weren't able to get a good target on the board against BSV Aachen. So they lost out to them by 7 wickets with 17 balls to go. But I really thought they were going to make a big fight of this, considering that they've lost a match. And also, in the last match that we saw, Golden Star Bond go down to PSVA as well. But it's been a little bit of a low par performance from them so far with 12 balls to go. Let's see what they can get to here. I mean, can they get to that 100 mark? They need, I think that'll be a bare minimum. Then they've got to bowl out of their skins. They really do.
All right, as we say, it all happens in the 9th. And it's Kajera to bowl it. He starts with the ball that seems back a bit. And it'll be a dot ball. Yeah, a few people missing the man-cat man, Nikhil Patel. You say you hate to see it, but I think secretly you love to see it because it's drama, isn't it?
It is. It's because it's something that when's it going to happen? When it's going to happen, but when? That's the thing.
Yeah.
And he's got good thing about him, and you picked it up. He does it after he's taken one wicket.
Yeah. So be aware.
Yeah.
It'll compound your problems. This one, I think, just gets a bit of the line, and it will be a wide. I think that's a good call from the umpire.
Yeah, he's. That's why he's. I don't know why he doesn't just do up this lace. It's bothering him because every time he's bowling, there's always something about Churchill, isn't it? Now he's sorted his glasses out. I wonder what he's done here. Has he stuck them to his head? Bit of duct tape or anything there? Can we see there? Maybe he just made him a bit tighter. The glasses are staying on now.
Yeah.
But he's having trouble with his...
He almost trod in his glasses before when they fell off his follow through. I think this is gone. For me, this is off the gloves, and it is. So nice bit of keeping from Naeem Khan behind the stumps. Gajera gets the second wicket. Murthy turns out to be a one-hit wonder. He'll go for 7. And the score in the ninth is 70 for 7.
Yeah, good take. And he gets the ball. I mean, he's a strong guy, isn't he? A strong lad. So if he bowls the heavy ball, this one cuts back into him as well, and he's not able to work this away. Gets a bit of glove onto it. Nice catch taken by Naeem Khan behind.
Did come back a bit like the last one. This was a bit shorter, and he caught up with it, didn't he? Just got a little bit of glove on it. Nice catch behind the stump. So 70 for 7. 10 balls to go. I mean, if you can get, say, 2 a ball, get up to 90. The GSB, you'd imagine they'd make quick work of it, but yeah, anything can happen. So I want to say hello to Tom Pointer as well, who's telling me that the chairman of the board is watching. He's talking about Jeremy West, who is the chairman at Hornchurch Cricket Club. Really generous guy as well, supports the club a lot, loves the club. So hello to you, Jeremy. Missing you, and thanks for everything you did for me over the weekend. So I'm about to wrap up the Instagram chat, but it's been fun. So they're in Legoland Windsor. That sounds fun. All right, here's Gajera, the new batter. Skoganani can't reach this one. It'll be a wide. Rohit's talking about we're quite harsh on no balls above waist height. That's because we have a different playing condition, Rohit. We have a playing condition that says even if it's waist high on the full, then it's a no ball. So it doesn't have to be above waist height. It has to be at waist height or above, and the benefit goes to the batter. That's because we're discouraging them because they're quite dangerous. Bruno Cavalieri's watching as well. Diesel has come in. Hello, Diesel.
Hello, Diesel. How are you?
Going around the wicket. Don't mind that change. Gets dabbed away. Should just be one. You can see how the shower affects the conditions, because it certainly has put a little bit of grease on the outfield that wasn't there before.
Yeah, I think what I've noticed, and this is true to a lot of artificial pitches, you put a little bit of water on them and the ball comes through a little bit quicker. I know that I've been in places where teams, especially coaches, are keen for them to have a little bit of water put on them before the start of a hot day, because the ball comes through a bit quicker. So we might see that.
On the charge. Seems back a bit again from Gajera, so they just get 1.5. Keeper's ends on here. Does go the long way, but he goes too long. Naeem does well to get it back onto the stumps, but not quite in time. 2 runs.
Yeah, we'll have a look at this. It's a good bit of action. It's a good, strong, hard throw from Gurwinder Singh, and good work from Naeem, but you can see there the batter easily in.
Probably would have been better to go a bounce throw. It would have skidded onto the keeper a bit more there. But what have we got? We've got Mark Best watching from CIYMS, and I know that they have qualified as the Irish champions for the ECL 24. Congratulations to you, Bestie. Hopefully you can stay the whole time this time, because last time you had to go with a couple of days to go. This is driven.
And they'll have to go again, won't they? They'll have to take on the arm.
Well, if they got away with it before. No, this time I think he's going to be out. It'll be 1 and run out. Koganeni falls on his sword, and they're running out of wickets quickly, aren't they? 7 balls remaining. It's 74 for 8.
Good work here from the bowler. It's never easy, because you don't quite know where and how the ball's going to bounce. If it hits the edge of the pitch, it can be difficult. Keeps his eye on it, and that's really well done. Good work. Really good work. You can see he's by a long, long way. So lose another wicket here now. So that's 8 wickets down, 74 for 8. And the batter that's on his way now is Aravind. So Aravind has done well with the ball. What can he do here with the bat? So it's been a good spell of bowling from Churchill. He's come back well, hasn't he? Even his first over, he was doing so well and got hit for 2 sixes. And that's a nice looking shot, and it's well dealt with by Atta, who's out there. Chachu almost lets it get away from him. So.
End of the over, and so it will be 76 for 8 after 9. Just a couple of wickets to play with. This is Aravind Subramanian, who has come out to bat at number 10. And Nanda hasn't really been able to get going, has he, in this innings? He's 4 off 5 at the moment, but he will be on strike. If he ran out Turganeni for a golden 1. Time for the 10th over. Let's see how many the challengers can get. Just 76 at this stage. I'm going to say a big thank you to everyone in the Instagram. I'm going to have to wrap that one up now. If you'd like to continue the conversation, please go to our YouTube channel, ECN, European Cricket Network.
Can I show all the highlights?
All right, 10th overtime, and Atta Shirzad is going to bowl it. And he is certainly an exciting player to watch. Now, it looks like he looked like he was going to come around the wicket and didn't tell anyone. And now he's gone back to... Yeah, where's he standing here? Well, where's the batter? Well,
Yeah.
So now the umpire's saying, hey, where are you going to bowl from? He's like, no, I'm going to bowl here. I said, okay, thanks for the info. Get the batter to change side. There is a no ball if you bowl from the other... If you don't
tell
the
the
umpire
umpire,
about a change. The thing is, where did he finish last over he bowled? You know what I'm saying?
could be a wide, to start. I think it will be too short, and he's wasted that one because it'll also be the one that he's allowed in the over. So now the batters know that he probably won't be bowling anything too short.
It's borderline. Probably was just a wide. It's a tough call, even at square leg. Entertaining tournament we're having here, though. Tricky little chase coming up for Golden Star Bond. And remember, they have Naeem Khan out there, but no Naqvi in the lineup. Takes out one of their top order batters. And I think with someone like Shirzad, hit the ball hard but hit it correctly. Shot selection. Yeah, well, he hits it pretty well. It's going to go right back to the fence, and it's a great effort from the fielder, but he taps it over for 6. Maximo! Fantastic effort there from Gurvinder Singh, who has been a bit of a ball magnet today, hasn't he?
It's a tremendous effort. I mean, we're not going to appreciate it here with the branches of the tree in the way, but you can see that, well, he comes down on a heap on the ground like a sack of spuds, doesn't he? But he does get fingers to that, but he's not able to flick it back into the field of play. Great effort, but 6 runs, very important 6 runs. And Nanda, well, maybe he can get a few more out of the slot. He hits as well. Gurvinder's the man. Now, they can't really afford to... Oh, Gurvinder makes a mistake. In comes the throw.
Oh, out.
And this is going to be out. Well, he made the mistake by not getting the ball cleanly, but then he hits the target. Well, Gurvinder, he's the man who plays cricket after eating 2 aloo paranthas and drinking some lassi, and this is why.
Just flicks the stumps as well. Have a look at this. And direct hit was always going to be out. Comes in, just flicks him, and he's probably 2 steps short. So Gurvinder got another opportunity. Yeah, he kind of fumbled it, but he kept it in front of him. He ran. He gave himself a chance to hit the stumps. He did hit the stumps, and that's 9 out now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just nothing quite going right at all. And it will be 84 for 9. And I think that's a rare diamond duck, actually, for Muthu Subramanian as well. Trying to get back to the non-strikers end.
Is he out without facing?
Didn't quite have time for the Diamond Derek graphic.
Oh, no, we missed out on Diamond Derek.
It'll come again. Don't worry about that. So they're on their last legs now with 4 to come. 84 for 9. Oh, this is absolutely lasered. What a shot. I mean, Nanda's threatened, and finally he's fired, hasn't he, as he bangs that straight back past the bowler. I mean, the bowler might need a helmet after this. Look at that bang. Past him before he even turned around, and they're up to 88.
Yeah, good shot. And that's why he wanted to get back at the other end, and he was, well, I suppose he was happy to sacrifice the man who goes. That's Aravindaran without facing a ball. So, yeah, that is a golden quacker. Not a golden, a diamond quacker. Okay.
So, yeah, Kroom just saying, yeah, Jeremy West, he's a top bloke, shirt sponsor at his favourite local football club, Dagenham and Redbridge. Yeah, I know that they love Dagen Regs in that part of town as well. Now, top boy can't run because it'll be the end of the innings if you're out. Yeah, so you can't do this with 9 down because you've still got 2 balls to play with, especially because you are the established batter. You've just hit a boundary. I think he just gets back here. Yep. Just in time.
Good positioning from the umpires. Well, shout out to the umpires as well. And, they've been very good. Guru Chandra out there as well as Soraya. And the third umpire has been Smith Nandu. of course, well led by Jerome Peters as well. He's doing an outstanding job.
2 to come then. Now they'll get 1. I don't think you can really come back here. They're going to try. This should be it. If Naeem can handle it, and he can't. It was a nasty throw, wasn't it? So I suppose the gamble pays off, and they do get 2, and Nanda gets back on strike.
Yeah, it's a difficult one because the fielder in stopping it
Look where it
slipped.
bounces as well. It bounces right on that join between the grass and the pitch. So as a keeper, you've got a slightly different expectations depending on where it hits. Probably comes off the grass a little bit slower than the pitch.
Yeah.
But he wasn't sure where it was going to bounce. It was a tough take. Yeah, so just quickly, so Western Co. Give them a shout out there. They do very important work there in the UK. Anyway, here's the last ball. 90 plus this. And they'll probably try for 2 more. And I think if they run, they'll probably get it. Going to go the long way. And he had a good view of that, didn't he, Nanda? He looked over his shoulder. And in the rearview mirror, I think he saw the ball was coming. He wanted to make sure it didn't hit him right in the number 6. Whoa. But look, that's good running. They do kind of leg it out. It's a fighting innings from the challengers, isn't it? They're going to end up 92 for 9. We haven't seen double digits defended, but this is a team that did defend 104 on Monday morning against the Arkan Rising Stars. They're going to have to do even better here. 92 on the board here in match 20.
92 on the board. Got to say, it's a good effort there in the end from Sanjay Nanda. He ends up 19 and got some hustling towards the end. There was a few casualties along the way, wasn't there, with the run-outs, but I think he had to try and get himself on strike as he backed himself to be able to get the big scores on the board. We saw a makeshift start with the batting lineup. They changed it around a little bit, and the first wicket to go was Adagunta, and he was caught and bowled by Gudagubeli. He's been good here today. And then Atta, when he comes in, he wasn't able to get to it, but Harsha was, and that was really good from him. He's on the money. That was the second wicket, as that was Aravind that was run out there. And then this, well, nothing more to say about that apart from that was a boogie woogie grizzly fire ball. And it was the first baller as well for Dante. He had to go. And a great delivery there, you have to say.
Yeah, it was. I think good balls have been getting wickets today. You see the rain starting to fall, so it caused an unscheduled interruption at the 6 over mark. Just after this actually left the building. But luckily we didn't lose any overs. The rain cleared. This is high-ish, but not quite high enough to be called a no ball. Nice catch taken down there as well. So the Challengers continue to lose wickets, to lose their captain, Rohit, who's coming off a half century this morning. I still think they missed a trick not to open with him. You know, he just looked a bit of a fish out of water there down in the middle order when he'd done so well this morning. That was a nice catch, wasn't it, by Pooja Patel? He looked pretty assured under that. And then we saw Vijay Raghavan Murthy gloving behind. And then, well, credit to them, they did run very, very hard, probably sometimes too hard, didn't they? Causing a couple of run-outs. That was one of them. Unselfish stuff. That was Goganani who was run out. And then, unfortunately, Aravind Muthusubramanian would suffer the same fate. Would never get to face the balls. This just flicked the outside edge of the stump. He was run out. In the end, some good late hitting from Nanda, who contributed 19 off 11, gets them to a score of 92 for 9. Doesn't look enough, but we know anything on the board can help you out. In fact, we've even seen 65 defended here by Bomb Blue Stars before. So, I mean, you never know your luck in the big city. Hasamrat leads the scoring with 28 off 17. 19 for Nanda at the end. He was not out. 11 for Karanam, but he could never really get going, could he? I mean, the thing that says it all for me is the amount of boundaries in the innings. We had 6 4s and we had 6 6s. So 6 and 6, like, it's okay, and it's an okay score, but it's probably not going to win you too many cricket matches here at Krefeld. 2 for Shazeb and Gajera, wickets for Gurugabelli and Parapali. That will be the end of the first innings. We'll be back in just a few minutes with a chase. We'll see if Golden Star Bond or the Challengers will get back on the winning train after each of the first teams won their first 3 games and lost their 4th. So, should be an entertaining finish of the day. Join us in just a few moments. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Thanks again for the interaction. Keep the questions coming, keep the chat coming, and we'll see you shortly for more European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the National Performance Centre here in Krefeld. It's the European Cricket Series action. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. And I've got a special guest commentator for the first start of this innings. It's Simon Lecoeur. And Simon, welcome back. I know you're a little bit of an ECN super fan. We've seen you fielding all day. I've said, Rico, take 5 and welcome to the commentary box.
Oh, thank you very much, Vinny. Good afternoon to everybody on here. Glad to be back here.
And you're not a first timer either because you did commentate with me last year. So, I mean, you're kind of quite experienced in this, aren't you?
No, I have had a very lovely afternoon that year past when I was here. So actually I spent 2 afternoons, one on the sideline. That was also the one where I had to work as a medic. And then the other day when I happened to join you, oh, there's the first wicket.
I reckon this is out. I reckon it's stumped off for wide. I had it as a wide first.
Okay.
But look
Let's
at this.
have a look.
Yeah, I reckon he's got
footers in the air.
All right, yeah, I think this is gone. We'll have a look at it on the replay. Keep going here. A little bit further. Here it comes. Out. Yeah, I think there's a moment there where he breaks it up. And there is the decision.
Is going.
What a bit of work. I mean, as a keeper myself, I really appreciate that. Karanam's threatened to do that all day. And he has taken a stumping off the very first ball of the innings. Now, I had that as a wide. I'm not sure it was called or not, but I can tell you that Naeem Khan has been stumped, and that will make it none for one. So they don't even get the wide call. Worst possible start for Golden Star Bond, and we don't have any time for chit-chat, do we, Simon, because there's drama straight away.
Exactly. It's been a very, very entertaining day of cricket so far with a lot of action happening in a very short time. Still trying to get my head wrapped around to that start that almost caught us by surprise, almost caught us out.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I mean, you obviously, we haven't really had a chance to get viewers reacquainted with you, so we'll get to do that in a second. But first, let's have a look at Shahzeb, who's coming out in the number 3 position, facing Mr. Subramanian. And this is going to go through everyone, and it's going to be 4 byes, I think. And yeah, I got a feeling, Simon, this could have been another half a stumping opportunity. Just have a look at the feet here.
Yep.
Oh, maybe kept his toe down.
Yep.
But this is a case of Karen. I'm not really tracking the ball, so that's a tougher one because it's between. Yeah, the foot stayed in, but it's a tough one. It's between the batter and the stumps, and so it's a tough one to get a look at.
Exactly, and a tougher ball for the keeper to grab a hold of.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably next to the one behind the batter. That's the next most difficult stumping. Now,
and that one goes.
Well, it will go, and it will go a long way. Maximo! Well, there you go. We work really well in tandem, Simon. It goes 4 byes and 6. Crazy start to this innings. But I suppose you're only chasing 93. Golden Star on, they're going to attack. I mean, the wicket Naeem for a duck, that's huge because he's a very, very good player.
That's right, Vinny. And the Golden Star on showed us today that they were not about making a long meal off a target.
Yeah, that's true. They like to go after it. They chase down their previous chase in 5 overs.
Exactly.
And the thing with these 2 teams, they've got a little bit in common because they both won their first 3 matches and they lost their 4th, and they're playing their 5th now. So, yeah, whoever wins this one obviously gets ahead of the other on the table. This one bites back a long way and he just dabs it down. So, yeah, Simon, tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do, how you got involved in cricket and what you do here in Germany.
I'm 35 years old. Professionally, I'm a paramedic from the western area of the Ruhrgebiet, Bochum, the area. And, how did I get involved in cricket? I spent my last 4 years of school in the UK, plus the time at university. But at school, I was introduced to cricket.
Yeah, I remember you saying that to me last year. This is short again, and Karen can't find it. Bit of the good, the bad, and the ugly about who's keeping this over. and so obviously you've taken that love of cricket and you brought it back here to your native Germany.
Absolutely, and it's still I'm keenly following. Of course, I followed the drama of the Ashes this summer.
It was dramatic, wasn't it? So who do you support in the Ashes? England, I guess?
I'm afraid I have to say.
So you're a German that supports England in a battle. Interesting. Last ball of the over, and oh no, Karanam's going to miss this, but doesn't matter because they got a fielder right there. So Karanam, he's been pretty good. He's made a decision there to try to go with the hands and try and sweep, take the catch and take the stumps, but yeah, doesn't get the body behind it, and so that one will be re-bowled. That'll be 2 to the total. And so yeah, you're a paramedic, so you do very important work, life-saving work, right? Here's the last ball of the over again. And it should just be one, although it might get
No.
past the infield. They might get a second. They will.
Second.
Into the over, 15 without loss. Well, a bit of drama to get us started. And, well, one thing we haven't had for a while, as you know, if you're a follower of the European Cricket Network, which I know you are, Simon, we haven't had a golden ball for a while. We are waiting. And what's this counter at? 2-2-2, the double Nelson, if you know your cricket.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's a matter of time till we get one. But I want to go back to you, Simon. So what did you do last night, for example?
What did I do last night?
Yeah.
I was at work, actually.
When you say you're at work, how many hours does that involve?
That is a 24-hour shift running from 8 in the morning to 8 in the morning the next day.
So you've come off a 24-hour shift. Now, surely you're not out on calls all that time. Is it kind of like you're on standby? How does that work?
You have in the morning you have part-time work at the station doing inventories of stores, etc., etc. Of course, calls always will take priority over it. You have standby time in the afternoon and evenings. I got fairly lucky with only 3 call-outs in the last 24 hours, but call-out numbers can really vary anything between 4 and gone.
Yeah, well, sometimes you might get 4, and that's what that is. Actually hits the rope on the bounce a couple of times, which actually slows it down and stops them having to go into the bush to find it. This is Vijay Raghavan Murthy coming on. Nice little outswinger, but batter didn't care. He just smashed it. And Zakir Khan's a batter we haven't seen too much of today, but he's very, very capable. And of course, they don't have the regular opener, say Naqvi, in the lineup because he's not in the 11 this time. So Zakir pushes himself up. Now he's going to go again, and even better. 1 bounce 4. Quattro cadenas mas. Now look, I remember you did something for me last year, and I'd love you to do it again for me, Simon. Would you commentate in German, maybe for the rest of the over? But I won't be able to help you out a lot. I'll nod my head. But if you can do the rest of the over in German, then I'd be very, very happy. And it gives our viewers a chance to hear something different, something native.
Ja, vielen Dank, Vinny. Dann machen wir mal hier im zweiten Over direkt weiter. Die Golden Star Bonn jetzt bei 23 Runs mit einem verlorenen Wicket. 2 Bälle bis jetzt im zweiten Over gebowlt. Bisher auch durchaus wieder aggressives Rangehen. Und ein vergnügliches Stumping. Wir gucken aber wide vom Umpire. Der war ein bisschen zu weit draußen. Und wenn wir dann nochmal gucken, ja, Fuß bleibt aber auch schön in der Crease. Damit bleibt der Batsman safe. Was ich sagen wollte, die Golden Star Bonn haben heute Mittag schon bewiesen, dass sie im Punkto Run Chasen sich eigentlich nicht lange aufhalten und innerhalb von 5 Overs auch schon ein deutlich höheres Target da erreicht haben. Heute Abend brauchen sie ein Target von 93 Runs für den Sieg. Der Ball hier zwischendrin war ein Dot. Jetzt haben wir Sepp on am Strikers End. Bisher 9 Runs von den 4 Bällen. Und Murthy läuft jetzt an, bis jetzt 10 Runs aus seinem ersten Over. Und wieder geht er den Wicketkeeper durch die Lappen, die Batsmen laufen für einen einzelnen Run. Gucken wir nochmal eben in die Dings. Ach, war der Batsman nicht dran, Bias vom Umpire signalisiert, also keine Berührung durch den Batsman. Und Kubrak als Wicketkeeper ärgert sich da hinten, dass ihm der durch die Lappen geht. Er hatte schon einen super Stumping-Moment direkt am Anfang mit dem ersten Bowl der Innings, aber seither hat ihn so ein bisschen das Glück verlassen und ich denke mal, dass da die Nässe des Balls mit dem Regenschauer jetzt zuletzt auch nochmal eine Rolle spielt. Ein schneller Single hier an der Stelle. Und so insgesamt bleibt jetzt noch ein Ball hier in dem Over. Murthy mit auch einem durchaus ansprechenden Bowling, mit eigentlich einer relativ guten Linie und von der Länge her auch. Der wird auch wieder getroffen. Er gibt sich ein Single aus diesem Over, also nach 2 Overs. 27 Runs, ein verlorenes Wicket. Back to you, Vinny.
Wunderbar. Vielen Dank, Simon. That was sensational. I tell you what, if we ever need a German language commentator, and sometimes, for example, some of the bigger tournaments, for example, the ECC, we do have different language commentary. I know we go into France in French, and Barney Spend actually does our French commentary. You are top of my list for German commentary. That was
Thank you,
outstanding.
Vinny. Thank
and the thing is, I actually do understand a fair bit of German. I can't speak it. I will say
No
that.
problem.
My vocabulary is limited. But yeah, I loved it. Talking about the keeper, and talking about the fact he got a good stumping on the first ball, and talking about the fact that they chased down the target in 5 overs earlier today. You've got some real talent there. And right now, we're watching over number 3. So we'll switch back to English. I love listening to cricket in different languages. So now we had German, of course, with you a couple of times. Of course, a bit of Spanish. You know, Rico throws a bit of Spanish in at times. Also, we've had Pavel do it in Romanian before, and even Swedish. We get around it. That's it. English is funny. It's kind of the language which is used as a common language around Europe. But I always love hearing the native language. It brings real flavour. As this will be a wide and more issues for Karen. I'm up to the stumps. And we've got Helena in my ear saying that she can do Latvian commentary as well. I tell you what, our crew, most of them are from Latvia. They probably could commentate cricket in Latvian because they've heard me do way, way, way too many games. But I want to say thanks. And one of the issues I know in German or any language is, you know, how do you translate certain terms? What do you translate? What do you leave in the English? So I know she said
actually,
wicketkeeper.
with cricket, most of the terms are actually left.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense. It's the way it's known. So I know in Czech, for example, sometimes they talk about calling LBW something crazy like RVK or something like that. but I think, you know, the main thing is it's the in-betweens that bring the flavour to the language and the commentary. Very nicely done. Anyway, the ball's following you today, Simon, and it's gonna be more runs. This one is going to be cube bound. It's going to end up just outside the cube, but 4 runs. So Golden Stars certainly trying to attack. I like the way they're attacking this 93. Sometimes you see teams go into their shell a little bit, and suddenly the run rate goes up. That's required. But I think if you're batting first, you'd back yourself to get 93. So they're batting like they're batting first, and they're not really too worried about the target at this stage.
No, it seems that they seem to be well on track for their for the target and displaying the same tactic as they did last in the afternoon session.
Yeah, Karen
wide call by the umpire.
Yeah, makes another stop there. He's got to make a decision on those wide balls, whether he gets his body behind it and basically goes to make the stop, or whether he's still sniffing the stumping. If you're sniffing the stumping, you normally just kind of go out with your hands so you can quickly snatch it and get back to the stumps. But he's trying to do that most of the time. And that'll be gone. Yeah, well.
Timber.
How would you? Okay, let's call that in German. We're gonna show the replay, and I'd like you to commentate it as if I wasn't even here.
Aravid läuft an, die Linie sieht nicht schlecht aus und direkter Treffer auf die Mahlstangen. Ausgeschieden, ausgeschieden, ausgeschieden. Direktes Bowling. Umgangssprachlich, auch in der englischen Sprache. Timber.
Timber. Well, that translates to me, and down it goes. So Shazab gets his chance up the order, and I suppose he does a couple of good things. Hits a 4 and a 6, but he gets bowled by Aravind Muthusubramanian, and he's the second wicket to fall. It's 36 for 2. Brings Gurvinder Singh out to the crease. Now, Gurvinder's a bit like you today, Simon, because you've had the ball following you. We've noticed that. And it's still following you now that you're in the cube. So is Gurvinder. He's been right in the action. Now he gets a chance with the bat.
As indeed he does it. And I certainly, you know, I heard your first commentary this morning when I was still sat in my chair. The first ball I went past, I said, "Nah, I'm just having my breakfast." But that sort of triggered me, and then that's when I started. Okay, I'm going to start moving around a little for today.
I like that you're moving around. And tell you who's getting moving here is Gurvinder Singh, who starts with a cut 4, and that takes GSB up to 40. Now, people are really enjoying the German commentary, which that is doesn't surprise me at all. When some of the English folk, especially those in East London, saying that they might be able to commentate in Cockney. That does seem like a different language sometimes, doesn't it?
A different language altogether. They're quite right there.
I'll tell you the one accent that I know a lot of non-native English speakers find hard to pick up. As we see another whipping off of the pails.
At least going through the motions.
It's the Geordie accent, so kind of further up towards the north of England, where I know, obviously dealing with a lot of people that English isn't their first language, and they hear someone like that and they say, hey, is that really English? Is that really English?
Is that truly English, huh? Mind you, the Scouse, or if you get a Deepan Kunyan chap, as I had during my study time, he was quite hard to pick up at times.
I like it though.
Okay, that's signaling the
end of the power play. We've only got 2.4 overs on the board, maybe 2.5.
Well, I guess
2.5.
not. Maybe we're just running behind. That must be. There we go.
Here we are.
End
Now
of
we're
3,
up.
40 for 2. I thought that was very strange. Do that in the middle of the over.
Yep.
So, yeah, it is going to be Dante to bowl. So, I suppose you've got the insurance of putting a few more fielders back now. You can have 5 outfielders, and they've chosen to do that. It's the captain, Zakia Khan, on strike to Dante. Little dab, and he's almost found the fielder.
Almost got it. Very, very close.
And you tell us a little bit about your playing career, because remember you told us last time.
Well, my playing career was very short.
It was in England,
I did,
right?
Yep, in England. I did play for King's School Bruton. I played 1 match in the under-15s. But later on, it sort of developed that my skills were more at the scorebook rather than the actual bat itself.
Important contribution. I mean, this is another one. Lucky that Karanam has the slow outfield behind him, because he reaches for this and doesn't get behind it. That'll be another 2 wides. But still, scoring is very important. I used to love scoring, you know. In fact, you should actually go and check out the scoring there maybe after you commentate, because it's very high tech what they're doing over there most of the time, and they're able to stay ahead of the game.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's excellent. There's
was
2 feet in
excellent.
his crease, so that's the only
Yeah.
problem.
Plus a what?
Yes, I mean,
let's have a look again.
just, yeah, I was going to check with the height of this. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
Certainly, I mean, it's an excellent take, but he's got 2 feet behind his crease. All right, so I think it's just been called a wide. Excellent work from Karanam down the leg side there. Zakia gets another opportunity. Another wide. See, that's better footwork from Karanam. Sometimes you just got to give up on the stumping and say, I'm going to save runs, especially in a limited overs game.
Exactly.
And look, I get that if you get the wicket, it saves runs kind of because you remove a threat. But good swing there. Now, did you ever take a wicket? I remember we talked about this before. Did you take a wicket or not? You almost
Unfortunately,
did,
no.
right?
Almost.
You almost did. I remember
Yep.
this story last year. So maybe you can refresh my memory about how you almost took a wicket in cricket.
I almost took a wicket in cricket. That was during one of my first matches where, unfortunately, I spilled the catch. I have to admit.
Right, okay. I mean, we all do it. I mean, it's another hanging full toss. Not a great ball by Dante at all. It gets whacked into the gap for 4. So at the moment, despite losing a couple of wickets, GSB are making pretty light work of it.
Noticing that we already have about a 12, albeit that Cologne had 1 wicket less, already a 12-run difference here at the same stage.
Yeah, for sure. Now, when you drop this catch that you're talking about, did you have an excuse lined up? Because that's a very important part of fielding, and we'll come back to that in a second. Another outswing, another ball beats Karanam.
And just to save the boundary.
He's a kind of high-risk, high-return keeper, isn't he, Karanam? He's up there trying to sneak the stumping. But if there's movement, not only can it be difficult for the batters, but it's difficult for the keeper as well. A lot of these are just kind of swinging past his gloves.
Yep.
But at least it's not costing him 4 every time, because they've got that deep fielder in place. 50's up now. Another outswing over. This could be a chance.
And taken.
Yeah, nicely taken there. That's Hasimrat that takes the catch. So, yeah, important wicket really, because this game just getting away, and it might still be gone really for the challengers who had a really strong start to the day. Just trying to manoeuvre that from outside the off stump. Not an easy shot to play. Didn't get all of it. And so he's going to have to go. Govinda goes for just 4. And the score's 51 for 3. Well, no, we have to wrap it up at the end of this over, Simon. It's been great to have you back. So that was my question. When you dropped the catch, did you have an excuse? Sun was in your eyes? Rain was in your eyes?
Possibly
Too
sun,
bright,
but,
too dark?
Possibly the sun, but I have to say, as it was my very first match, I think I was just overwhelmed with the nerves as well.
Yeah, someone got in your way. That's another one you can use. Thought it was a free hit. That's another one you can use. No, but
I
Simon,
think we didn't have free hits at that time. That was
Yeah,
like
of course,
about
yeah.
20 years back.
I know. And when I last played competitively about 12 years ago, it was just coming in. Yeah, another good outswing out. This is Atashizad, who did score a golden duck this morning. And yeah, nice bit of bowling there. Tell us about ECN and how you got into the European Cricket Network then for everyone.
Was really only just sort of stumbled across one of the live streams, I think sometime in late 2021.
Yeah.
And sort of hit the follow button and sort of stuck with it.
That's great. Great to hear. Oh, no,
I think on that occasion. Oh. Just checking on that.
Yeah, he's just okay this time. Against good outswing.
I've got 1 foot solid in his crease, so.
Yeah, Karanum's a man after my own heart. He spends a lot of time having to pick the bails up off the ground. That's because he's always creating opportunities. Now steps across, and another catch. Well, 2 in a row. He loves it, doesn't he? And it's going to be Hasenrat who goes back to back. Shazad goes for a duck, and it's 51 for 4. Now, this is a funny one because he does throw the ball away and kind of mis-throws it, but I think it's so late in the piece that I think you got to count that as a clean catch. It's all circumstantial. So Shazad, bit unlucky for him. He's got 2 derricks to show for day 4. Do you like the duck on the screen?
Absolutely.
Is that's an addition we've had this year. I mean, you'd notice every time you see us and every time we come back here, the coverage has certain improvements. Incrementally, we're trying to improve
Definitely.
things. Derrick's been very popular.
Derek certainly has been popular, and I know I had about 3 messages from our parents this afternoon about Derek.
Yeah, and there's a golden version. There's even a diamond version. And I know there's some people talking that we should have a different name for Derek in each country. But the thing is, he's like our pet. You can't keep renaming him. I like the idea of
not.
it.
I think Derek is perfectly fine, actually.
This is cracked and knocked down.
One.
So we'll go one more over. I think Rico might be having a snack somewhere. So we'll get you to the 5th over. Derek's become part of the furniture here. Yeah, so some people are asking what's the difference between the ducks. So anytime you're out for 0, that's called a duck. And it comes from the old, they used to say you're out for a duck's egg, which, I mean, why it's a duck's egg and not any other sort of egg, I don't know. Yep. So that got shortened to just a duck. So any time you're out for 0, that's a duck. But if you get out off the very first ball you face, that's called a golden duck. So we have a fair few of those in the European Cricket Series with it being such a short game. So anything's a duck. A first ball duck is called a golden duck. Oh, this one bites back off the pitch. And Gajera won't score here. Now, then people are saying, well, what's the diamond duck? Well, diamond ducks are pretty rare. That's when you're out for 0 and you haven't even gotten to face a ball. So normally it's run out, and it's normally the guy who isn't facing the ball. So they're pretty rare, the diamond duck. There are some other ways you get out for a diamond duck, like if you get stumped off a wide first ball, because technically that doesn't count as a ball face. But they're the 3 types of diamond duck. If you got timed out, I suppose that'd be a diamond duck as well. We've never had a timed out. Oh, well, that
one went flying at.
I mean, that was like a bullet out of a gun, wasn't it? Gajera.
Absolutely.
He was a ghost earlier when his name didn't come up on the scoreboard graphics, but he's certainly in real living colour here, and he almost smashes Gopi.
To say in German, der flog mal hier wie eine Gewehrkugel.
So what does that, tell us what that means?
Just as a bullet out of a rifle, as he said.
Yeah, I love that expression.
So we better, in Germany you would say now, Vorsicht, hier wird scharf geschossen. Look out, sharpshooters are on the way.
That probably came in handy a few times in the last 100 years. Anyway, we have a slight hesitation here. Now, they could get a run if they pay attention. They will, although they could probably go keepers end. It could be gone. I think that's out.
That could be out.
Gajera's face says it all. He knows that he's out.
Yep.
And I didn't even think there was a run out on at that end. I would have gone to the keeper's end. But that's a brilliant piece of recovery from Goganeni. Let's check it out in the replay. We've gone upstairs, but sometimes you can tell what's going on by just looking at a man's face. He's right to take it on, I think, but have a look at this. There's the direct hit. Yeah. And he's just out. We'll see it one more time. And there we go. He's just out.
That is gone.
What a piece of fielding. I mean,
and out there goes the finger of the umpire.
Poor Gajera. You got to feel for him, because I think he does the right thing, because it seemed to me there was an easy overthrow there, because I actually didn't think they'd even try to get him out. I thought they would have gone to the keeper's end, and probably his partner would have been okay. But well, he's going to have to go. It's 56 for 4. But what a time to welcome Rahib Nawabi to the crease. Now, this guy is a real character, isn't he?
Absolutely. It's been. I had a few words with him during the lunch break when the Golden Stars one were over at my garden deck chair, and certainly a nice guy. And certainly a bit of a character.
Yeah, well, I got to say that was such an unusual piece of cricket. But as you know, this is ECN, and this is, I won't say normal, because there's nothing normal in about ECN cricket. But
That's-
it's normalising things that you used to see once in a blue moon. A run out like that, for example.
And that's also what my father was saying. Just as this ball is delivered, I'll carry on. Taken, and away it goes. And just stopped short of the boundary, so they're coming. Should be.
Gary Wheeler saying he likes the name Derek, but he preferred Dudley or Dud. Actually, that would have been a good one because Dud is like,
Dud,
if you're a
yeah.
Dud, Dudley. But I know Derek just kind of rolls off the tongue. And Derek
Definitely.
starts with D and ends with K, and so does Duck. I don't know, I
Exactly.
just like
Okay,
it.
that
Nawabi to face his first ball in his trademark cowboy hat. Last ball of the 5th. And he'll pull it. He'll get one,
Right.
and this will be the end of the over. The score is 58 for 5. I'm going to say one more time to Simon, big thank you for joining us. Before you go, just one more question from Clever in the chat. What is the staple food of Germany? So if you had to say there was like a really well-known food, what would you pick?
well, sauerkraut would be one thing, but I'd actually say the Kartoffelsalat, the potato salad.
Potato salad is everywhere. You're right.
Absolutely, and there are very many different family recipes. We have at
Yeah.
least 3 recipes in our family from different regions in Germany
Yeah,
as to how you
interesting.
go about.
I love the bratwurst, I've got to say. And the currywurst. I mean, that's an interesting blending of cultures. But
Yep.
obviously, yeah, the sausages are very big here as well. That's one thing I noticed. And a few other things. Like I think the pork knuckle is very big in some regions. Of course, Germany's such a big country with the whole blend of regions within. And so, yeah, I want to say a big thank you once again to Simon. Thanks for joining us.
Thank
I know
you,
everyone's
Vinny.
appreciated it. Thanks for your German language commentary. I'm even going to give you a quick tour once we get Rico back, and we can show you the whole setup behind the scenes. But Simon, big thanks again for joining us here in the commentary box. Hopefully we'll see you again next year, if not sooner.
Hopefully again.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank. Oh, Simon, it's great to have him here. Now, this is going to be a wide down leg side. More issues for Karanam, but that's a pretty busy fielder down there. I think that's Nanda, and that's going to be 2 wides. And, yeah, I mean, Karanam, he has pulled off that stumping first ball of the innings. There's also been a few that have gotten past him here. 33 off 29. And you can see, it's like he's just looking to push for one there. He doesn't get one. So, I mean, still 33 runs required of 28 balls. So it's more runs required than balls remaining. There's always a chance, I suppose. Got to keep taking wickets. They've taken 5 of them already. Could we have a low-scoring thriller to finish the day? Remember, we had a high-scoring thriller last night at this time. Well bowled. Good outswing again. Just looking to push. Zakia will get one. So I know Rico will be excited. As a welcome Rico back to the commentary box. Nawabi is in the box seat with the game kind of in the balance. I mean, Golden Star Bond, they've got to be ahead, but I suppose anything could happen. A couple of quick wickets here, and it could be advantage challenges.
Yeah, it could easily be. And wasn't it great to have Simon on? What about the commentary in German? Absolutely loved it. Oh, wow. It's a risky shot to play, isn't it, for Nabi?
Yeah. We also seen some crazy run-outs and crazy cricket today, and we just saw Goganeni run out Gajera off a throw that hits him, runs off. It seemed like an easy overthrow. I can't believe he even tried to hit the bowler's end, and he hits the stumps.
They hesitated, decided to go, and he just never got there. And he was looking good as well, Gajera. So Churchill, he departs. And now this partnership becomes pretty key as well hit, and he's going to get 4 runs. And that's going to be a sigh of relief because I think it's one of those, isn't there? When they get passes into the 70s, I think they'll feel we should now go on and
Yeah,
do
I mean,
this.
that would have been a wider thing, and he went after it anyway, found the gap. Lucky for him, and he does get 4. Nice shot by the skipper. And in the chat, Kitty saying, could we get a golden ball finish, perhaps? And I think Jules Udebridge said, in for the final stretch. Yeah, I've got to say, I always love hearing commentary in other languages, and obviously Simon, he's got quite a unique experience as a cricket watcher. It's probably a no ball, you know. And now, it's a weird looking throw. I don't know if they've picked this up, but just have a look at where his back foot lands here.
And yeah,
Yeah, you
that's for
see,
me.
he kind of, I think that he probably touches that line. But we've seen him get away with a couple of those. It's a lot for the umpire to watch, I suppose. End of the over. 67 for 5 after 6.
Yeah, because of the angle he comes in. I mean, he's very close always to cutting that line. End of the over. 67 is the score. 6 overs completed. And one good little partnership here. And that could be the match. 26 required of 24. So, of course, they're not under any sort of pressure from the rate. I mean, singles can do it. And, I don't mind this. Just floating the ball up. That's nicely timed. And just take a single.
Yeah, I mean, bat sensibly is what you'd probably say from here. But is it sensible to still go for boundaries if the ball's there? Probably.
If it's there, you play your shot.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't not play your shots because that's when you get out. So Nawabi, that's what he's there to do. He'll play a shot. He can really cut really well. And that's what he likes to do. He's a powerful hitter on the offside. This will go all the way. Bolle. Ginnasona. Shaka Lagia Nawabi. Don't give him room. That is where he's at his best. You give him room and he can play. He'll play that shot. He can play the cut shot really well as well. You got to keep him full and straight. You got to tuck him up short of a length, and he will skywalk because he will be tempted to go across the line.
That gets it below runner ball now. Great shot by Nawabi there. Now he goes straight down the ground. He muscles it. There's 6 more. Says Carreras Mas. Maximo time. And if there's any signs of nerves out there, I don't see them, Rico, back-to-back sixes.
No, it's, again, too short. He lets him get right under it. It's in the swing zone. Look, he's waiting to go big. Lovely shot. And, well, liking this from Rahib Nawabi. And remember last year when they were shouting out, Nawabi. Yeah. He's a popular fella.
He sure is, with a Richie Richardson hat. Well, there goes the towel. He's going to hit it anyway. Wonder if that, I mean, it's got to be distracting.
Yeah,
this is kind of the batter's view, kind of. I often feel if this happens that the batter should get the option of replaying the ball or not, depending on the result, because they're the ones potentially disadvantaged. Good little deception from the bowler, though, if you just throw the towel away every time you go to delivery strike.
For my next trick, yeah, it's a bit of that. Well,
13 off 20.
Maybe they are throwing in the towel here, the Coon challengers. And, well, they might as well now because this is a humongous hit from Nawabi. I tell you what, there's going to be some celebrations at the end of this because Nawabi, he's a man that when he's in a good mood and when he's playing a good game, at the end of it, he's going to show you what he's all about. And I reckon that mush touch of his is going to get a little bit of a tweak, you know.
He can tweak it in his batting gloves. Yeah, he's a real character. Golden Star Bond, there are team characters, really. I mean, some of the challenges for that matter. I mean, wouldn't you love the Mancad man to ride in on a white horse right now and probably clean up the last 5 wickets, but can't see it happening.
7 required now, I think, with that Maximo.
Yeah, you're right.
Can't go on to the system yet. It will any moment now, I'm sure. So, it's a slow ball, and this one will go all the way as well. That, for me, now ties the scores. And, well, there's a bit of a crowd catch that's been taken out there as well.
The worst thing about that, I think, is that Naeem that catches it? But the thing is, we can't see it behind the trees, and they went right off, didn't they? What you can't see behind, well, they're in the sealed section there. Naeem's taken that. That's the end of the over, by the way, 92 for 5.
Scores are tied, as we suspected. This is, well, we get a chance maybe very quickly to see what's coming up here tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we're going to see the other team that made a debut here, Orion Sports. They're up. They've got a big day tomorrow. 3 matches for them. The Bayern Spartans in action. Also the Boosters as well as Bond Blue Star, who need to get some wins under their belt.
That's right, 5 matches tomorrow. Now, I might have a few things to take care of for headquarters tomorrow, so you may not hear me behind the mic, but I certainly will be back on Saturday. But, yeah, I'll be tuning in for sure. And I'll be hovering. Don't you worry about that tomorrow. That's day 5. Also Peacock Friday. So time to get a little bit colourful as well. Now,
it all
17
depends on the
chances
weather.
to win the game now.
Depends
on the weather. I mean, yeah, you've got the right to refuse it if it's drizzly. Anyway, I think it's going to be game, set, and match. I mean, it's going to be a wide that starts it and wide that finishes it, even though the first one wasn't called. But it will be GSB getting through. And once again, we see a game 1 in 7.1 overs, which means 17 balls to spare. pretty easy in the end. I think Golden Star Bomb, they set that up with a very good bowling and fielding performance, restricting the challenges to 92.
Yeah.
In the end, even though they lose 5 wickets along the way, they had the right attitude, didn't they, with the bat? They were attacking, and they make pretty light work of it, chasing it down in the 8th.
Yeah, they certainly do. And the thing is, with that win, and remember, they were taken off the top of the table by, of course, that victory by PSVA. But with that win there and the way that they did it, they'd be back at the top. And, well, there's a happy chappy. Come on, give us a twerk of that moustache. You know we want to see it. He's a handsome fella. He's a lovely guy to watch as well. And I love the way that after the matches play, everybody comes together here, and they're all friends. They know each other very well. And, of course, while you were talking to Simon, I was taking a little stroll around sort of the long off part of the boundary. I could hear the banter between the players, and it's all very good, all in really good spirit as well. And you can see that being seen there. But there's a man who's got the biggest smile on his face at the moment. He's having a little chat there with Gurwinder. Gets an opportunity to go out there and scores valuable runs for his side. But what a win that is. And again, once again, like I say, they were toppled off the top. But with that win and also a further boost to their net run rate, they'll be sitting pretty at the top tonight.
Yeah, so I mean, the challenges, they started with a win and then end up losing the next 2 games. A bit like their crosstown rivals, Cologne CC did on day 2. If you remember, they had a good win over Rhine Sports, but then kind of fell off the wagon with a couple of losses. I mean, both these teams in the mixer, aren't they, really? I think what we realised today is we're not really any closer to working out what this Final Four is going to look like. I like the way the challengers fought it out. I mean, they hurt, I suppose. They kind of made a bit of a mess of their batting order, I think, in the first innings. Narayanan not opening after he scored 50 earlier in the day. Even though they make a good fist of it, some good catching there. That was a nice one taken by Hasimrat down at long on 1 or 2 catches. But, yeah, they kept on attacking, didn't they? This was a remarkable piece of cricket. Gugrapelli just basically says, oh, you want to run an overthrow? And he's saying, oh, really? Maybe his glasses slowed him down there. I don't know.
He didn't run well, though, did he?
Yeah, I mean,
well.
Spent too long thinking about it. I mean, I'm very surprised they went for his end. But in the end, Nawabi came out and said, yeah, I need my moment. I'll have my moment. And he batted very well, didn't he? Finished game off in style.
He batted very well, yeah. And he liked it, so I enjoyed it. He'll be watching those highlights back, and I'm pretty sure he'll be watching with a few people and say, did you see me bat? No, hang on a minute. I'll show you. One thing I will mention here about the Kuhn Challengers, and I think you're absolutely right. They've got every opportunity also to be right up there in the top 4. But one thing they've got to sort out is the extras. We've seen other teams, like, for example, Golden Star, when they lost a match, in terms of the extras they gave, it weren't that many. They only gave about 6 or 8. But one thing I've noted about the Challengers, even that match there, they gave away too many extras for me, and they've got to be better at that. In total number of extras, 20.
20 in total. Yeah, so I mean, looking at the scorecard quickly, but Zakia with 25 not out matched through the innings, 26 for Nawabi. Top scores, actually, steals it at the end, 26 off 8. One of those things is they've got to work out Karanam's role there. Is his job to stop runs or try and get stumpings? I think that quite a few of those wides were run where he's kind of gambling for a stumping. But I think if I was in my contract, look, block the ball first, catch the ball first, you'll still get stumping opportunities. So that's probably something I would say. Did start with a really good stumping, but I think he needs to be a little bit more defensive, because I think it just took the pressure off too many times. There were free runs in the end, despite the 2 wickets from Muthu Subramanian and the 2 wickets from Donti. The Challengers weren't able to defend that score in the 90s. Well, I want to say one more time, big thank you to everyone. And I know it's been a really great couple of days that I've been here with Rico. Rico, of course, you're 4 days in. Like I said, tomorrow it's likely I will just have to catch up with a few things for headquarters, but I'll be back on the weekend.
You've heard the forecast, have you, by any chance?
Just saying.
This guy is so cheeky.
I have to be smart with how I operate. The ECC's not going to run itself, you know. And, you know,
No, I know. No.
I'm
seriously.
actually looking forward to, the first thing I'll be doing is ordering some comfy chairs.
Yeah,
So
I know there's a lot of things going on. I know that, and you're doing a lot of things in between some of the matches here. So, yeah, I mean, I think we need to get away and sort these things out. There's so many things happening at the moment.
I'm optimistic. I know the forecast isn't too good, but we know with this ground that if it does rain and it stops, this pitch it soaks it up. You almost don't have to cover the pitch. It seems to play okay. It's still quite grippy. Probably the run-ups are concerned, so they'll probably try and cover those if there's a bit of rain. But because this is a professional football pitch, essentially training pitch, it does train very quickly. Yeah,
I mean, it's only a forecast. It can change. But if we get those windows of opportunities, we'll get matches in. Yeah. Even though some of them may be short and long.
Yeah, we'll see how we go. Anyway, we might just put up the tomorrow one more time to let you know what's coming up tomorrow. Of course, it is Peacock Friday and Rhineway Sports. They'll be back. Of course, we'll have the Bayer Derby tomorrow. We don't want to have that interrupted because that's a game that you have to see to believe as well. But, well, you know, why don't we cut to the chase here? I want to say big hello to Martha, who's at home today. I know she's not feeling too well, part of our crew. But big well done to Helena and Valentine holding the show together. To all the blue crew, I know that they were tested at times as well today, all to the players, officials, and to you out there, the viewers. We couldn't do it without you. Had some great interactions today, didn't we?
We did. It was fantastic. A lot of chat. The conversation on the chat has been brilliant. I mean, you guys are fantastic. We know. We're lucky. We're blessed. We're the best cricket audience in the world.
Well, just a final reminder, if you haven't already, please like this video, subscribe to the channel. I'm heading for 400. I won't rest, I probably will, until we have 400,000 subscribers. We're on our way. Let's try and do it by the end of the year. And then also don't forget to follow us on our social media at European Cricket. And don't forget our home of cricket, europeancricket.com, for all the scores, fixtures and stats. But for now, this is Vinny's out of here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Have a happy evening. Have a safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more action right here on the European Cricket Network in the European Cricket Series. Hasta luego!
Hasta mañana, mi familia.